Chapter 1 of the last Chronicle of Barset. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Steve Gough. The Last Chronicle of Barset by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 1. How did he get it? "I can never bring myself to believe it, John," said Mary Walker, the pretty daughter of Mr. George Walker, attorney of Silverbridge. Walker and Winthrop was the name of the firm, and they were respectable people, who did all the solicitor's business that had to be done in that part of Barsetshire, on behalf of the Crown, were employed on the local business of the Duke of Omnium, who is great in those parts, and altogether held their heads up high, as provincial lawyers often do. They, the Walkers, lived in a great brick house in the middle of the town, gave dinners to which the county gentlemen not unfrequently condescended to come, and in a mild way led the fashion in Silverbridge. "I can never bring myself to believe it, John," said Miss Walker. "You will have to bring yourself to believe it," said John, without taking his eyes from his book. "A clergyman, and such a clergyman too!" "I don't see that that has anything to do with it." And as he now spoke, John did take his eyes off his book. Why should not a clergyman turn thief as well as anybody else? You girls always seem to forget that clergymen are only men after all. "Their conduct is likely to be better than that of other men, I think." "I deny it utterly," said John Walker. "I'll undertake to say that at this moment there are more clergymen in debt in Barsetshire than there are either lawyers or doctors. This man has always been in debt. Since he has been in the county, I don't think he has ever been able to show his face in the High Street of Silverbridge." "John, that is saying more than you have a right to say," said Mrs. Walker. "Why, mother, this very cheque was given to a butcher who had threatened a few days before to post bills all about the county, giving an account of the debt that was due to him, if the money was not paid at once." "More shame for Mr. Fletcher," said Mary. "He has made a fortune as butcher in Silverbridge." "What has that to do with it? Of course a man likes to have his money. He had written 3 times to the bishop, and he had sent a man over to Hogglestock to get his little bill settled 6 days running. You see he got it at last. Of course a tradesman must look for his money." "Mamma, do you think that Mr. Crawley stole the cheque?" Mary, as she asked the question, came and stood over her mother, looking at her with anxious eyes. "I would rather give no opinion, my dear." "But you must think something when everybody is talking about it, mamma." "Of course my mother thinks he did," said John, going back to his book. "It is impossible that she should think otherwise." "That is not fair, John," said Mrs. Walker, "and I won't have you fabricate thoughts for me, or put the expression of them into my mouth. The whole affair is very painful, and as your father is engaged in the inquiry, I think that the less said about the matter in this house the better. I am sure that that would be your father's feeling." "Of course I should say nothing about it before him," said Mary. "I know that papa does not wish to have it talked about." "But how is one to help thinking about such a thing? It would be so terrible for all of us who belong to the church." "I do not see that at all," said John. "Mr. Crawley is not more than any other man just because he's a clergyman. I hate all that kind of claptrap. There are a lot of people here in Silverbridge who think the matter shouldn't be followed up, just because the man is in a position which makes the crime more criminal in him than it would be in another." "But I feel sure that Mr. Crawley has committed no crime at all," said Mary. "My dear," said Mrs. Walker, "I have just said that I would rather you would not talk about it. Papa will be in directly." "I won't, mamma. Only—" "Only? Yes, just only," said John. "She'd go on till dinner if any one would stay to hear her." "You've said twice as much as I have, John." But John had left the room before his sister's last words could reach him. "You know, mamma, it is quite impossible not to help thinking of it," said Mary. "I dare say it is, my dear. And when one knows the people, it does make it so dreadful. But do you know them? I never spoke to Mr. Crawley in my life, and I do not think I ever saw her. I knew Grace very well, when she used to come first to Miss Prettyman's school. Poor girl, I pity her. Pity her! Pity is no word for it, mamma. My heart bleeds for them. And yet I do not believe for a moment that he stole the cheque. How can it be possible? For though he may have been in debt because they had been so very, very poor, yet we all know that he has been an excellent clergyman. When the Robertses were dining here last, I heard Mrs. Roberts say that for piety and devotion to his duties she had hardly ever seen any one equal to him, and the Robertses know more of them than anybody. They say that the Dean is his great friend. What a pity it is that the Arabins should be away just now, when he is in such trouble. And in this way the mother and daughter went on discussing the question of the clergyman's guilt, in spite of Mrs. Walker's previously expressed desire that nothing more might be said about it. But Mrs. Walker, like many other mothers, was apt to be more free in converse with her daughter than she was with her son. While they were thus talking, the father came in from his office, and then the subject was dropped. He was a man between 50 and 60 years of age, with grey hair, rather short, and somewhat corpulent, but still gifted with that amount of personal comeliness which comfortable position and the respect of others will generally seem to give. A man rarely carries himself meanly whom the world holds high in esteem. "I am very tired, my dear," said Mr. Walker. "You look tired. Come and sit down for a few minutes before you dress. Mary, get your father's slippers." Mary instantly ran to the door. "Thanks, my darling," said the father, and then he whispered to his wife, as soon as Mary was out of hearing, "I fear that unfortunate man is guilty. I fear he is. I fear he is. Oh, heavens, what will become of them?" "What indeed? She has been with me to-day." "Has she? What could you say to her?" "I told her at first that I could not see her, and begged her not to speak to me about it. I tried to make her understand that she should go to some one else, but it was of no use." "And how did it end?" "I asked her to go in to you, but she declined. She said you could do nothing for her." "And does she think her husband guilty?" "No, indeed. She think him guilty? Nothing on earth, or from heaven either, as I take it, would make her suppose it to be possible. She came to me simply to tell me how good he was." "I love her for that," said Mrs. Walker. "So did I. But what is the good of loving her?" "Thank you, dearest. I'll get your slippers for you, some day perhaps." The whole county was astir in this matter of this alleged guilt of the Reverend Josiah Crawley. The whole county, almost as keenly as the family of Mr. Walker of Silverbridge. The crime laid to his charge was the theft of a cheque for £20, which he was said to have stolen out of a pocket-book, left or dropped in his house, and to have passed as money into the hands of one Fletcher, a butcher of Silverbridge, to whom he was indebted. Mr. Crawley was in those days the perpetual curate of Hogglestock, a parish in the northern extremity of East Barsetshire, a man known by all who knew anything of him to be very poor, an unhappy, moody, disappointed man, upon whom the troubles of the world always seemed to come with the double weight. But he had ever been respected as a clergyman, since his old friend Mr. Arabin, the Dean of Barchester, had given him the small incumbency which he now held. Though moody, unhappy, and disappointed, he was a hard-working, conscientious pastor among the poor people with whom his lot was cast. For in the parish of Hogglestock there resided only a few farmers higher in degree than field labourers, bricklayers, and such like. Mr. Crawley had now passed some 10 years of his life at Hogglestock, and during those years he had worked very hard to do his duty, struggling to teach the people around him, perhaps too much of the mystery, but something also of the comfort of religion. That he had become popular in his parish cannot be said of him. He was not a man to make himself popular in any position. I have said that he was moody and disappointed. He was even worse than this. He was morose, sometimes almost to insanity. There had been days in which even his wife had found it impossible to deal with him otherwise than as with an acknowledged lunatic. And this was known among the farmers, who talked about their clergyman among themselves as though he were a madman. But among the very poor, among the brickmakers of Hoggle End, a lawless, drunken, terribly rough lot of humanity, he was held in high respect, for they knew that he lived hardly as they lived, that he worked hard as they worked, and that the outside world was hard to him as it was to them. And there had been an apparent sincerity of godliness about the man, and a manifest struggle to do his duty in spite of the world's ill usage, which had won its way even with the rough. So that Mr. Crawley's name had stood high with many in his parish, in spite of the unfortunate peculiarity of his disposition. This was the man who was now accused of stealing a cheque for £20. But before the circumstances of the alleged theft are stated, a word or two must be said as to Mr. Crawley's family. It is declared that a good wife is a crown to her husband, but Mrs. Crawley had been much more than a crown to him, as had regarded all the inner life of the man, all that portion of his life which had not been passed in the pulpit or in pastoral teaching. She had been crown, throne, and sceptre all in one. That she had endured with him and on his behalf the miseries of poverty and the troubles of a life which had known no smiles, is perhaps not to be alleged as much to her honour. She had joined herself to him for better or worse, and it was her manifest duty to bear such things. Wives always have to bear them, knowing when they marry that they must take their chance. Mr. Crawley might have been a bishop, and Mrs. Crawley, when she married him, perhaps thought it probable that such would be his fortune. Instead of that, he was now, just as he was approaching his 50th year, a perpetual curate, with an income of £130 per annum, and a family. That had been Mrs. Crawley's luck in life, and of course she bore it. But she had also done much more than this. She had striven hard to be contented, or rather to appear to be contented, when he had been most wretched and most moody. She had struggled to conceal from him her own conviction as to his half-insanity, treating him at the same time with the respect due to an honoured father of a family, and with the careful, measured indulgence fit for a sick and wayward child. In all the terrible troubles of their life, her courage had been higher than his. The metal of which she was made had been tempered to a steel which was very rare and fine, but the rareness and fineness of which he had failed to appreciate. He had often told her that she was without pride because she had stooped to receive from others on his behalf and on behalf of her children things which were very needful, but which she could not buy. He had told her that she was a beggar, and that it was better to starve than to beg. She had borne the rebuke without a word in reply, and had then begged again for him, and had endured the starvation herself. Nothing in their poverty had for years past been a shame to her, but every accident of their poverty was still, and ever had been, a living disgrace to him. They had had many children, and 3 were still alive. Of the eldest, Grace Crawley, we shall hear much in the coming story. She was at this time 19 years old, and there were those who said that, in spite of her poverty, her shabby outward apparel, and a certain thin, unfledged, unrounded form of person, a want of fullness in the lines of her figure, she was the prettiest girl in that part of the world. She was living now at a school in Silverbridge, where for the last year she had been a teacher, and there were many in Silverbridge who declared that very bright prospects were opening to her. That young Major Grantley of Cosby Lodge, who, though a widower with a young child, was the cynosure of all female eyes in and round Silverbridge, had found beauty in her thin face, and that Grace Crawley's fortune was made in the teeth, as it were, of the prevailing ill fortune of her family. Bob Crawley, who was 2 years younger, was now at Marlborough School, from whence it was intended that he should proceed to Cambridge, and be educated there at the expense of his godfather, Dean Arabin. In this also the world saw a stroke of good luck. But then nothing was lucky to Mr. Crawley. Bob, indeed, who had done very well at school, might do well in Cambridge, might do great things there, but Mr. Crawley would almost have preferred that the boy should work in the fields than that he should be educated in a manner so manifestly eleemosynary. And then his clothes. How was he to be provided with clothes fit either for school or for college? But the Dean and Mrs. Crawley between them managed this, leaving Mr. Crawley very much in the dark, as Mrs. Crawley was in the habit of leaving him. Then there was a younger daughter, Jane, still at home, who passed her life between her mother's work-table and her father's Greek, mending linen and learning to scan iambics, for Mr. Crawley in his early days had been a ripe scholar. And now there had come upon them all this terribly crushing disaster. That poor Mr. Crawley had gradually got himself into a mess of debt at Silverbridge, from which he was quite unable to extricate himself, was generally known by all the world both of Silverbridge and Hogglestock. To a great many it was known that Dean Arabin had paid money for him, very much contrary to his own consent, and that he had quarrelled, or attempted to quarrel, with the Dean in consequence, had so attempted, although the money had in part passed through his own hands. There had been one creditor, Fletcher, the butcher of Silverbridge, who had of late been specially hard upon poor Crawley. This man, who had not been without good nature in his dealings, had heard stories of the Dean's goodwill and such like, and had loudly expressed his opinion that the perpetual curate of Hogglestock would show a higher pride in allowing himself to be indebted to a rich brother clergyman than in remaining under thrall to a butcher. And thus a rumour had grown up, and then the butcher had written repeated letters to the bishop, to Bishop Proudie of Barchester, who had at first caused his chaplain to answer them, and had told Mr. Crawley somewhat roundly what was his opinion of a clergyman who ate meat and did not pay for it. But nothing that the bishop could say or do enabled Mr. Crawley to pay the butcher. It was very grievous to such a man as Mr. Crawley to receive these letters from such a man as Bishop Proudie. But the letters came and made festering wounds. But then there was an end of them, and at last there had come forth from the butcher's shop a threat that if the money were not paid by a certain date, printed bills should be posted about the county. All who heard of this in Silverbridge were very angry with Mr. Fletcher, for no one there had ever known a tradesman to take such a step before. But Fletcher swore that he would persevere, and defended himself by showing that 6 or 7 months since, in the spring of the year, Mr. Crawley had been paying money in Silverbridge, but had paid none to him who had been not only his earliest, but his most enduring creditor. "He got money from the Dean in March," said Mr. Fletcher to Mr. Walker, "and he paid £12.10 to Green, and £17 to Grobury the baker." It was that £17 to Grobury the baker, for flour, which made the butcher so fixedly determined to smite the poor clergyman hip and thigh. "And he paid money to Hall, and to Mrs. Holt, and to a deal more, but he never came near my shop. If he had even shown himself, I would not have said so much about it." And then, a day before the date named, Mrs. Crawley had come to Silverbridge, and had paid the butcher £20 in 4 £5 notes. So far Fletcher the butcher had been successful. Some 6 weeks after this, inquiry began to be made as to a certain cheque for £20 drawn by Lord Lufton on his bankers in London, which cheque had been lost early in the spring by Mr. Soames, Lord Lufton's man of business in Barsetshire, together with a pocket-book in which it had been folded. This pocket-book Soames had believed himself to have left at Mr. Crawley's house, and had gone so far, even at the time of the loss, as to express his absolute conviction that he had so left it. He was in the habit of paying a rent charge to Mr. Crawley, on behalf of Lord Lufton, amounting to £20 4s. every half year. Lord Lufton held the large tithes of Hogglestock, and paid annually a sum of £40 8s. to the incumbent. This amount was, as a rule, remitted punctually by Mr. Soames through the post. On the occasion now spoken of, he had had some reason for visiting Hogglestock, and had paid the money personally to Mr. Crawley. Of so much there was no doubt. But he had paid it by a cheque drawn by himself on his own bankers at Barchester, and that cheque had been cashed in the ordinary way on the next morning. On returning to his own house in Barchester he had missed his pocket-book, and had written to Mr. Crawley to make inquiry. There had been no money in it beyond the cheque drawn by Lord Lufton for £20. Mr. Crawley had answered this letter by another, saying that no pocket-book had been found in his house. All this had happened in March. In October Mrs. Crawley had paid the £20 to Fletcher, the butcher, and in November Lord Lufton's cheque was traced back through the Barchester bank to Mr. Crawley's hands. A brickmaker of Hoggle End, much favoured by Mr. Crawley, had asked for change over the counter of this Barchester bank, not, as will be understood, the bank on which the cheque was drawn, and had received it. The accommodation had been refused to the man at first, but when he presented the cheque the second day, bearing Mr. Crawley's name on the back of it, together with a note from Mr. Crawley himself, the money had been given for it, and the identical notes so paid had been given to Fletcher, the butcher, the next day by Mrs. Crawley. When inquiry was made, Mr. Crawley stated that the cheque had been paid to him by Mr. Soames on behalf of the rent charge due to him by Lord Lufton. But the error of this statement was at once made manifest. There was the cheque signed by Mr. Soames himself for the exact amount, £20 4s. As he himself declared, he had never in his life paid money on behalf of Lord Lufton by a cheque drawn by his lordship. The cheque given by Lord Lufton, and which had been lost, had been a private matter between them. His lordship had simply wanted change in his pocket, and his agent had given it to him. Mr. Crawley was speedily shown to be altogether wrong in the statement made to account for the possession of the cheque. Then he became very moody and would say nothing further. But his wife, who had known nothing of his first statement when made, came forward and declared that she believed the cheque for £20 to be a part of a present given by Dean Arabin to her husband in April last. There had been, she said, great heart-burnings about this gift, and she had hardly dared to speak to her husband on the subject. An execution had been threatened in the house by Grobery, the baker, of which the Dean had heard. Then there had been some scenes at the deanery between her husband and the Dean and Mrs. Arabin, as to which she had subsequently heard much from Mrs. Arabin. Mrs. Arabin had told her that money had been given and at last taken. Indeed, so much had been very apparent, as bills had been paid to the amount of at least £50. When the threat made by the butcher had reached her husband's ears, the effect upon him had been very grievous. All this was the story told by Mrs. Crawley to Mr. Walker the lawyer, when he was pushing his inquiries. She, poor woman, at any rate told all that she knew. Her husband had told her one morning, when the butcher's threat was weighing heavily on his mind, speaking to her in such a humour that she found it impossible to cross-question him, that he had still money left, though it was money which he had hoped that he would not be driven to use. And he had given her the 4 £5 notes, and had told her to go to Silverbridge, and satisfy the man who was so eager for his money. She had done so, and had felt no doubt that the money so forthcoming had been given by the Dean. This was the story as told by Mrs. Crawley. But how could she explain her husband's statement as to the cheque, which had been shown to be altogether false? All this passed between Mr. Walker and Mrs. Crawley, and the lawyer was very gentle with her. In the first stages of the inquiry he had simply desired to learn the truth, and place the clergyman above suspicion. Latterly, being bound as he was to follow the matter up officially, he would not have seen Mrs. Crawley had he been able to escape that lady's importunity. "Mr. Walker," she had said at last, "you do not know my husband. No one knows him but I. It is hard to have to tell you of all our troubles." "If I can lessen them, trust me, I will do so," said the lawyer. "No one, I think, can lessen them in this world," said the lady. "The truth is, sir, that my husband often knows not what he says. When he declared that the money had been paid to him by Mr. Soames, most certainly he thought so. There are times when in his misery he knows not what he says, when he forgets everything." Up to this period Mr. Walker had not suspected Mr. Crawley of anything dishonest, nor did he suspect him as yet. The poor man had probably received the money from the Dean, and had told the lie about it, not choosing to own that he had taken money from his rich friend, and thinking that there would be no further inquiry. He had been very foolish, and that would be the end of it. Mr. Soames was by no means so good-natured in his belief. "How should my pocket book have got into Dean Arabin's hands?" said Mr. Soames, almost triumphantly. "And then I felt sure at the time that I had left it at Crawley's house." Mr. Walker wrote a letter to the Dean, who at that moment was in Florence on his way to Rome, from whence he was going on to the Holy Land. There came back a letter from Mr. Arabin, saying that on the 17th of March he had given Mr. Crawley a sum of £50, and that the payment had been made with 5 Bank of England notes of £10 each, which had been handed by him to his friend in the library at the deanery. The letter was very short, and may perhaps be described as having been almost curt. Mr. Walker, in his anxiety to do the best he could for Mr. Crawley, had simply asked a question as to the nature of the transaction between the two gentlemen, saying that no doubt the Dean's answer would clear up a little mystery which existed at present respecting a cheque for £20. The Dean in answer simply stated the fact as has been given above, but he wrote to Mr. Crawley begging to know what was in truth this new difficulty, and offering any assistance in his power. He explained all the circumstances of the money as he remembered them. The sum advanced had certainly consisted of £50, and there had certainly been 5 Bank of England notes. He had put the notes into an envelope, which he had not closed, but had addressed to Mr. Crawley, and had placed this envelope in his friend's hands. He went on to say that Mrs. Arabin would have written, but that she was in Paris with her son. Mrs. Arabin was to remain in Paris during his absence in the Holy Land, and meet him in Italy on his return. As she was so much nearer at hand, the Dean expressed a hope that Mrs. Crawley would apply to her if there was any trouble. The letter to Mr. Walker was conclusive as to the Dean's money. Mr. Crawley had not received Lord Lufton's cheque from the Dean. Then whence had he received it? The poor wife was left by the lawyer to obtain further information from her husband. Ah, who can tell how terrible were the scenes between that poor pair of wretches, as the wife endeavoured to learn the truth from her miserable, half-maddened husband. That her husband had been honest throughout, she had not any shadow of doubt. She did not doubt that to her at least he endeavoured to tell the truth, as far as his poor racked imperfect memory would allow him to remember what was true, and what was not true. The upshot of it all was that the husband declared that he still believed that the money had come to him from the Dean. He had kept it by him, not wishing to use it if he could help it. He had forgotten it, so he said at times, having understood from Arabin that he was to have £50, and having received more. If it had not come to him from the Dean, then it had been sent to him by the Prince of Evil for his utter undoing. And there were times in which he seemed to think that such had been the manner in which the fatal cheque had reached him. In all that he said he was terribly confused, contradictory, unintelligible, speaking almost as a madman might speak, ending always by declaring that the cruelty of the world had been too much for him, that the waters were meeting over his head and praying for God's mercy to remove him from the world. It need hardly be said that his poor wife in these days had a burden on her shoulders that was more than enough to crush any woman. She at last acknowledged to Mr. Walker that she could not account for the £20. She herself would write again to the Dean about it, but she hardly hoped for any further assistance there. "The Dean's answer is very plain," said Mr. Walker. "He says that he gave Mr. Crawley 5 £10 notes, and those 5 notes we have traced to Mr. Crawley's hands." Then Mrs. Crawley could say nothing further beyond making protestations of her husband's innocence. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of the Last Chronicle of Barset by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Steve Gough. Chapter 2. By Heavens, he had better not. I must ask the reader to make the acquaintance of Major Grantley of Cosby Lodge, before he is introduced to the family of Mr. Crawley at their parsonage in Hogglestock. It has been said that Major Grantley had thrown a favourable eye on Grace Crawley, by which report occasion was given to all men and women in those parts to hint that the Crawleys, with all their piety and humility, were very cunning, and that one of the Grantleys was, to say the least of it, very soft. Admitted as it was throughout the county of Barsetshire, that there was no family therein more widely awake to the affairs generally of this world and the next combined than the family of which Archdeacon Grantley was the respected head and patriarch. Mrs. Walker, the most good-natured woman in Silverbridge, had acknowledged to her daughter that she could not understand it, that she could not see anything at all in Grace Crawley. Mr. Walker had shrugged his shoulders and expressed a confident belief that Major Grantley had not a shilling of his own beyond his half pay and his late wife's fortune, which was only £6,000. Others, who were ill-natured, had declared that Grace Crawley was little better than a beggar, and that she could not possibly have acquired the manners of a gentlewoman. Fletcher, the butcher, had wondered whether the Major would pay his future father-in-law's debts. And Dr. Tempest, the old rector of Silverbridge, whose 4 daughters were all as yet unmarried, had turned up his old nose and had hinted that half-pay majors did not get caught in marriage so easily as that. Such and such like had been the expressions of the opinion of men and women in Silverbridge. But the matter had been discussed further afield than at Silverbridge, and had been allowed to intrude itself as a most unwelcome subject into the family conclave of the Archdeacon's rectory. To those who have not as yet learned the fact from the public character and well-appreciated reputation of the man, let it be known that Archdeacon Grantley was at this time, as he had been for many years previously, Archdeacon of Barchester and rector of Plumstead Episcopi. A rich and prosperous man he had ever been, though he also had had his sore troubles, as we all have, his having arisen chiefly from want of that higher ecclesiastical promotion which his soul had coveted, and for which the whole tenor of his life had especially fitted him. Now, in his green old age, he had ceased to covet, but had not ceased to repine. He had ceased to covet aught for himself, but still coveted much for his children, and for him such a marriage as this, which was now suggested for his son, was encompassed almost with the bitterness of death. "I think it would kill me," he said to his wife. "By heavens, I think it would be my death." A daughter of the Archdeacon had made a splendid matrimonial alliance, so splendid that its history was at the time known to all the aristocracy of the county, and had not been altogether forgotten by any of those who keep themselves well instructed in the details of the peerage. Griselda Grantley had married Lord Dumbello, the eldest son of the Marquis of Hartletop, than whom no English nobleman was more puissant, if broad acres, many castles, high title, and stars and ribbons are any signs of puissance. And she was now herself Marchioness of Hartletop, with a little Lord Dumbello of her own. The daughter's visits to the parsonage of her father were of necessity rare, such necessity having come from her own altered sphere of life. A Marchioness of Hartletop has special duties, which will hardly permit her to devote herself frequently to the humdrum society of a clerical father and mother. That it would be so, father and mother had understood when they sent the fortunate girl forth to a higher world. But now and again, since her august marriage, she had laid her coroneted head upon one of the old rectory pillows for a night or so, and on such occasions all the Plumsteadians had been loud in their praise of her condescension. Now it happened that when this second and more aggravated blast of the evil wind reached the rectory, the renewed waft of the tidings as to Major Grantley's infatuation regarding Miss Grace Crawley, which on its renewal seemed to bring with it something of confirmation, it chanced, I say, that at that moment Griselda, Marchioness of Hartletop, was gracing the paternal mansion. It need hardly be said that the father was not slow to invoke such a daughter's counsel and such a sister's aid. I am not quite sure that the mother would have been equally quick to ask her daughter's advice, had she been left in the matter entirely to her own propensities. Mrs. Grantley had ever loved her daughter dearly, and had been very proud of that great success in life which Griselda had achieved. But in late years the child had become, as a woman, separate from the mother, and there had risen, not unnaturally, a break of that close confidence which in early years had existed between them. Griselda, Marchioness of Hartletop, was more than ever a daughter to the Archdeacon, even though he might never see her. Nothing could rob him of the honour of such a progeny, nothing, even though there had been actual estrangement between them. But it was not so with Mrs. Grantley. Griselda had done very well, and Mrs. Grantly had rejoiced, but she had lost her child. Now the Major, who had done well also, though in a much lesser degree, was still her child, moving in the same sphere of life with her, still dependent in great degree upon his father's bounty, a neighbour in the county, a frequent visitor at the parsonage, and a visitor who could be received without any of that trouble which attended the unfrequent comings of Griselda, the Marchioness, to the home of her youth. And for this reason Mrs. Grantly, terribly put out as she was at the idea of a marriage between her son and one standing so poorly in the world's esteem as Grace Crawley, would not have brought forward the matter before her daughter had she been left to her own desires. A marchioness in one's family is a tower of strength, no doubt, but there are counsellors so strong that we do not wish to trust them, lest in the trusting we ourselves be overwhelmed by their strength. Now Mrs. Grantly was by no means willing to throw her influence into the hands of her titled daughter, but the titled daughter was consulted and gave her advice. On the occasion of the present visit to Plumstead, she had consented to lay her head for 2 nights on the parsonage pillows, and on the second evening her brother, the Major, was to come over from Cosby Lodge to meet her. Before his coming the affair of Grace Crawley was discussed. "It would break my heart, Griselda," said the Archdeacon piteously, "and your mother's." "There is nothing against the girl's character," said Mrs. Grantly, "and the father and mother are gentlefolks by birth. But such a marriage for Henry would be very unseemly." "To make it worse, there is this terrible story about him," said the Archdeacon. "I don't suppose there is much in that," said Mrs. Grantly. "I can't say. There is no knowing. They told me to-day in Barchester that Soames is pressing the case against him." "Who is Soames, papa?" asked the Marchioness. "He is Lord Lufton's man of business, my dear." "Oh, Lord Lufton's man of business." There was something of a sneer in the tone of the lady's voice as she mentioned Lord Lufton's name. "I am told," continued the Archdeacon, "that Soames declares the cheque was taken from a pocket book which he left by accident in Crawley's house." "You don't mean to say, Archdeacon, that you think that Mr. Crawley, a clergyman, stole it?" said Mrs. Grantly. "I don't say anything of the kind, my dear. But supposing Mr. Crawley to be as honest as the sun, you wouldn't wish Henry to marry his daughter?" "Certainly not," said the mother. "It would be an unfitting marriage. The poor girl has had no advantages. He is not able even to pay his baker's bill. I always thought Arabin was very wrong to place such a man in such a parish as Hogglestock. Of course the family could not live there." The Arabin here spoken of was Dr. Arabin, Dean of Barchester. The Dean and the Archdeacon had married sisters, and there was much intimacy between the families. "After all, it is only a rumour as yet," said Mrs. Grantly. "Fothergill told me only yesterday that he sees her almost every day," said the father. "What are we to do, Griselda? You know how headstrong Henry is." The Marchioness sat quite still, looking at the fire, and made no immediate answer to this address. "There is nothing for it but that you should tell him what you think," said the mother. "If his sister were to speak to him, it might do much," said the Archdeacon. To this Mrs. Grantly said nothing, but Mrs. Grantly's daughter understood very well that her mother's confidence in her was not equal to her father's. Lady Hartletop said nothing, but still sat with impassive face and eyes fixed upon the fire. "I think that if you were to speak to him, Griselda, and tell him that he would disgrace his family, he would be ashamed to go on with such a marriage," said the father. "He would feel, connected as he is with Lord Hartletop." "I don't think he would feel anything about that," said Mrs. Grantly. "I dare say not," said Lady Hartletop. "I am sure he ought to feel it," said the father. They were all silent and sat looking at the fire. "I suppose, papa, you allow Henry an income?" said Lady Hartletop after a while. "Indeed I do. 800 a year." "Then I think I should tell him that must depend upon his conduct, mamma. If you don't mind ringing the bell, I will send for Cecile and go upstairs and dress." Then the Marchioness went upstairs to dress, and in about an hour the Major arrived in his dog-cart. He also was allowed to go upstairs to dress before anything was said to him about his great offence. "Griselda is right," said the Archdeacon, speaking to his wife out of his dressing-room. "She always was right. I never knew a young woman with more sense than Griselda. But you do not mean to say that in any event you would stop Henry's income?" Mrs. Grantly also was dressing, and made reply out of her bedroom. "Upon my word I don't know. As a father I would do anything to prevent such a marriage as that. But if he did marry her in spite of the threat, and he would if he had once said so, is a father's word then to go for nothing, and a father who allows his son 800 a year? If he told the girl that he would be ruined, she couldn't hold him to it. My dear, they'd know as well as I do that you would give way after 3 months." "But why should I give way? Good heavens!" "Of course you'd give way, and of course we should have the young woman here, and of course we should make the best of it." The idea of having Grace Crawley as a daughter at the Plumstead rectory was too much for the Archdeacon, and he resented it by additional vehemence in the tone of his voice, and a nearer personal approach to the wife of his bosom. All unaccoutred as he was, he stood in the doorway between the two rooms, and thence fulminated at his wife his assurances that he would never allow himself to be immersed in such a depth of humility as she had suggested. "I can tell you this then, that if she ever comes here, I shall take care to be away. I will never receive her here. You can do as you please." "That is just what I cannot do. If I could do as I pleased, I would put a stop to it at once. It seems to me that you want to encourage him. A child about 16 years of age! I am told she is 19. What does it matter if she is 59? Think of what her bringing up has been. Think what it would be to have all the Crawleys in our house for ever, and all their debts, and all their disgrace." "I do not know that they have ever been disgraced." "You'll see. The whole county has heard of the affair of this £20. Look at that dear girl upstairs, who has been such a comfort to us. Do you think it would be fit that she and her husband should meet such a one as Grace Crawley at our table?" "I don't think it would do them a bit of harm," said Mrs. Grantly. "But there would be no chance of that, seeing that Griselda's husband never comes to us." "He was here the year before last, and I never was so tired of a man in all my life." "Then you prefer the Crawleys, I suppose. This is what you get from Eleanor's teaching." Eleanor was the dean's wife, and Mrs. Grantly's younger sister. "It has always been a sorrow to me that I ever brought Arabin into the diocese." "I never asked you to bring him, Archdeacon, but nobody was so glad as you when he proposed to Eleanor." "Well, the long and the short of it is this. I shall tell Henry to-night that if he makes a fool of himself with this girl, he must not look to me any longer for an income. He has about 600 a year of his own, and if he chooses to throw himself away, he had better go and live in the south of France, or in Canada, or where he pleases. He shan't come here." "I hope he won't marry the girl with all my heart," said Mrs. Grantly. "He had better not. By heavens, he had better not." "But if he does, you'll be the first to forgive him." On hearing this, the Archdeacon slammed the door and retired to his washing apparatus. At the present moment he was very angry with his wife, but then he was so accustomed to such anger, and was so well aware that it in truth meant nothing, that it did not make him unhappy. The Archdeacon and Mrs. Grantly had now been man and wife for more than a quarter of a century, and had never in truth quarrelled. He had the most profound respect for her judgment, and the most implicit reliance on her conduct. She had never yet offended him, or caused him to repent the hour in which he had made her Mrs. Grantly. But she had come to understand that she might use a woman's privilege with her tongue, and she used it, not altogether to his comfort. On the present occasion he was the more annoyed because he felt that she might be right. "It would be a positive disgrace, and I never would see him again," he said to himself. And yet as he said it, he knew that he would not have the strength of character to carry him through a prolonged argument with his son. "I would never see her, never, never," he said to himself. and then such an opening as he might have at his sister's house. Major Grantly had been a successful man in life, with the one exception of having lost the mother of his child within a 12-month of his marriage, and within a few hours of that child's birth. He had served in India as a very young man, and had been decorated with the Victoria Cross. Then he had married a lady with some money, and had left the active service of the army, with the concurring advice of his own family and that of his wife. He had taken a small place in his father's county, but the wife for whose comfort he had taken it had died before she was permitted to see it. Nevertheless, he had gone to reside there, hunting a good deal and farming a little, making himself popular in the district, and keeping up the good name of Grantly in a successful way, till, alas, it had seemed good to him to throw those favoured eyes on poor Grace Crawley. His wife had now been dead just 2 years, and as he was still under 30, no one could deny it would be right that he should marry again. No one did deny it. His father had hinted that he ought to do so, and had generously whispered that, if some little increase to the Major's present income was needed, he might possibly be able to do something. "What is the good of keeping it?" the Archdeacon had said in liberal after-dinner warmth. "I only want it for your brother and yourself." The brother was a clergyman. And the Major's mother had strongly advised him to marry again without loss of time. "My dear Henry," she had said, "you'll never be younger, and youth does go for something. As for dear little Edith, being a girl, she is almost no impediment. Do you know those 2 girls at Chaldicotes?" "What, Mrs. Thorne's nieces?" "No, they are not her nieces, but her cousins. Emily Dunstable is very handsome, and as for money—" "But what about birth, mother? One can't have everything, my dear." "As far as I am concerned, I should like to have everything or nothing," the Major had said, laughing. Now for him to think of Grace Crawley after that, of Grace Crawley who had no money and no particular birth, and not even beauty itself, so at least Mrs. Grantly said, who had not even enjoyed the ordinary education of a lady, was too bad. Nothing had been wanting to Emily Dunstable's education, and it was calculated that she would have at least £20,000 on the day of her marriage. The disappointment to the mother would have been the more sore because she had gone to work upon her little scheme with reference to Miss Emily Dunstable, and had at first, as she thought, seen her way to success in spite of the disparaging words which her son had spoken to her. Mrs. Thorne's house at Chaldicotes, or Dr. Thorne's house as it should perhaps be more properly called, for Dr. Thorne was the husband of Mrs. Thorne, was in these days the pleasantest house in Barsetshire. No one saw so much company as the Thornes, or spent so much money in so pleasant a way. The great county families, the Pallisers and the De Courcys, the Luftons and the Greshams, were no doubt grander, and some of them were perhaps richer than the Chaldicote Thornes, as they were called, to distinguish them from the Thornes of Ullathorne. But none of these people were so pleasant in their ways, so free in their hospitality, or so easy in their modes of life, as the doctor and his wife. When first Chaldicotes, a very old country seat, had by the chances of war fallen into their hands and been newly furnished, and newly decorated, and newly gardened, and newly greenhoused and hot watered by them, many of the county people had turned up their noses at them. Dear old Lady Lufton had done so, and had been greatly grieved, saying nothing, however, of her grief when her son and daughter-in-law had broken away from her and submitted themselves to the blandishments of the doctor's wife. And the Grantlys had stood aloof, partly influenced, no doubt, by their dear and intimate old friend Miss Monica Thorne of Ullathorne, a lady of the very old school, who, though good as gold and kind as charity, could not endure that the interloping Mrs. Thorne, who never had a grandfather, should come to honour and glory in the county, simply because of her riches. Miss Monica Thorne stood out, but Mrs. Grantly gave way, and having once given way, found that Dr. Thorne and Mrs. Thorne and Emily Dunstable and Chaldicote House together were very charming. And the Major had been once there with her, and had made himself very pleasant, and there had certainly been some little passage of incipient love between him and Miss Dunstable, as to which Mrs. Thorne, who managed everything, seemed to be well pleased. This had been after the first mention made by Mrs. Grantly to her son of Emily Dunstable's name, but before she had heard any faintest whispers of his fancy for Grace Crawley, and she had therefore been justified in hoping, almost in expecting, that Emily Dunstable would be her daughter-in-law, and was therefore the more aggrieved when this terrible Crawley peril first opened itself before her eyes. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of the last Chronicle of Barset by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Steve Gough. Chapter 3. The Archdeacon's Threat. The dinner party at the rectory comprised none but the Grantly family. The Marchioness had written to say that she preferred to have it so. The father had suggested that the Thornes of Ullathorne, very old friends, might be asked, and the Greshams from Boxall Hill, and had even promised to endeavour to get old Lady Lufton over to the rectory, Lady Lufton having in former years been Griselda's warm friend. But Lady Hartletop had preferred to see her dear father and mother in privacy. Her brother Henry she would be glad to meet, and hoped to make some arrangement with him for a short visit to Hartlebury, her husband's place in Shropshire, as to which latter hint it may, however, be at once said that nothing further was spoken after the Crawley alliance had been suggested. And there had been a very sore point mooted by the daughter in a request made by her to her father that she might not be called upon to meet her grandfather, her mother's father, Mr. Harding, a clergyman of Barchester, who was now stricken in years. "Papa would not have come," said Mrs. Grantly, "but I do think—" Then she stopped herself. "Your father has odd ways sometimes, my dear. You know how fond I am of having him here myself." "It does not signify," said Mrs. Grantly. "Do not let us say anything more about it. Of course we cannot have everything. I am told the child does her duty in her sphere of life, and I suppose we ought to be contented." Then Mrs. Grantly went up to her own room, and there she cried. Nothing was said to the Major on the unpleasant subject of the Crawleys before dinner. He met his sister in the drawing-room, and was allowed to kiss her noble cheek. "I hope Edith is well, Henry," said the sister. "Quite well. And little Dumbello is the same, I hope?" "Thank you, yes, quite well." Then there seemed to be nothing more to be said between the two. The Major never made inquiries after the august family, or would allow it to appear that he was conscious of being shone upon by the wife of a marquis. Any adulation which Griselda received of that kind came from her father, and therefore unconsciously she had learned to think that her father was better bred than the other members of her family, and more fitted by nature to move in that sacred circle to which she herself had been exalted. We need not dwell upon the dinner, which was but a dull affair. Mrs. Grantly strove to carry on the family party exactly as it would have been carried on had her daughter married the son of some neighbouring squire, but she herself was conscious of the struggle, and the fact of there being a struggle produced failure. The rector's servants treated the daughter of the house with special awe, and the Marchioness herself moved and spoke and ate and drank with a cold magnificence which I think had become a second nature with her, but which was not on that account the less oppressive. Even the Archdeacon, who enjoyed something of that which was so disagreeable to his wife, felt a relief when he was left alone after dinner with his son. He felt relieved as his son got up to open the door for his mother and sister, but was aware at the same time that he had before him a most difficult and possibly a most disastrous task. His dear son Henry was not a man to be talked smoothly out of or into any propriety. He had a will of his own, and having hitherto been a successful man, who in youth had fallen into few youthful troubles, who had never justified his father in using stern parental authority, was not now inclined to bend his neck. "Henry," said the Archdeacon, "what are you drinking? That's 34 port, but it's not just what it should be. Shall I send for another bottle?" "It will do for me, sir. I shall only take a glass." I shall drink 2 or 3 glasses of claret, but you young fellows have become so desperately temperate. We take our wine at dinner, sir. By the by, how well Griselda is looking." "Yes, she is. It's always easy for women to look well when they're rich." How would Grace Crawley look, then, who was poor as poverty itself, and who should remain poor if his son was fool enough to marry her? That was the train of thought which ran through the archdeacon's mind. "I do not think much of riches," said he, "but it is always well that a gentleman's wife or a gentleman's daughter should have a sufficiency to maintain her position in life." "You may say the same, sir, of everybody's wife and everybody's daughter." "You know what I mean, Henry." "I am not quite sure that I do, sir." "Perhaps I had better speak out at once. A rumour has reached your mother and me, which we don't believe for a moment, but which nevertheless makes us unhappy even as a report. They say that there is a young woman living in Silverbridge to whom you are becoming attached." "Is there any reason why I should not become attached to a young woman in Silverbridge? Though I hope any young woman to whom I may become attached will be worthy at any rate of being called a young lady." "I hope so, Henry. I hope so. I do hope so." "So much will I promise, sir. But I will promise nothing more." The archdeacon looked across into his son's face, and his heart sank within him. His son's voice and his son's eyes seemed to tell him 2 things. They seemed to tell him, firstly, that the rumour about Grace Crawley was true, and secondly, that the major was resolved not to be talked out of his folly. "But you are not engaged to any one, are you?" said the archdeacon. The son did not at first make any answer, and then the father repeated the question. "Considering our mutual positions, Henry, I think you ought to tell me if you are engaged." "I am not engaged. Had I become so, I should have taken the first opportunity of telling either you or my mother." "Thank God. Now, my dear boy, I can speak out more plainly. The young woman whose name I have heard is daughter to that Mr. Crawley who is perpetual curate at Hogglestock. I knew that there could be nothing in it. But there is something in it, sir." "What is there in it? Do not keep me in suspense, Henry. What is it you mean?" "It is rather hard to be cross-questioned in this way on such a subject. When you express yourself as thankful that there is nothing in the rumour, I am forced to stop you, as otherwise it is possible that hereafter you may say that I have deceived you." "But you don't mean to marry her?" "I certainly do not mean to pledge myself not to do so." "Do you mean to tell me, Henry, that you are in love with Miss Crawley?" Then there was another pause, during which the archdeacon sat looking for an answer, but the major said never a word. "Am I to suppose that you intend to lower yourself by marrying a young woman who cannot possibly have enjoyed any of the advantages of a lady's education? I say nothing of the imprudence of the thing, nothing of her own want of fortune, nothing of your having to maintain a whole family steeped in poverty, nothing of the debts and the character of the father, upon whom I understand at this moment there rests a very grave suspicion of what I'm afraid I must call downright theft." "Downright theft, certainly, if he were guilty." "I say nothing of all that, but looking at the young woman herself, she is simply the best educated girl whom it has ever been my lot to meet. Henry, I have a right to expect that you will be honest with me." "I am honest with you." "Do you mean to ask this girl to marry you?" "I do not think that you have any right to ask me that question, sir." "I have a right at any rate to tell you this, that if you so far disgrace yourself and me, I shall consider myself bound to withdraw from you all the sanction which would be conveyed by my continued assistance." "Do you intend me to understand that you will stop my income?" "Certainly I should." "Then, sir, I think you would behave to me most cruelly. You advised me to give up my profession." "Not in order that you might marry Grace Crawley. I claim the privilege of a man of my age to do as I please in such a matter as marriage. Miss Crawley is a lady. Her father is a clergyman, as is mine. Her father's oldest friend is my uncle. There is nothing on earth against her except her poverty. I do not think I ever heard of such cruelty on a father's part. Very well, Henry. I have endeavoured to do my duty by you, sir, always, and by my mother. You can treat me in this way, if you please, but it will not have any effect on my conduct. You can stop my allowance to-morrow, if you like. I had not as yet made up my mind to make an offer to Miss Crawley, but I shall now do so to-morrow morning. This was very bad indeed, and the Archdeacon was extremely unhappy. He was by no means at heart a cruel man. He loved his children dearly. If this disagreeable marriage were to take place, he would doubtless do exactly as his wife had predicted. He would not stop his son's income for a single quarter, and though he went on telling himself that he would stop it, he knew in his own heart that any such severity was beyond his power. He was a generous man in money matters, having a dislike for poverty which was not generous, and for his own sake could not have endured to see a son of his in want. But he was terribly anxious to exercise the power which the use of the threat might give him. "Henry," he said, "you are treating me badly, very badly. My anxiety has always been for the welfare of my children. Do you think that Miss Crawley would be a fitting sister-in-law for that dear girl upstairs?" "Certainly I do, or for any other dear girl in the world, excepting that Griselda, who is not clever, would hardly be able to appreciate Miss Crawley, who is clever." "Griselda not clever? Good heavens!" Then there was another pause, and as the Major said nothing, the father continued his entreaties. Pray think of what my wishes are, and your mother's. You are not committed as yet. Pray think of us while there is time. I would rather double your income if I saw you marry any one that we could name here. I have enough as it is, if I may only be allowed to know that it will not be capriciously withdrawn. The Archdeacon filled his glass unconsciously and sipped his wine, while he thought what further he might say. Perhaps it might be better that he should say nothing further at the present moment. The Major, however, was indiscreet and pushed the question. "May I understand, sir, that your threat is withdrawn, and that my income is secure?" "What, if you marry this girl?" "Yes, sir. Will my income be continued to me if I marry Miss Crawley?" "No, it will not." Then the father got up hastily, pushed the decanter back angrily from his hand, and without saying another word walked away into the drawing-room. That evening at the rectory was very gloomy. The Archdeacon now and again said a word or two to his daughter, and his daughter answered him in monosyllables. The Major sat apart moodily and spoke to no one. Mrs. Grantly, understanding well what had passed, knew that nothing could be done at the present moment to restore family comfort, so she sat by the fire and knitted. Exactly at 10 they all went to bed. "Dear Henry," said the mother to her son the next morning, "think much of yourself, and of your child, and of us, before you take any great step in life." "I will, mother," said he. Then he went out and put on his wrapper, and got into his dog-cart, and drove himself off to Silverbridge. He had not spoken to his father since they were in the dining-room on the previous evening. When he started, the Marchioness had not yet come downstairs. But at 11 she breakfasted, and at 12 she also was taken away. Poor Mrs. Grantly had not had much comfort from her children's visits. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of the last Chronicle of Barset by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Steve Gough. Chapter 4. The Clergyman's House at Hogglestock. Mrs. Crawley had walked from Hogglestock to Silverbridge on the occasion of her visit to Mr. Walker the attorney, and had been kindly sent back by that gentleman in his wife's little open carriage. The tidings she brought home with her to her husband were very grievous. The magistrates would sit on the next Thursday, it was then Friday, and Mr. Crawley had better appear before them to answer the charge made by Mr. Soames. He would be served with a summons, which he could obey of his own accord. There had been many points very closely discussed between Walker and Mrs. Crawley, as to which there had been great difficulty in the choice of words which should be tender enough in regard to the feelings of the poor lady, and yet strong enough to convey to her the very facts as they stood. Would Mr. Crawley come, or must a policeman be sent to fetch him? The magistrates had already issued a warrant for his apprehension. Such in truth was the fact, but they had agreed with Mr. Walker that as there was no reasonable ground for anticipating any attempt at escape on the part of the reverend gentleman, the lawyer might use what gentle means he could for ensuring the clergyman's attendance. Could Mrs. Crawley undertake to say that he would appear? Mrs. Crawley did undertake either that her husband should appear on the Thursday, or else that she would send over in the early part of the week and declare her inability to ensure his appearance. In that case it was understood the policeman must come. Then Mr. Walker had suggested that Mr. Crawley had better employ a lawyer. Upon this Mrs. Crawley had looked beseechingly up into Mr. Walker's face, and had asked him to undertake the duty. He was of course obliged to explain that he was already employed on the other side. Mr. Soames had secured his services, and though he was willing to do all in his power to mitigate the sufferings of the family, he could not abandon the duty he had undertaken. He named another attorney, however, and then sent the poor woman home in his wife's carriage. "I fear that unfortunate man is guilty. I fear he is," Mr. Walker had said to his wife within 10 minutes of the departure of the visitor. Mrs. Crawley would not allow herself to be driven up to the garden gate before her own house, but had left the carriage some 300 yards off down the road, and from thence she walked home. It was now quite dark. It was nearly 6 in the evening on a wet December night, and although cloaks and shawls had been supplied to her, she was wet and cold when she reached her home. But at such a moment, anxious as she was to prevent the additional evil which would come to them all from illness to herself, she could not pass through to her room till she had spoken to her husband. He was sitting in the one sitting room on the left side of the passage, as the house was entered, and with him was their daughter Jane, a girl now nearly 16 years of age. There was no light in the room, and hardly more than a spark of fire showed itself in the grate. The father was sitting on one side of the hearth in an old arm-chair, and there he had sat for the last hour without speaking. His daughter had been in and out of the room, and had endeavoured to gain his attention now and again by a word, but he had never answered her, and had not even noticed her presence. At the moment when Mrs. Crawley's step was heard upon the gravel which led to the door, Jane was kneeling before the fire with a hand upon her father's arm. She had tried to get her hand into his, but he had either been unaware of the attempt or had rejected it. "Here is mamma at last," said Jane, rising to her feet as her mother entered the house. "Are you all in the dark?" said Mrs. Crawley, striving to speak in a voice that should not be sorrowful. "Yes, mamma, we are in the dark. Papa is here. Oh, mamma, how wet you are!" "Yes, dear, it is raining. Get a light out of the kitchen, Jane, and I will go upstairs in 2 minutes." Then, when Jane was gone, the wife made her way in the dark over to her husband's side, and spoke a word to him. "Josiah," she said, "will you not speak to me?" "What should I speak about? Where have you been?" "I have been to Silverbridge. I have been to Mr. Walker. He, at any rate, is very kind." "I don't want his kindness. I want no man's kindness. Mr. Walker is the attorney, I believe. Kind indeed." "I mean considerate, Josiah. Let us do the best we can in this trouble. We have had others as heavy before." "But none to crush me as this will crush me. Well, what am I to do? Am I to go to prison to-night?" At this moment his daughter returned with the candle, and the mother could not make her answer at once. It was a wretched, poverty-stricken room. By degrees the carpet had disappeared, which had been laid down some 9 or 10 years since, when they had first come to Hogglestock, and which even then had not been new. Now nothing but a poor fragment of it remained in front of the fireplace. In the middle of the room there was a table, which had once been large, but one flap of it was gone altogether, and the other flap sloped grievously towards the floor, the weakness of old age having fallen into its legs. There were 2 or 3 smaller tables about, but they stood propped against walls, thence obtaining a security which their own strength would not give them. At the further end of the room there was an ancient piece of furniture which was always called Papa's secretary, at which Mr. Crawley customarily sat and wrote his sermons, and did all work that was done by him within his house. The man who made it, some time in the last century, had intended it to be a locked guardian for domestic documents, and the receptacle for all that was most private in the house of some paterfamilias. But beneath the hands of Mr. Crawley it always stood open, and with the exception of the small space at which he wrote, was covered with dog-eared books, from nearly all of which the covers had disappeared. There were 2 odd volumes of Euripides, a Greek Testament, an Odyssey, a 12mo Pindar, and a miniature Anacreon. There was half a Horace, the 2 first books of the Odes at the beginning, and the De Arte Poetica at the end having disappeared. There was a little bit of a volume of Cicero, and there were Caesar's commentaries in 2 volumes, so stoutly bound that they had defied the combined ill usage of time and the Crawley family. All these were piled upon the secretary, with many others, odd volumes of sermons and the like, but the Greek and Latin lay at the top, and showed signs of most frequent use. There was 1 arm-chair in the room, a Windsor chair, as such used to be called, made soft by an old cushion in the back, in which Mr. Crawley sat, when both he and his wife were in the room, and Mrs. Crawley, when he was absent. There was an old horsehair sofa, now almost denuded of its horsehair, but that, like the tables, required the assistance of a friendly wall. Then there was half a dozen of other chairs, all of different sorts, and they completed the furniture of the room. It was not such a room as one would wish to see inhabited by a beneficed clergyman of the Church of England, but they who know what money will do and what it will not, will understand how easily a man with a family and with £130 a year may be brought to the need of inhabiting such a chamber, when it is remembered that £3 of meat a day, at 9d. a pound, will cost over £40 a year. There need be no difficulty in understanding that it may be so. Bread for such a family must cost at least £25. Clothes for 5 persons, of whom one must at any rate wear the raiment of a gentleman, can hardly be found for less than £10 a year a head. Then there remains £15 for tea, sugar, beer, wages, education, amusements, and the like. In such circumstances a gentleman can hardly pay much for the renewal of his furniture. Mrs. Crawley could not answer her husband's question before her daughter, and was therefore obliged to make another excuse for again sending her out of the room. "Jane, dear," she said, "bring my things down to the kitchen, and I will change them by the fire. I will be there in 2 minutes, when I have had a word with your papa." The girl went immediately, and then Mrs. Crawley answered her husband's question. "No, my dear, there is no question of your going to prison." "But there will be." "I have undertaken that you shall attend before the magistrates at Silverbridge on Thursday next at 12 o'clock. You will do that." "Do it? You mean, I suppose, to say that I must go there. Is anybody to come and fetch me?" "Nobody will come. Only you must promise that you will be there. I have promised for you. You will go, will you not?" She stood leaning over him, half embracing him, waiting for an answer, but for a while he gave none. "You will tell me that you will do what I have undertaken for you, Josiah?" "I think I would rather that they fetched me. I think that I will not go myself." "And have policemen come for you into the parish?" "Mr. Walker has promised that he will send over his phaeton. He sent me home in it to-day." "I want nobody's phaeton. If I go I will walk. If it were 10 times the distance, and though I had not a shoe left to my feet, I would walk. If I go there at all of my own accord, I will walk there." "But you will go?" "What do I care for the parish?" What matters it who sees me now? I cannot be degraded worse than I am. Everybody knows it." "There is no disgrace without guilt," said his wife. "Everybody thinks me guilty. I see it in their eyes. The children know of it, and I hear their whispers in the school. Mr. Crawley has taken some money. I heard the girl say it myself." "What matters what the girl says?" "And yet you would have me go in a fine carriage to Silverbridge, as though to a wedding. If I am wanted there, let them take me as they would another. I shall be here for them, unless I am dead." At this moment Jane reappeared, pressing her mother to take off her wet clothes, and Mrs. Crawley went with her daughter to the kitchen. The one red-armed young girl, who was their only servant, was sent away, and then the mother and child discussed how best they might prevail with the head of the family. "But, mamma, it must come right, must it not?" "I trust it will. I think it will. But I cannot see my way as yet. Papa cannot have done anything wrong." "No, my dear, he has done nothing wrong. He has made great mistakes, and it is hard to make people understand that he has not intentionally spoken untruths. He is ever thinking of other things, about the school and his sermons, and he does not remember. And about how poor we are, mamma. He has much to occupy his mind, and he forgets things which dwell in the memory with other people. He said that he had got his money from Mr. Soames, and of course he thought it was so." "And where did he get it, mamma?" "Ah, I wish I knew. I should have said that I had seen every shilling that came into the house, but I know nothing of this cheque, whence it came. But will not papa tell you? He would tell me if he knew. He thinks it came from the Dean." "And are you sure it did not?" "Yes, quite sure. As sure as I can be of anything. The Dean told me he would give him £50, and the £50 came. I had them in my own hands, and he has written to say that it was so." "But couldn't this be part of the £50? "No, dear, no." "Then where did papa get it? Perhaps he picked it up and has forgotten." To this Mrs. Crawley made no reply. The idea that the cheque had been found by her husband, had been picked up as Jane had said, had occurred also to Jane's mother. Mr. Soames was confident that he had dropped the pocket book at the parsonage. Mrs. Crawley had always disliked Mr. Soames, thinking him to be hard, cruel, and vulgar. She would not have hesitated to believe him guilty of a falsehood, or even of direct dishonesty, if by so believing she could in her own mind have found the means of reconciling her husband's possession of the cheque with absolute truth on his part. But she could not do so. Even though Soames had, with devilish premeditated malice, slipped the cheque into her husband's pocket, his having done so would not account for her husband's having used the cheque when he found it there. She was driven to make excuses for him which, valid as they might be with herself, could not be valid with others. He had said that Mr. Soames had paid the cheque to him. That was clearly a mistake. He had said that the cheque had been given to him by the Dean. That was clearly another mistake. She knew, or thought she knew, that he, being such as he was, might make such blunders as these, and yet be true. She believed that such statements might be blunders and not falsehoods. So convinced was she that her husband's mind would not act at all times as do the minds of other men. But having such a conviction, she was driven to believe also that almost anything might be possible. Soames might have been right, or he might have dropped not the book but the cheque. She had no difficulty in presuming Soames to be wrong in any detail, if by so supposing she could make the exculpation of her husband easier to herself. If villainy on the part of Soames was needful to her theory, Soames would become to her a villain at once, of the blackest dye. Might it not be possible that the cheque having thus fallen into her husband's hands, he had come, after a while, to think that it had been sent to him by his friend the Dean? And if it were so, would it be possible to make others so believe? That there was some mistake, which would be easily explained, were her husband's mind lucid at all points, but which she could not explain because of the darkness of his mind, she was thoroughly convinced. But were she herself to put forward such a defence on her husband's part, she would in doing so be driven to say that he was a lunatic, that he was incapable of managing the affairs of himself or his family. It seemed to her that she would be compelled to have him proved to be either a thief or a madman, and yet she knew he was neither. That he was not a thief was as clear to her as the sun at noonday. Could she have lain on the man's bosom for 20 years and not yet have learned the secrets of the heart beneath? The whole mind of the man was, as she told herself, within her grasp. He might have taken the £20. He might have taken it and spent it, though it was not his own, but yet he was no thief. Nor was he a madman. No man more sane in preaching the gospel of his Lord, in making intelligible to the ignorant the promises of his Saviour, ever got into a parish pulpit or taught in a parish school. The intellect of the man was as clear as running water in all things not appertaining to his daily life and its difficulties. He could be logical with a vengeance, so logical as to cause infinite trouble to his wife, who, with all her good sense, was not logical. And he had Greek at his fingers' ends, as his daughter knew very well. And even to this day he would sometimes recite to them English poetry, lines after lines, stanzas upon stanzas, in a sweet, low, melancholy voice, on long winter evenings, when occasionally the burden of his troubles would be lighter to him than was usual. Books in Latin and in French he read with as much ease as in English, and took delight in such as came to him, when he would condescend to accept such loans from the deanery. And there was at times a lightness of heart about the man. In the course of the last winter he had translated into Greek irregular verse the very noble ballad of Lord Bateman, maintaining the rhythm and the rhyme, and had repeated it with uncouth glee till his daughter knew it all by heart. And when there had come to him a £5 note from some admiring magazine editor as the price of the same, still through the dean's hands, he had brightened up his heart, and had thought for an hour or two that even yet the world would smile upon him. His wife knew well that he was not mad, but yet she knew that there were dark moments with him, in which his mind was so much astray that he could not justly be called to account as to what he might remember and what he might forget. How would it be possible to explain all this to a judge and jury, so that they might neither say he was dishonest, nor yet that he was mad? "Perhaps he picked it up and had forgotten," her daughter said to her. Perhaps it was so, but she might not as yet admit as much, even to her child. It is a mystery, dear, as yet, which with God's aid will be unravelled. Of one thing we at least may be sure, that your papa has not wilfully done anything wrong. Of course we are sure of that, mamma. Mrs. Crawley had many troubles during the next 4 or 5 days, of which the worst perhaps had reference to the services of the Sunday, which intervened between the day of her visit to Silverbridge and the sitting of the magistrates. On the Saturday it was necessary that he should prepare his sermons, of which he preached 2 on every Sunday, though his congregation consisted only of farmers, brickmakers, and agricultural labourers, who would willingly have dispensed with the second. Mrs. Crawley proposed to send over to Mr. Robarts, a neighbouring clergyman, for the loan of a curate. Mr. Robarts was a warm friend to the Crawleys, and in such an emergency would probably have come himself, but Mr. Crawley would not hear of it. The discussion took place early on the Saturday morning, before it was as yet daylight, for the poor woman was thinking day and night of her husband's troubles. And it had this good effect, that immediately after breakfast he seated himself at his desk and worked at his task as though he had forgotten all else in the world. And on the Sunday morning he went into his school before the hour of the church service, as had been his wont, and taught there as though everything with him was as usual. Some of the children were absent, having heard of their teacher's tribulation, and having been told probably that he would remit his work, and for these absent ones he sent in great anger. The poor bairns came creeping in, for he was a man who by his manners had been able to secure their obedience in spite of his poverty. And he preached to the people of his parish on that Sunday, as he had always preached, eagerly, clearly, with an eloquence fitted for the hearts of such an audience. No one would have guessed from his tones and gestures and appearance on that occasion that there was aught wrong with him, unless there had been there some observer keen enough to perceive that the greater care which he used, and the special eagerness of his words, denoted a special frame of mind. After that, after those church services were over, he sank again, and never roused himself till the dreaded day had come. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of the last Chronicle of Barset by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Steve Gough. Chapter 5. What the world thought about it. Opinion in Silverbridge, at Barchester, and throughout the county, was very much divided as to the guilt or innocence of Mr. Crawley. Up to the time of Mrs. Crawley's visit to Silverbridge, the affair had not been much discussed. To give Mr. Soames his due, he had been by no means anxious to press the matter against the clergyman, but he had been forced to go on with it. While the first cheque was missing, Lord Lufton had sent him a second cheque for the money, and the loss had thus fallen upon his lordship. The cheque had, of course, been traced, and the inquiry had, of course, been made as to Mr. Crawley's possession of it. When that gentleman declared that he had received it from Mr. Soames had been forced to contradict and to resent such an assertion. When Mr. Crawley had afterwards said that the money had come to him from the Dean, and when the Dean had shown that this also was untrue, Mr. Soames, confident as he was that he had dropped the pocket book at Mr. Crawley's house, could not but continue the investigation. He had done so with as much silence as the nature of the work admitted. But by the day of the magistrates' meeting at Silverbridge, the subject had become common through the county, and men's minds were very much divided. All Hogglestock believed their parson to be innocent, but then all Hogglestock believed him to be mad. At Silverbridge, the tradesmen with whom he had dealt, and to whom he had owed, and still owed money, all declared him to be innocent. They knew something of the man personally, and could not believe him to be a thief. All the ladies in Silverbridge, too, were sure of his innocence. It was to them impossible that such a man should have stolen £20. "My dear," said the eldest Miss Prettyman to poor Grace Crawley, "in England, where the laws are good, no gentleman is ever made out to be guilty when he is innocent, and your papa, of course, is innocent. Therefore you should not trouble yourself." "It will break papa's heart," Grace had said, and she did trouble herself. But the gentlemen in Silverbridge were made of sterner stuff, and believed the man to be guilty, clergyman and gentleman though he was. Mr. Walker, who among the lights in Silverbridge was the leading light, would not speak a word upon the subject to anybody, and then everybody who was anybody knew that Mr. Walker was convinced of the man's guilt. Had Mr. Walker believed him to be innocent, his tongue would have been ready enough. John Walker, who was in the habit of laughing at his father's good nature, had no doubt upon the subject. Mr. Winthrop, Mr. Walker's partner, shook his head. People did not think much of Mr. Winthrop, excepting certain unmarried ladies, for Mr. Winthrop was a bachelor and had plenty of money. People did not think much of Mr. Winthrop, but still on this subject he might know something, and when he shook his head he manifestly intended to indicate guilt. And Dr. Tempest, the rector of Silverbridge, did not hesitate to declare his belief in the guilt of the incumbent of Hogglestock. No man reverences a clergyman as a clergyman so slightly as a brother clergyman. To Dr. Tempest it appeared to be neither very strange nor very terrible that Mr. Crawley should have stolen £20. "What is a man to do," he said, "when he sees his children starving? He should not have married on such a preferment as that." Mr. Crawley had married, however, long before he had got the living of Hogglestock. There were two Lady Luftons, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, who at this time were living together at Framley Hall, Lord Lufton's seat in the county of Barset, and they were both thoroughly convinced of Mr. Crawley's innocence. The elder lady had lived much among clergymen, and could hardly, I think, by any means have been brought to believe in the guilt of any man who had taken upon himself the orders of the Church of England. She had also known Mr. Crawley personally for some years, and was one of those who could not admit to herself that anyone was vile who had been near to herself. She believed intensely in the wickedness of the outside world, of the world which was far away from herself, and of which she never saw anything, but they who were near to her, and who had even become dear to her, or had even been respected by her, were made, as it were, saints in her imagination. They were brought into the inner circle, and could hardly be expelled. She was an old woman, who had thought all evil of those she did not know, and all good of those whom she did know. And as she did know Mr. Crawley, she was quite sure he had not stolen Mr. Soames's £20. She did know Mr. Soames also, and thus there was a mystery for the unravelling of which she was very anxious. And the young Lady Lufton was equally sure, and perhaps with better reason for such certainty. She had, in truth, known more of Mr. Crawley personally than had any one in the county, unless it was the Dean. The younger Lady Lufton, the present Lord Lufton's wife, had sojourned at one time in Mr. Crawley's house amidst the Crawley poverty, lived as they lived, and nursing Mrs. Crawley through an illness which had well nigh been fatal to her. And the younger Lady Lufton believed in Mr. Crawley, as Mr. Crawley also believed in her. "It is quite impossible, my dear," the old woman said to her daughter-in-law. "Quite impossible, my lady." The dowager was always called my lady, both by her own daughter and by her son's wife, except in the presence of their children, when she was addressed as grandmamma. "Think how well I knew him. It's no use talking of evidence. No evidence would make me believe it." "Nor me. I think it is a great shame that such a report should be spread about." "I suppose Mr. Soames could not help himself," said the younger lady, who was not herself very fond of Mr. Soames. "Ludovic says that he has only done what he was obliged to do." The Ludovic spoken of was Lord Lufton. This took place in the morning, but in the evening the affair was again discussed at Framley Hall. Indeed, for some days there was hardly any other subject held to be worthy of discussion in the county. Mr. Robarts, the clergyman of the parish, and the brother of the younger Lady Lufton, was dining at the Hall with his wife, and the three ladies had together expressed their perfect conviction of the falseness of the accusation. But when Lord Lufton and Mr. Robarts were together after the ladies left them, there was much less of this certainty expressed. "By Jove," said Lord Lufton, "I don't know what to think of it. I wish with all my heart that Soames had said nothing about it, and that the cheque had passed without remark." "That was impossible. When the banker sent to Soames he was obliged to take the matter up." "Of course he was, but I'm sorry that it was so. For the life of me I can't conceive how the cheque got into Crawley's hands." "I imagine that it had been lying in the house, and that Crawley had come to think that it was his own." "But my dear Mark," said Lord Lufton, "excuse me if I say that that's nonsense. What do we do when a poor man has come to think that another man's property is his own? We send him to prison for making the mistake." "I hope they won't send Crawley to prison." "I hope so too, but what is a jury to do?" "You think it will go to a jury then?" "I do," said Lord Lufton. "I don't see how the magistrates can save themselves from committing him. It is one of those cases in which every one concerned would wish to drop it if it were only possible, but it is not possible. On the evidence, as one sees it at present, one is bound to say that it is a case for a jury." "I believe that he is mad," said the brother parson. "He always was, as far as I could learn," said the Lord. "I never knew him myself. You do, I think." "Oh yes, I know him." The vicar of Framley became silent and thoughtful, as the memory of a certain interview between himself and Mr. Crawley came back upon his mind. At that time the waters had nearly closed over his head, and Mr. Crawley had given him some assistance. When the gentlemen had again found the ladies, they kept their own doubts to themselves, for at Framley Hall, as at present tenanted, female voices and female influences predominated over those which came from the other sex. At Barchester, the cathedral city of the county in which the Crawleys lived, opinion was violently against Mr. Crawley. In the city, Mrs. Proudie, the wife of the bishop, was the leader of opinion in general, and she was very strong in her belief of the man's guilt. She had known much of clergymen all her life, as it behoved a bishop's wife to do, and she had none of that mingled weakness and ignorance which taught so many ladies in Barsetshire to suppose that an ordained clergyman could not become a thief. She hated old Lady Lufton with all her heart, and old Lady Lufton hated her as warmly. Mrs. Proudie would say frequently that Lady Lufton was a conceited old idiot, and Lady Lufton would declare as frequently that Mrs. Proudie was a vulgar virago. It was known at the palace in Barchester that kindness had been shown to the Crawleys by the family at Framley Hall, and this alone would have been sufficient to make Mrs. Proudie believe that Mr. Crawley could have been guilty of any crime. And as Mrs. Proudie believed, so did the bishop believe. "It is a terrible disgrace to the diocese," said the bishop, shaking his head and patting his apron as he sat by his study fire. "Fiddlestick!" said Mrs. Proudie. "But, my dear, a beneficed clergyman! You must get rid of him, that's all. You must be firm, whether he be acquitted or convicted." "But if he be acquitted, I cannot get rid of him, my dear." "Yes, you can, if you are firm. And you must be firm. Is it not true that he has been disgracefully involved in debt ever since he has been there? That you have been pestered by letters from unfortunate tradesmen who cannot get their money from him?" "That is true, my dear, certainly." "And is that kind of thing to go on? He cannot come to the palace as all clergymen should do, because he has no clothes to come in. I saw him once about the lanes, and I never set my eyes on such an object in my life. I would not believe that the man was a clergyman till John told me. He is a disgrace to the diocese, and he must be got rid of. I am sure of his guilt, and I hope he will be convicted. One is bound to hope that a guilty man should be convicted. But if he escape conviction, you must sequestrate the living because of the debts. The income is enough to get an excellent curate. It would just do for Thumble." To all of which the bishop made no further reply, but simply nodded his head and patted his apron. He knew that he could not do exactly what his wife required of him, but if it should so turn out that poor Crawley was found to be guilty, then the matter would be comparatively easy. "It should be an example to us that we should look to our own steps, my dear," said the bishop. "That's all very well," said Mrs. Proudie, "but it has become your duty, and mine too, to look to the steps of other people, and that duty we must do." "Of course, my dear, of course." That was the tone in which the question of Mr. Crawley's alleged guilt was discussed at the palace. We have already heard what was said on the subject at the house of Archdeacon Grantly. As the days passed by, and as other tidings came in, confirmatory of those which had before reached him, the archdeacon felt himself unable not to believe in the man's guilt, and the fear which he entertained as to his son's intended marriage with Grace Crawley tended to increase the strength of his belief. Dr. Grantly had been a very successful man in the world, and on all ordinary occasions had been able to show that bold front with which success endows a man. But he still had his moments of weakness, and feared greatly lest anything of misfortune should touch him and mar the comely roundness of his prosperity. He was very wealthy. The wife of his bosom had been to him all that a wife should be. His reputation in the clerical world stood very high. He had lived all his life on terms of equality with the best of the gentry around him. His only daughter had made a splendid marriage. His 2 sons had hitherto done well in the world, not only as regarding their happiness, but as to marriage also, and as to social standing. But how great would be the fall if his son should at last marry the daughter of a convicted thief! How would the Proudies rejoice over him, the Proudies who had been crushed to the ground by the success of the Hogglestock alliance! And how would the Low Church curates, who swarmed in Barsetshire, gather round and scream in delight over his dismay! "But why should we say that he is guilty?" said Mrs. Grantly. "It hardly matters, as far as we are concerned, whether they find him guilty or not," said the archdeacon. "If Henry marries that girl, my heart will be broken." But perhaps to no one except the Crawleys themselves had the matter caused so much terrible anxiety as to the archdeacon's son. He had told his father that he had made no offer of marriage to Grace Crawley, and he had told the truth. but there are perhaps few men who make such offers in direct terms without having already said and done that which makes such offers simply necessary as the final closing of an accepted bargain. It was so at any rate between Major Grantly and Miss Crawley, and Major Grantly acknowledged to himself that it was so. He acknowledged also to himself that as regarded Grace herself he had no wish to go back from his implied intentions. Nothing that either his father or mother might say would shake him in that. But could it be his duty to bind himself to the family of a convicted thief? Could it be right that he should disgrace his father and his mother and his sister and his one child by such a connection? He had a man's heart, and the poverty of the Crawleys caused him no solicitude, but he shrank from the contamination of a prison. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of the last Chronicle of Barset by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Steve Gough. Chapter 6. Grace Crawley. It has already been said that Grace Crawley was at this time living with the two Miss Prettymans, who kept a girls' school at Silverbridge. Two more benignant ladies than the Miss Prettymans never presided over such an establishment. The younger was fat and fresh and fair, and seemed to be always running over with the milk of human kindness. The other was very thin and very small, and somewhat afflicted with bad health, was weak too in the eyes, and subject to racking headaches, so that it was considered generally that she was unable to take much active part in the education of the pupils. But it was considered as generally that she did all the thinking, that she knew more than any other woman in Barsetshire, and that all the Prettyman schemes for education emanated from her mind. It was said too, by those who knew them best, that her sister's good nature was as nothing to hers, that she was the most charitable, the most loving, and the most conscientious of schoolmistresses. This was Miss Annabella Prettyman, the elder, and perhaps it may be inferred that some portion of her great character for virtue may have been due to the fact that nobody ever saw her out of her own house. She could not even go to church, because the open air brought on neuralgia. She was therefore perhaps taken to be magnificent, partly because she was unknown. Miss Anne Prettyman, the younger, went about frequently to tea parties, would go indeed to any party to which she might be invited, and was known to have a pleasant taste for pound cake and sweetmeats. Being seen so much in the outer world, she became common, and her character did not stand so high as did that of her sister. Some people were ill-natured enough to say that she wanted to marry Mr. Winthrop, but of what maiden lady that goes out into the world are not such stories told? And all such stories in Silverbridge were told with special reference to Mr. Winthrop. Miss Crawley at present lived with the Miss Prettymans, and assisted them in the school. This arrangement had been going on for the last 12 months, since the time in which Grace would have left school in the natural course of things. There had been no bargain made, and no intention that Grace should stay. She had been invited to fill the place of an absent superintendent, first for 1 month, then for another, and then for 2 more months. And when the assistant came back, the Miss Prettymans thought there were reasons why Grace should be asked to remain a little longer. But they took great care to let the fashionable world of Silverbridge know that Grace Crawley was a visitor with them, and not a teacher. "We pay her no salary, or anything of that kind," said Miss Anne Prettyman. A statement, however, which was by no means true, for during those 4 months the regular stipend had been paid to her, and twice since then Miss Annabella Prettyman, who managed all the money matters, had called Grace into her little room, and had made a little speech, and had put a little bit of paper into her hand. "I know I ought not to take it," Grace had said to her friend Anne. "If I were not here, there would be no one in my place." "Nonsense, my dear," Anne Prettyman had said. "It is the greatest comfort to us in the world, and you should make yourself nice, you know, for his sake. All the gentlemen like it." Then Grace had been very angry, and had sworn she would give the money back again. Nevertheless, I think she did make herself as nice as she knew how to, and from all this it may be seen that the Miss Prettymans had hitherto quite approved of Major Grantly's attentions. But when this terrible affair came on about the cheque which had been lost and found and traced to Mr. Crawley's hands, Miss Anne Prettyman said nothing further to Grace Crawley about Major Grantly. It was not that she thought that Mr. Crawley was guilty, but she knew enough of the world to be aware that suspicion of such guilt might compel such a man as Major Grantly to change his mind. "If he had only popped," Anne said to her sister, "it would have been all right. He would never have gone back on his word." "My dear," said Annabella, "I wish you would not talk about popping. It is a terrible word." "I shouldn't to any one except you," said Anne. There had come to Silverbridge some few months since, on a visit to Mrs. Walker, a young lady from Allington, in the neighbouring county, between whom and Grace Crawley there had grown up from circumstances a warm friendship. Grace had a cousin in London, a clerk, high up and well-to-do in a public office, a nephew of her mother's, and this cousin was, and for years had been, violently smitten in love for this young lady. But the young lady's tale had been sad, and though she acknowledged feelings of most affectionate friendship for the cousin, she could not bring herself to acknowledge more. Grace Crawley had met the young lady at Silverbridge, and words had been spoken about the cousin, and though the young lady from Allington was some years older than Grace, they had grown up to be a friendship, and, as is not uncommon between young ladies, there had been an agreement that they would correspond. The name of the lady was Miss Lily Dale, and the name of the well-to-do cousin in London was Mr. John Eames. At the present moment Miss Dale was at home with her mother at Allington, and Grace Crawley, in her terrible sorrow, wrote to her friend, pouring out her whole heart. As Grace's letter and Miss Dale's answer will assist us in our story, I will venture to give them both. Silverbridge, December 1860 . Dearest Lily, I hardly know how to tell you what has happened. It is so very terrible. But perhaps you will have heard it already, as everybody is talking of it here. It has got into the newspapers, and therefore it cannot be kept secret. Not that I should keep anything from you, only this is so very dreadful that I hardly know how to write it. Somebody says, a Mr. Soames I believe it is, that Papa has taken some money that does not belong to him, and he is to be brought before the magistrates and tried. Of course Papa has done nothing wrong. I do think he would be the last man in the world to take a penny that did not belong to him. You know how poor he is, what a life he has had. But I think he would almost sooner see mamma starving. I am sure he would rather be starved himself than even borrow a shilling which he could not pay. To suppose that he would take money. She had tried to write the word steal, but she could not bring her pen to form the letters. Is monstrous. But somehow the circumstances have been made to look bad against him, and they say he must come over here to the magistrates. I often think that of all the men in the world, Papa is the most unfortunate. Everything seems to go against him, and yet he is so good. Poor mamma has been over here, and she is distracted. I never saw her so wretched before. She had been to your friend Mr. Walker, and came to me afterwards for a minute. Mr. Walker has got something to do with it, though mamma says she thinks he is quite friendly to papa. I wonder whether you could find out, through Mr. Walker, what he thinks about it. Of course mamma knows that papa has done nothing wrong, but she says the whole thing is most mysterious, and that she does not know how to account for the money. Papa, you know, is not like other people. He forgets things, and is always thinking of his great misfortunes. Poor papa! My heart bleeds so when I remember all his sorrows, that I hate myself for thinking about myself. When mamma left me, and it was then that I first knew that papa would really have to be tried, I went to Miss Annabella, and told her that I would go home. She asked me why, and I said I would not disgrace her house by staying in it. She got up and took me in her arms, and there came a tear out of both her dear old eyes, and she said that if anything evil came to papa, which she would not believe, as she knew him to be a good man, there should be a home in her house, not only for me, but for mamma and Jane. Isn't she a wonderful woman? When I think of her, I sometimes think she must be an angel already. Then she became very serious, for just before, through her tears, she had tried to smile, and she told me to remember that all people could not be like her, who had nobody to look to but herself and her sister, and that at present I must task myself not to think of that which I had been thinking of before. She did not mention anybody's name, but of course I understood very well what she meant, and I suppose she is right. I said nothing in answer to her, for I could not speak. She was holding my hand, and I took hers up and kissed it, to show her, if I could, that I knew she was right. But I could not have spoken about it for all the world. It was not 10 days since that she herself, with all her prudence, told me that she thought I ought to make up my mind what answer I would give him, and then I did not say anything, but of course she knew. And after that Miss Anne spoke quite freely about it, so that I had to beg her to be silent even before the girls. You know how imprudent she is. But it is all over now. Of course Miss Annabella is right. He has got a great many friends to think of. His father and mother and his darling little Edith, whom he brought here twice, and left her with us once for 2 days, so that she got to know me quite well, and I took such love for her, that I could not bear to part with her. But I think sometimes that all our family are born to be unfortunate, and then I tell myself that I will never hope for anything again. Pray write to me soon. I feel as though nothing on earth could comfort me, and yet I shall like to have your letter. Dear, dear Lily, I am not even yet so wretched but what I shall rejoice to be told good news of you. If it only could be as John wishes it. And why should it not? It seems to me that nobody has a right or a reason to be unhappy except us. Goodbye, dearest Lily. Your affectionate friend, Grace Crawley. P.S. I think I have made up my mind that I will go back to Hogglestock at once, if the magistrates decide against papa. I think I should be doing the school harm if I were to stay here. The answer to this letter did not reach Miss Crawley till after the magistrates' meeting on the Thursday, but it will be better for our story that it should be given here than postponed until the result of that meeting shall have been told. Miss Dale's answer was as follows. Allington, December 1860 . Dear Grace, your letter has made me very unhappy. If it can at all comfort you to know that mamma and I sympathize with you altogether, in that you may at any rate be sure. But in such troubles nothing will give comfort. They must be borne till the fire of misfortune burns itself out. I had heard about the affair a day or two before I got your note. Our clergyman, Mr. Boyce, told us of it. Of course we all know that the charge must be altogether unfounded, and mamma says that the truth will be sure to show itself at last. But that conviction does not cure the evil, and I can well understand that your father should suffer grievously, and I pity your mother quite as much as I do him. As for Major Grantly, if he be such a man as I took him to be from the little I saw of him, all this would make no difference to him. I am sure that it ought to make none. Whether it should not make a difference in you is another question. I think it should, and I think your answer to him should be that you could not even consider any such proposition while your father was in so great trouble. I am so much older than you, and seem to have had so much experience, that I do not scruple, as you will see, to come down upon you with all the weight of my wisdom. About that other subject I had rather say nothing. I have known your cousin all my life almost, and I regard no one more kindly than I do him. When I think of my friends, he is always one of the dearest. But when one thinks of going beyond friendship, even if one tries to do so, there are so many barriers. Your affectionate friend, Lily Dale. Mamma bids me say that she would be delighted to have you here whenever it might suit you to come, and I add to this message my entreaty that you will come at once. You say that you think you ought to leave Miss Prettyman's for a while. I can well understand your feelings. But as your sister is with your mother, surely you had better come to us. I mean quite at once. I will not scruple to tell you what mamma says, because I know your good sense. She says that as the interest of the school may possibly be concerned, and as you have no regular engagement, she thinks you ought to leave Silverbridge. But she says that it will be better that you come to us than that you should go home. If you went home, people might say that you had left in some sort of disgrace. Come to us, and when all this has been put right, then you go back to Silverbridge,
and then if a certain person speaks again, you can make a different answer. Mamma quite understands that you are to come, so you only have got to ask your own mamma and come at once." This letter, as the reader will understand, did not reach Grace Crawley till after the all-important Thursday. But before that day had come round, Grace had told Miss Prettyman, had told both the Miss Prettymans, that she was resolved to leave them. She had done this without even consulting her mother, driven to it by various motives. She knew that her father's conduct was being discussed by the girls in the school, and that things were said of him which it could not but be for the disadvantage of Miss Prettyman that any one should say of a teacher in her establishment. She felt too that she could not hold up her head in Silverbridge in these days, as it would become her to do so if she retained her position. She did struggle gallantly, and succeeded much more nearly than she was herself aware. She was all but able to carry herself as though no terrible accusation was being made against her father. Of the struggle, however, she was not herself the less conscious, and she told herself that on that account also she must go. And then she must go also because of Major Grantly. Whether he was minded to come and speak to her that one other needed word, or whether he was not so minded, it would be better that she should be away from Silverbridge. If he spoke it, she could only answer him by a negative. And if he were minded not to speak it, would it not be better that she should leave herself the power of thinking that his silence had been caused by her absence, and not by his coldness or indifference? She asked, therefore, for an interview with Miss Prettyman, and was shown into the elder sister's room at 11 o'clock on the Tuesday morning. The elder Miss Prettyman never came into the school herself till 12, but was in the habit of having interviews with the young ladies, which were sometimes very awful in their nature, for the 2 previous hours. During these interviews an immense amount of business was done, and the fortunes in life of some girls were said to have been there made or marred, as when, for instance, Miss Crimpton had been advised to stay at home with her uncle in England, instead of going out with her sisters to India, both of which sisters were married within 3 months of their landing at Bombay. The way in which she gave her counsel on such occasions was very efficacious. No one knew better than Miss Prettyman that a cock can crow most effectively in his own farmyard, and therefore all crowing intended to be effective was done by her within the shrine of her own peculiar room. "Why, my dear, what is it?" she said to Grace. "Sit in the armchair, my dear, and we can then talk comfortably." The teachers, when they were closeted with Miss Prettyman, were always asked to sit in the armchair, whereas a small, straight-backed, uneasy chair was kept for the use of the young ladies. And there was, too, a stool of repentance out against the wall, very uncomfortable indeed for the young ladies who had not behaved themselves so prettily as young ladies generally do. Grace seated herself and then began her speech very quickly. "Miss Prettyman," she said, "I have made up my mind that I will go home if you please." "And why should you go home, Grace? Did I not tell you that you should have a home here?" Miss Prettyman had weak eyes, and was very small, and had never possessed any claim to be called good-looking, and she assumed nothing of magisterial awe from any adornment or studied amplification of the outward woman by means of impressive trappings. The possessor of an unobservant eye might have called her a mean-looking little old woman, and certainly there would have been nothing awful in her to any one who came across her otherwise than as a lady having authority in her own school. But within her own precincts she did know how to surround herself with a dignity which all felt who approached her there. Grace Crawley, as she heard the simple question which Miss Prettyman had asked, unconsciously acknowledged the strength of the woman's manner. She already stood rebuked for having proposed a plan so ungracious, so unnecessary, and so unwise. "I think I ought to be with mamma at present," said Grace. "Your mother has your sister with her." "Yes, Miss Prettyman, Jane is there. If there be no other reason, I cannot think that that can be held to be a reason now. Of course your mother would like to have you always, unless you should be married, but then there are reasons why this should not be so." "Of course there are." "I do not think, that is if I know all that there is to be known, I do not think, I say, that there can be any good ground for your leaving us now, just now." Then Grace sat silent for a moment, gathering her courage and collecting her words, And after that she spoke. "It is because of papa, and because of this charge. But Grace—" "I know what you are going to say, Miss Prettyman. That is, I think I know. If you will hear me, you may be sure that you know. But I want you to hear me for one moment first. I beg your pardon, Miss Prettyman. I do indeed, but I want to say this before you go on. I must go home, and I know I ought. We are all disgraced, and I won't stop here to disgrace the school. I know papa has done nothing wrong, but nevertheless we are disgraced. The police are to bring him in here on Thursday, and everybody in Silverbridge will know it. It cannot be right that I should be here teaching in the school while it is all going on, and I won't. And Miss Prettyman, I couldn't do it. Indeed I couldn't. I can't bring myself to think of anything I am doing. Indeed I can't. And then, Miss Prettyman, there are other reasons." By the time that she had proceeded thus far, Grace Crawley's words were nearly choked by her tears. "And what are the other reasons, Grace?" "I don't know," said Grace, struggling to speak through her tears. "But I know," said Miss Prettyman. "I know them all. I know all your reasons, and I tell you that in my opinion you ought to remain where you are and not go away. The very reasons which to you are reasons for your going, to me are reasons for your remaining here." "I can't remain. I am determined to go. I don't mind you and Miss Anne, but I can't bear to have the girls looking at me, and the servants." Then Miss Prettyman paused a while, thinking what words of wisdom would be most appropriate in the present conjuncture. But words of wisdom did not seem to come easily to her, having for the moment been banished by tenderness of heart. "Come here, my love," she said at last. "Come here, Grace." Slowly Grace got up from her seat and came round, and stood by Miss Prettyman's elbow. Miss Prettyman pushed her chair a little back, and pushed herself a little forward, and stretched out one hand, placing her arm round Grace's waist, and with the other took hold of Grace's hand, and thus drew her down and kissed the girl's forehead and lips. And then Grace found herself kneeling at her friend's feet. "Grace," she said, "do you not know that I love you? Do you not know that I love you dearly?" In answer to this, Grace kissed the withered hand she held in hers, while the warm tears trickled down upon Miss Prettyman's knuckles. "I love you as though you were my own," exclaimed the schoolmistress. "And will you not trust me that I know what is best for you?" "I must go home," said Grace. "Of course you shall, if you think it right at last. But let us talk of it. No one in this house, you know, has the slightest suspicion that your father has done anything that is in the least dishonourable. I know that you have not." "No, nor has Anne." Miss Prettyman said this as though no one in that house beyond herself and her sister had a right to have any opinion on any subject. "I know that," said Grace. "Well, my dear, if we think so—" "But the servants, Miss Prettyman—" "If any servant in this house says a word to offend you, I'll—" "They don't say anything, Miss Prettyman, but they look. Indeed, I'd better go home. Indeed, I had. Do not you think your mother has cares enough upon her, and burden enough, without having another mouth to feed and another head to shelter? You haven't thought of that, Grace." "Yes, I have. And as for the work, whilst you are not quite well, you shall not be troubled with teaching. I have some old papers that want copying and settling, and you shall sit here and do that, just for an employment. Anne knows that I've long wanted to have it done, and I'll tell her that you've kindly promised to do it for me." "No, no, no," said Grace. "I must go home." She was still kneeling at Miss Prettyman's knee, and still holding Miss Prettyman's hand, and then at that moment there came a tap at the door, gentle but yet not humble, a tap which acknowledged on the part of the tapper the supremacy of that room of the lady who was sitting there, but which still claimed admittance almost as right. The tap was well known by both of them to be the tap of Miss Anne. Grace immediately jumped up, and Miss Prettyman settled herself in her chair with a motion which almost seemed to indicate some feeling of shame as to her late position. "I suppose I may come in?" said Miss Anne, opening the door and inserting her head. "Yes, you may come in, if you have anything to say," said Miss Prettyman, with an air which seemed to be intended to assert her supremacy. But in truth she was simply collecting the wisdom and dignity which had been somewhat dissipated by her tenderness. "I did not know that Grace Crawley was here," said Miss Anne. "Grace Crawley is here," said Miss Prettyman. "What is the matter, Grace?" said Miss Anne, seeing the tears. "Never mind now," said Miss Prettyman. "Poor dear! I'm sure I'm sorry, as though you were my own sister," said Anne. "But, Annabella, I want to speak to you especially." "To me in private?" "Yes, to you in private, if Grace won't mind." Then Grace prepared to go, but as she was going, Miss Anne, upon whose brow a heavy burden of thought was lying, stopped her suddenly. "Grace, my dear," she said, "go upstairs into your room, will you? Not across the hall to the school." "And why shouldn't she go to the school?" said Miss Prettyman. Miss Anne paused a moment and then answered, unwillingly, as though driven to make a reply which she knew to be indiscreet. "Because there is somebody in the hall." "Go to your room, dear," said Miss Prettyman. And Grace went to her room, never turning an eye down towards the hall. "Who is it?" said Miss Prettyman. "Major Grantly is here, asking to see you," said Miss Anne. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of the last Chronicle of Barset by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Steve Gough. Chapter 7. Miss Prettyman's private room. Major Grantly, when threatened by his father with pecuniary punishment, should he demean himself by such a marriage as that he had proposed to himself, had declared that he would offer his hand to Miss Crawley on the next morning. This, however, he had not done. He had not done it partly because he did not quite believe his father's threat, and partly because he felt that that threat was almost justified for the present moment by the circumstances in which Grace Crawley's father had placed himself. Henry Grantly acknowledged, as he drove himself home on the morning after his dinner at the rectory, that in this matter of his marriage he did owe much to his family. Should he marry at all, he owed it to them to marry a lady, and Grace Crawley, so he told himself, was a lady, and he owed it to them to bring among them as his wife a woman who should not disgrace him or them by her education, manners, or even by her personal appearance. In all these respects Grace Crawley was, in his judgment, quite as good as they had a right to expect her to be, and in some respects a great deal superior to that type of womanhood with which they had been most generally conversant. "If everybody had her due, my sister isn't fit to hold a candle to her," he said to himself. It must be acknowledged, therefore, that he was really in love with Grace Crawley, and he declared to himself over and over again that his family had no right to demand that he should marry a woman with money. The archdeacon's son by no means despised money. How could he, having come forth as a bird fledged from such a nest as the rectory at Plumstead Episcopi? Before he had been brought by his better nature and true judgment to see that Grace Crawley was the greater woman of the two, he had nearly submitted himself to the £20,000 of Miss Emily Dunstable, to that and her good humour and rosy freshness combined. But he regarded himself as the well-to-do son of a very rich father. His only child was amply provided for, and he felt that, as regarded money, he had a right to do as he pleased. He felt this with double strength after his father's threat. But he had no right to make a marriage by which his family would be disgraced. Whether he was right or wrong in supposing that he would disgrace his family were he to marry the daughter of a convicted thief, it is hardly necessary to discuss here. He told himself that it would be so, telling himself also that by the stern laws of the world the son and the daughter must pay for the offence of the father and the mother. Even among the poor, who would willingly marry the child of a man who had been hanged? But he carried the argument beyond this, thinking much of the matter, and endeavouring to think of it not only justly but generously. If the accusation against Crawley were false, if the man were being injured by an unjust charge, even if he, Grantly, could make himself think that the girl's father had not stolen the money, then he would dare everything and go on. I do not know that his argument was good, or that his mind was logical in the matter. He ought to have felt that his own judgment as to the man's guilt was less likely to be correct than that of those whose duty it was, and would be, to form and to express a judgment on the matter. And as to Grace herself, she was equally innocent, whether her father were guilty or not guilty. If he were to be debarred from asking her for her hand by his feelings for her father and mother, he should hardly have trusted to his own skill in ascertaining the real truth as to the alleged theft. But he was not logical, and thus, meaning to be generous, he became unjust. He found that among those in Silverbridge whom he presumed to be best informed on such matters, there was a growing opinion that Mr. Crawley had stolen the money. He was intimate with all the Walkers, and was able to find out that Mrs. Walker knew that her husband believed in the clergyman's guilt. He was by no means alone in his willingness to accept Mr. Walker's opinion as the true opinion. Silverbridge generally was endeavouring to dress itself in Mr. Walker's glass, and to believe as Mr. Walker believed. The ladies of Silverbridge, including the Miss Prettymans, were aware that Mr. Walker had been very kind both to Mr. and Mrs. Crawley, and argued from this that Mr. Walker must think the man to be innocent. But Henry Grantly, who did not dare to ask a direct question of the solicitor, went cunningly to work, and closeted himself with Mrs. Walker. With Mrs. Walker, who knew well of the good fortune which was hovering over Grace's head, and was so nearly settling itself upon her shoulders. She would have given a finger to be able to whitewash Mr. Crawley in the Major's estimation, nor must it be supposed that she told the Major in plain words that her husband had convinced himself of the man's guilt. In plain words no question was asked between them, and in plain words no opinion was expressed. But there was the look of sorrow in the woman's eye. There was the absence of reference to her husband's assurance that the man was innocent. There was the air of settled grief which told of her own conviction. And the Major left her, convinced that Mrs. Walker believed Mr. Crawley to be guilty. Then he went to Barchester, not open-mouthed with inquiry, but rather with open ears. And it seemed to him that all men in Barchester were of one mind. There was a county club in Barchester, and at this county club 9 men out of every 10 were talking about Mr. Crawley. It was by no means necessary that a man should ask questions on the subject. Opinion was expressed so freely that no such asking was required, and opinion in Barchester, at any rate in the county club, seemed now to be all of one mind. There had been every disposition at first to believe Mr. Crawley to be innocent. He had been believed to be innocent even after he had said wrongly that the cheque had been paid to him by Mr. Soames. But he had since stated that he had received it from Dean Arabin, and that statement was also shown to be false. A man who has a cheque changed on his behalf is bound at least to show where he got the cheque. Mr. Crawley had not only failed to do this, but had given 2 false excuses. Henry Grantly, as he drove home to Silverbridge on the Sunday afternoon, summed up all the evidence in his own mind, and brought in a verdict of guilty against the father of the girl whom he loved. On the following morning he walked into Silverbridge and called at Miss Prettyman's house. As he went along his heart was warmer towards Grace than it had ever been before. He had told himself that he was now bound to abstain, for his father's sake, from doing that which he had told his father that he would certainly do. But he knew also that he had said that which, though it did not bind him to Miss Crawley, gave her a right to expect that he would so bind himself. And Miss Prettyman could not but be aware of what his intention had been, and could not but expect that he should now be explicit. Had he been a wise man altogether, he would probably have abstained from saying anything at the present moment. A wise man, that is, in the ways and feelings of the world in such matters. But as there are men who will allow themselves all imaginable latitude in their treatment of women, believing that the world will condone any amount of fault of that nature, so there are other men, and a class of men which on the whole is the more numerous of the two, who are tremblingly alive to the danger of censure on this head, and to the danger of censure not only from others but from themselves also. Major Grantly had done that which made him think it imperative upon him to do something further, and to do that something at once. Therefore he started off on the Monday morning after breakfast and walked to Silverbridge. And as he walked he built various castles in the air. Why should he not marry Grace, if she would have him, and take her away beyond the reach of her father's calamity? Why should he not throw over his own people altogether, money, position, society and all, and give himself up to love? Were he to do so, men might say that he was foolish, but no one could hint that he was dishonourable. His spirit was high enough to teach him to think that such conduct on his part would have in it something of magnificence, but yet such was not his purpose. In going to Miss Prettyman, it was his intention to apologize for not doing this magnificent thing. His mind was quite made up. Nevertheless, he built those castles in the air. It so happened that he encountered the younger Miss Prettyman in the hall. It would not at all have suited him to reveal to her the purport of his visit, or ask her either to assist his suit or to receive his apologies. Miss Anne Prettyman was too common a personage in the Silverbridge world to be fit for such employment. Miss Anne Prettyman was, indeed, herself submissive to him, and treated him with the courtesy which is due to a superior being. He therefore simply asked her whether he could be allowed to see her sister. "Surely, Major Grantly, that is, I think so. It is a little early, but I think she can receive you." "It is early, I know, but as I want to say a word or two on business." "Oh, on business. I am sure she will see you on business. She will only be too proud. If you will be kind enough to step in here for 2 minutes." Then Miss Anne, having deposited the Major in the little parlour, ran upstairs with her message to her sister. "Of course it's about Grace Crawley," she said to herself as she went. "It can't be about anything else. I wonder what it is he's going to say. If he's going to pop, and the father in all this trouble, he's the finest fellow that ever trod." Such were her thoughts as she tapped at the door and announced in the presence of Grace that there was somebody in the hall. "It's Major Grantly," whispered Anne, as soon as Grace had shut the door behind her. "So I supposed by your telling her not to go into the hall. What has he come to say?" "How on earth can I tell you that, Annabella? But I suppose he can have only one thing to say after all that has come and gone. He can only have come with one object." "He wouldn't have come to me for that. He would have asked to see herself." "But she never goes out now, and he can't see her." "Or he would have gone to them over at Hogglestock," said Miss Prettyman. "But of course he must come up now he is here. Would you mind telling him, or shall I ring the bell?" "I'll tell him. We need not make more fuss than necessary with the servants, you know. I suppose I'd better not come back with him." There was a tone of supplication in the younger sister's voice as she made the last suggestion, which ought to have melted the heart of the elder, but it was unavailing. "As he has asked to see me, I think you had better not," said Annabella. Miss Anne Prettyman bore her cross meekly, offered no argument on the subject, and returning to the little parlour where she had left the Major, brought him upstairs and ushered him into her sister's room without even entering it again herself. Major Grantly was as intimately acquainted with Miss Anne Prettyman as a man under 30 may well be with a lady nearly 50 than 40, who is not specially connected with him by any family tie. But of Miss Prettyman he knew personally very much less. Miss Prettyman, as has before been said, did not go out, and was therefore not common to the eyes of Silverbridgians. She did occasionally see her friends in her own house, and Grace Crawley's lover, as the Major had come to be called, had been there on more than one occasion. But of real personal intimacy between them there had hitherto existed none. He might have spoken perhaps a dozen words to her in his life. He now had more than a dozen to speak to her, but he hardly knew how to commence them. She had got up and curtsied, and had then taken his hand and asked him to sit down. "My sister tells me that you want to see me," she said in her softest, mildest voice. "I do, Miss Prettyman. I want to speak to you about a matter that troubles me very much indeed." "Anything that I can do, Major Grantly?" "Thank you, yes. I know that you are very good, or I should not have ventured to come to you. Indeed, I shouldn't trouble you now, of course, if it was only about myself. I know very well what a great friend you are to Miss Crawley." "Yes, I am. We love Grace dearly here." "So do I," said the Major bluntly. "I love her dearly too." Then he paused, as though he thought that Miss Prettyman ought to take up the speech. But Miss Prettyman seemed to think quite differently, and he was obliged to go on. "I don't know whether you have ever heard about it, or noticed it, or... He felt that he was very awkward, and he blushed. Major as he was, he blushed as he sat before the old woman, trying to tell his story, but not knowing how to tell it. "The truth is, Miss Prettyman, I have done all but ask her to be my wife, and now has come this terrible affair about her father." "It is a terrible affair, Major Grantly, very terrible." "By Jove, you may say that. Of course Mr. Crawley is as innocent in the matter as you or I are." "You think so, Miss Prettyman?" "Think so? I feel sure of it. What! A clergyman of the Church of England, a pious, hard-working country clergyman, whom we have known among us by his good works for years, suddenly turned thief and pilfer a few pounds? It is not possible, Major Grantly. And the father of such a daughter too! It is not possible. It may do for men of business to think so, lawyers and such like, who are obliged to think in accordance with the evidence, as they call it. But to my mind the idea is monstrous. I don't know how he got it, and I don't care, but I'm quite sure he did not steal it. Who ever heard of anybody becoming so base as that all at once?" The Major was startled by her eloquence and by the indignant tone of voice in which it was expressed. It seemed to tell him that she would give him no sympathy in that which he had come to say to her, and to upbraid him already in that he was not prepared to do the magnificent thing of which he had thought when he had been building his castles in the air. Why should he not do the magnificent thing? Miss Prettyman's eloquence was so strong that it half convinced him that the Barchester Club and Mr. Walker had come to the wrong conclusion after all. "And how does Miss Crawley bear it?" he asked, desirous of postponing for a while any declaration of his own purpose. "She is very unhappy, of course. Not that she thinks evil of her father." "Of course she does not think him guilty." "Nobody thinks him so in this house, Major Grantly," said the little woman very imperiously. "But Grace is, naturally enough, very sad indeed. I do not think I can ask you to see her to day." "I was not thinking of it," said the Major. "Poor dear girl! It is a great trial for her. Do you wish me to give her any message, Major Grantly?" The moment had now come in which he must say that which he had come to say. The little woman waited for an answer, and as he was there within her power, as it were, he must speak. I fear that what he said will not be approved by any strong-minded reader. I fear that our lover will henceforth be considered by such a one as being but a weak, wishy-washy man, who had hardly any mind of his own to speak of, that he was a man of no account, as the poor people say. "Miss Prettyman, what message ought I to send her?" he said. "Nay, Major Grantly, how can I tell you that? How can I put words into your mouth?" "It isn't the words," he said, "but the feelings." "And how can I tell the feelings of your heart?" "Oh, as for that, I know what my feelings are. I do love her with all my heart. I do indeed. A fortnight ago I was only thinking whether she would accept me when I asked her, wondering whether I was too old for her, and whether she would mind having Edith to take care of. She is very fond of Edith, very fond indeed." "Is she?" said the Major, more distracted than ever. Why should he not do the magnificent thing after all? "But it is a great charge for a young girl when she marries." "It is a great charge, a very great charge. It is for you to think whether you should entrust so great a charge to one so young." "I have no feeling about that at all." "Nor should I have any, as you ask me. We have known Grace well, thoroughly, and are quite sure that she will do her duty in that state of life to which it may please God to call her." The Major was aware, when this was said to him, that he had not come to Miss Prettyman for a character of the girl he loved, and yet he was not angry at receiving it. He was neither angry nor even indifferent. He accepted the character most gratefully, though he felt that he was being led away from his purpose. He consoled himself for this, however, by remembering that the path by which Miss Prettyman was now leading him led to the magnificent and to those pleasant castles in the air which he had been building as he walked into Silverbridge. "I am quite sure that she is all that you say," he replied. "Indeed, I had made up my mind about that long ago." "And what can I do for you, Major Grantly? You think I ought not to see her?" "I will ask herself, if you please. I have such trust in her judgment that I should leave her altogether to her own discretion." The magnificent thing must be done, and the Major made up his mind accordingly. Something of regret came over his spirit as he thought of a father-in-law disgraced and degraded, and of his own father broken-hearted. But now there was hardly an alternative left to him. And was it not the manly thing for him to do? He had loved the girl before this trouble had come upon her, and was he not bound to accept the burden which his love had brought with it? "I will see her," he said, "at once, if you will let me, and ask her to be my wife. But I must see her alone." Then Miss Prettyman paused. Hitherto she had undoubtedly been playing her fish cautiously, or rather her young friend's fish, perhaps I may say cunningly. She had descended to artifice on behalf of the girl whom she loved, admired, and pitied. She had seen some way into the man's mind, and had been partly aware of his purpose, of his infirmity of purpose, of his double purpose. She had perceived that a word from her might help Grace's chance, and had led the man on till he had committed himself, at any rate to her. In doing this she had been actuated by friendship rather than by abstract principle. But now, when the moment had come in which she must decide upon some action, she paused. Was it right for the sake of either of them that an offer of marriage should be made at such a moment as this? It might be very well in regard to some future time that the Major should have so committed himself. She saw something of the man's spirit, and believed that, having gone so far, having so far told his love, he would return to his love hereafter, let the result of the Crawley trial be what it might. But this could be no proper time for love-making. Though Grace loved the man, as Miss Prettyman knew well, though Grace loved the child, having allowed herself to long to call it her own, though such a marriage would be the making of Grace's fortune, as those who loved her could hardly have hoped that it should ever have been made, she would certainly refuse the man if he were to propose to her now. She would refuse him, and then the man would be free to change his mind if he thought fit. Considering all these things, craftily in the exercise of her friendship, too cunningly, I fear, to satisfy the claims of a high morality, she resolved that the Major had better not see Miss Crawley at the present moment. Miss Prettyman paused before she replied, and when she did speak, Major Grantly had risen from his chair and was standing with his back to the fire. "Major Grantly," she said, "you shall see her if you please, and if she pleases. But I doubt whether her answer at such a moment as this would be that which you would wish to receive." "You think she would refuse me?" "I do not think that she would accept you now. She would feel, I am sure she would feel, that these hours of her father's sorrow are not hours in which love should be either offered or accepted. You shall, however, see her if you please." The Major allowed himself a moment for thought, and as he thought he sighed. Grace Crawley became more beautiful in his eyes than ever, was endowed by these words from Miss Prettyman with new charms and brighter virtues than he had seen before. Let come what might, he would ask her to be his wife on some future day, if he did not so ask her now. For the present, perhaps, he had better be guided by Miss Prettyman. "Then I will not see her," he said. "I think that would be the wiser course." "Of course you knew before this that I loved her." "I thought so, Major Grantly." "And that I intended to ask her to be my wife?" "Well, since you put the question to me so plainly, I must confess that as Grace's friend I should not quite have let things go on as they have gone, though I am not at all disposed to interfere with any girl whom I believe to be pure and good as I know her to be. But still I should hardly have been justified in letting things go as they have gone if I had not believed that such was your purpose." "I wanted to set myself right with you, Miss Prettyman." "You are right with me, quite right." And she got up and gave him her hand. "You are a fine, noble-hearted gentleman, and I hope that our Grace may live to be your happy wife, and the mother of your darling child, and the mother of other children. I do not see how a woman could have a happier lot in life. And will you give Grace my love? I will tell her at any rate that you have been here, and that you have inquired after her with the greatest kindness. She will understand what that means without any word of love. Can I do anything for her, or her father? I mean in the way of money. I don't mind mentioning it to you, Miss Prettyman. I will tell her that you are ready to do it, if anything can be done. For myself, I feel no doubt that the mystery will be cleared up at last, and then, if you will come here, we shall be so glad to see you. I shall, at least. Then the Major went, and Miss Prettyman herself actually descended with him into the hall, and bade him farewell most affectionately, before her sister and two of the maids who came out to open the door. Miss Anne Prettyman, when she saw the great friendship with which the Major was dismissed, could not contain herself, but asked most impudent questions, in a whisper indeed, but in such a whisper that any sharp-eared maidservant could hear and understand them. "Is it settled?" she asked when her sister had ascended only the first flight of stairs. "Has he popped?" The look with which the elder sister punished and dismayed the younger I would not have borne for £20. She simply looked and said nothing, but passed on. When she had regained her room she rang the bell, and desired the servant to ask Miss Crawley to be good enough to step to her. Poor Miss Anne retired discomfited into the solitude of one of the lower rooms, and sat for some minutes all alone, recovering from the shock of her sister's anger. "At any rate he hasn't popped," she said to herself, as she made her way back to the school. After that Miss Prettyman and Miss Crawley were closeted together for about an hour. What passed between them need not be repeated here word for word, but it may be understood that Miss Prettyman said no more than she ought to have said, and that Grace understood all that she ought to have understood. No man ever behaved with more considerate friendship, or more like a gentleman, said Miss Prettyman. "I am sure he is very good, and I am so glad that he did not ask to see me," said Grace. Then Grace went away, and Miss Prettyman sat a while in thought, considering what she had done, not without some stings of conscience. Major Grantly, as he walked home, was not altogether satisfied with himself, though he gave himself credit for some diplomacy, which I do not think he deserved. He felt that Miss Prettyman and the world in general, should the world in general ever hear anything about it, would give him credit for having behaved well, and that he had obtained this credit without committing himself to the necessity of marrying the daughter of a thief, should things turn out badly in regard to the father. But, and this but robbed him of all the pleasure that comes from real success, but he had not treated Grace Crawley with the perfect generosity which love owes, and he was in some degree ashamed of himself. He felt, however, that he might probably have Grace, should he choose to ask for her when this trouble should have passed by. "And I will," he said to himself, as he entered the gate of his own paddock, and saw his child in a perambulator before the nurse, "and I will ask her, sooner or later, let things go as they may." Then he took the perambulator under his own charge for half an hour, to the satisfaction of the nurse, and of the child, and of himself. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of the last Chronicle of Barset by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Steve Gough. Chapter 8. Mr. Crawley is taken to Silverbridge. It had become necessary on the Monday morning that Mrs. Crawley should obtain from her husband an undertaking that he would present himself before the magistrates at Silverbridge on the Thursday. She had been made to understand that the magistrates were sinning against the strict rule of the law in not issuing a warrant at once for Mr. Crawley's apprehension, and that they were so sinning at the instance of Mr. Walker, at whose instance they would have committed almost any sin practicable by a board of English magistrates, so great was their faith in him. And she knew that she was bound to answer her engagement. She had also another task to perform, that namely of persuading him to employ an attorney for his defence, and she was prepared with the name of an attorney, one Mr. Mason, also of Silverbridge, who had been recommended to her by Mr. Walker. But when she came to the performance of these two tasks on the Monday morning, she found that she was unable to accomplish either of them. Mr. Crawley first declared that he would have nothing to do with any attorney. As to that he seemed to have made up his mind beforehand, and she saw at once that she had no hope of shaking him. But when she found that he was equally obstinate in the other matter, and that he declared he would not go before the magistrates unless he were made to do so, unless the policeman came and fetched him, then she almost sank beneath the burden of her troubles, and for a while was disposed to let things go as they would. How could she strive to bear a load that was so manifestly too heavy for her shoulders? On the Sunday the poor man had exerted himself to get through his Sunday duties, and he had succeeded. He had succeeded so well that his wife had thought that things might yet come right with him, and that he would remember, before it was too late, the true history of that unhappy bit of paper, and that he was rising above that half-madness which for months past had afflicted him. On the Sunday evening, when he was tired with his work, she thought it best to say nothing to him about the magistrates and the business of Thursday. But on the Monday morning she commenced her task, feeling that she owed it to Mr. Walker to lose no more time. He was very decided in his manners, and made her understand that he would employ no lawyer on his own behalf. "Why should I want a lawyer? I have done nothing wrong," he said. Then she tried to make him understand that many who may have done nothing wrong require a lawyer's aid. "And who is to pay him?" he asked. To this she replied, unfortunately, that there would be no need of thinking of that at once. "And I am to get further into debt," he said. "I am to put myself right before the world by incurring debts which I know I can never pay. When it has been a question of food for the children, I have been weak, but I will not be weak in such a matter as this. I will have no lawyer." She did not regard this denial on his part as very material, though she would fain have followed Mr. Walker's advice had she been able. But when, later in the day, he declared that the police should fetch him, then her spirit gave way. Early in the morning he had seemed to assent to the expediency of going into Silverbridge on the Thursday, and it was not till after he had worked himself into a rage about the proposed attorney that he utterly refused to make the journey. During the whole day, however, his state was such as almost to break his wife's heart. He would do nothing. He would not go to the school, nor even stir beyond the house door. He would not open a book. He would not eat, nor would he even sit at table, or say the accustomed grace when the scanty midday meal was placed upon the table. "Nothing is blessed to me," he said when his wife pressed him to say the words for her child's sake. "Shall I say that I thank God when my heart is thankless? Shall I serve my child by a lie?" Then for hours he sat in the same position, in the old armchair, hanging over the fire, speechless, sleepless, thinking ever, as she well knew, of the injustice of the world. She hardly dared to speak to him, so great was the bitterness of his words when he was goaded to reply. At last, late in the evening, feeling that it would be her duty to send in to Mr. Walker early on the following morning, she laid her hand gently on his shoulder and asked him for his promise. "I may tell Mr. Walker that you will be there on Thursday?" "No," he said, shouting at her. "No. I will have no such message sent." She started back, trembling. Not that she was accustomed to tremble at his ways, or to show that she feared him in his paroxysms, but that his voice had been louder than she had before known it. "I will hold no intercourse with them at Silverbridge in this matter. Do you hear me, Mary?" "I hear you, Josiah. But I must keep my word to Mr. Walker. I promised that I would send to him." "Tell him then that I will not stir a foot out of this house on Thursday of my own accord. On Thursday I shall be here, and here I will remain all day, unless they take me hence by force." "But Josiah—" "Will you obey me, or I shall walk into Silverbridge myself and tell the man that I will not come to him." Then he arose from his chair and stretched forth his hand to his hat, as though he were going forth immediately on his way to Silverbridge. The night was now pitch dark, and the rain was falling, and abroad he would encounter all the severity of the pitiless winter. Still, it might have been better that he should have gone. The exercise and the fresh air, even the wet and the mud, would have served to bring back his mind to reason. But his wife thought of the misery of the journey, of his scanty clothing, of his worn boots, of the need there was to preserve the raiment which he wore, and she remembered that he was fasting, that he had eaten nothing since the morning, and that he was not fit to be alone. She stopped him, therefore, before he could reach the door. "Your bidding shall be done," she said, "of course." "Tell them then that they must seek me here if they want me." "But, Josiah, think of the parish, of the people who respect you. For their sakes let it not be said that you were taken away by policemen." "Was St. Paul not bound in prison? Did he think of what the people might see?" "If it were necessary, I would encourage you to bear it without a murmur." "It is necessary, whether you murmur or do not murmur. Murmur indeed! Why does not your voice ascend to heaven with one loud wail against the cruelty of man?" Then he went forth from the room into an empty chamber on the other side of the passage, and his wife, when she followed him there, after a few minutes, found him on his knees, with his forehead against the floor, and with his hands clutching at the scanty hairs of his head. Often before she had seen him so on the same spot, half grovelling, half prostrate in prayer, reviling in his agony all things around him, nay, nearly all things above him, and yet striving to reconcile himself to his Creator by the humiliation of confession. It might be better with him now if only he could bring himself to some softness of heart. Softly she closed the door, and placing the candle on the mantel-shelf, softly she knelt beside him, and softly touched his hand with hers. He did not stir nor utter a word, but seemed to clutch at his thin locks more violently than before. Then she, kneeling there, aloud, but with low voice, with her thin hands clasped, uttered a prayer in which she asked her God to remove from her husband the bitterness of that hour. He listened till she had finished, and then he rose slowly to his feet. "It is in vain," said he. "It is all in vain. It is all in vain." Then he returned back to the parlour, and seating himself again in the arm-chair, remained there without speaking till past midnight. At last, when she told him that she herself was very cold, and reminded him that for the last hour there had been no fire, still speechless, he went up with her to their bed. Early on the following morning she contrived to let him know that she was about to send a neighbour's son over with a note to Mr. Walker, fearing to urge him further to change his mind, but hoping that he might express his purpose of doing so when he heard that the letter was to be sent. But he took no notice whatever of her words. At this moment he was reading Greek with his daughter, or rather rebuking her because she could not be induced to read Greek. "Oh, papa," the poor girl said, "don't scold me now. I am so unhappy because of all this." "And am I not unhappy?" he said as he closed the book. "My God, what have I done against thee, that my lines should be cast in such terrible places?" The letter was sent to Mr. Walker. "He knows himself to be innocent," said the poor wife, writing what best excuse she knew how to make, "and thinks that he should take no step himself in such a matter. He will not employ a lawyer, and he says he should prefer that he should be sent for, if the law requires his presence at Silverbridge on Thursday." All this she wrote as though she felt that she ought to employ a high tone in defending her husband's purpose, but she broke down altogether in the few words of the postscript. "Indeed, indeed, I have done what I could." Mr. Walker understood it all, both the high tone and the subsequent fall. On the Thursday morning, at about 10 o'clock, a fly stopped at the gate of the Hogglestock parsonage, and out of it there came two men. One was dressed in ordinary black clothes, and seemed from his bearing to be a respectable man of the middle class of life. He was, however, the superintendent of police for the Silverbridge district. The other man was a policeman, pure and simple, with the helmet-looking hat which has lately become common, and all the ordinary half-military and wholly disagreeable outward adjuncts of the profession. "Wilkins," said the superintendent, "likely enough I shall want you, for they tell me the gent is uncommon strange. But if I don't call you when I come out, just open the door like a servant and mount up on the box when we're in. And don't speak nor say nothing." Then the senior policeman entered the house. He found Mrs. Crawley sitting in the parlour with her bonnet and shawl on, and Mr. Crawley in the arm-chair, leaning over the fire. "I suppose we had better go with you," said Mrs. Crawley directly the door was opened, for of course she had seen the arrival of the fly from the window. "The gentleman had better come with us, if he'll be so kind," said Thompson. "I've brought a close carriage for him." "But I may go with him," said the wife, with a frightened voice. "I may accompany my husband. He is not well, sir, and wants assistance." Thompson thought about it for a moment before he spoke. There was room in the fly for only two, or if for three, still he knew his place better than to thrust himself inside, together with his prisoner and his prisoner's wife. He had been specially asked by Mr. Walker to be very civil. Only one could sit on the box with the driver, and if the request was conceded, the poor policeman must walk back. The walk, however, would not kill the policeman. "All right, ma'am," said Thompson. "That is, if the gentleman will just pass his word not to get out till I ask him." "He will not, he will not," said Mrs. Crawley. "I will pass my word for nothing," said Mr. Crawley. Upon hearing this, Thompson assumed a very long face, and shook his head as he turned his eyes first towards the husband and then towards the wife, and shrugged his shoulders and compressed his lips, blew out his breath, as though in this way he might blow off some of the mingled sorrow and indignation with which the gentleman's words afflicted him. Mrs. Crawley rose and came close to him. "You may take my word for it. He will not stir. You may indeed. He thinks it incumbent on him not to give any undertaking himself, because he feels himself so harshly used." "I don't know about harshness," said Thompson, brindling up. "A close carriage brought, and—" "I will walk. If I am made to go, I will walk," shouted Mr. Crawley. "I did not allude to you or to Mr. Walker," said the poor wife. "I know you have been most kind. I meant the harshness of the circumstances. Of course he is innocent, and you must feel for him." "Yes, I feel for him, and for you too, ma'am." "That is all I meant. He knows his own innocence, and therefore he is unwilling to give way in anything." "Of course he knows himself, that's certain. But he'd better come in the carriage, if only because of the dirt and slush." "He will go in the carriage, and I will go with him. There will be room there for you, sir." Thompson looked up at the rain, and told himself that it was very cold. Then he remembered Mr. Walker's injunction, and bethought himself that Mrs. Crawley, in spite of her poverty, was a lady. He conceived, even unconsciously, the idea that something was due to her because of her poverty. "I'll go with the driver," said he, "but he'll only give himself a deal of trouble if he attempts to get out." He won't, said Mrs. Crawley, "and I thank you with all my heart." "Come along then," said Thompson. She went up to her husband, hat in hand, and looking round to see that she was not watched, put the hat on his head, and then lifted him as it were from his chair. He did not refuse to be led, and allowed her to throw round his shoulders the old cloak which was hanging in the passage, and then he passed out, and was the first to seat himself in the Silverbridge fly. His wife followed him, and did not hear the blandishments with which Thompson instructed his myrmidon to follow through the mud on foot. Slowly they made their way through the lanes, and it was nearly 12 when the fly was driven into the yard of the George and Vulture at Silverbridge. Silverbridge, though it was blessed with a mayor and corporation, and was blessed also with a member of Parliament all to itself, was not blessed with any courthouse. The magistrates were therefore compelled to sit in the big room at the George and Vulture, in which the county balls were celebrated, and the meeting of the West Barsetshire Freemasons was held. That part of the country was, no doubt, very much ashamed of its backwardness in this respect, but as yet nothing had been done to remedy the evil. Thompson and his fly were therefore driven into the yard of the inn, and Mr. and Mrs. Crawley were ushered by him up into a little bedchamber close adjoining to the big room in which the magistrates were already assembled. "There's a bit of fire here," said Thompson, "and you can make yourselves a little warm." He himself was shivering with the cold. "When the gents is ready in there, I'll just come and fetch you." "I may go in with him?" said Mrs. Crawley. "I'll have a chair for you at the end of the table, just nigh to him," said Thompson. "You can slip into it and say nothing to nobody." Then he left them and went away to the magistrates. Mr. Crawley had not spoken a word since he had entered the vehicle, nor had she said much to him, but had sat with him, holding his hand in hers. Now he spoke to her. "Where is it that we are?" he asked. "At Silverbridge, dearest." "But what is this chamber, and why are we here?" "We are to wait here till the magistrates are ready. They are in the next room." "But this is the inn." "Yes, dear, it is the inn." "And I see crowds of people about." There were crowds of people about. There had been men in the yard and others standing about on the stairs, and the public room was full of men who were curious to see the clergyman who had stolen £20, and to hear what would be the result of the case before the magistrates. He must be committed, so at least said everybody, and then there would be the question of bail. Would the magistrates let him out on bail, and who would be the bailsman? "Why are the people here?" said Mr. Crawley. "I suppose it is the custom when the magistrates are sitting," said his wife. "They have come to see the degradation of a clergyman," said he, "and they will not be disappointed." "Nothing can degrade but guilt," said his wife. "Yes, misfortune can degrade, and poverty. A man is degraded when the cares of the world press so heavily upon him that he cannot rouse himself. They have come to look at me as though I were a hunted beast." "It is but their custom always on such days." "They have not always a clergyman before them as a criminal." Then he was silent for a while she was chafing his cold hands. "Would that I were dead before they had brought me to this. Would that I were dead." "Is it not right, dear, that we should all bear what he sends us?" "Would that I were dead," he repeated. "The load is too heavy for me to bear, and I would that I were dead." The time seemed to be very long before Thompson returned and asked them to accompany him into the big room. When he did so, Mr. Crawley grasped hold of his chair as though he had resolved that he would not go. But his wife whispered a word to him, and he obeyed her. "He will follow me," she said to the policeman. And in that way they went from the small room into the large one. Thompson went first. Mrs. Crawley with her veil down came next, and the wretched man followed his wife, with his eyes fixed upon the ground and his hands clasped together upon his breast. He could at first have seen nothing, and could hardly have known where he was when they placed him in a chair. She, with the better courage, contrived to look round through her veil, and saw that there was a long board or table covered with green cloth, and that 6 or 7 gentlemen were sitting at one end of it, while there seemed to be a crowd standing along the sides and about the room. Her husband was seated at the other end of the table, near the corner, and round the corner, so that she might be close to him, her chair had been placed. On the other side of him there was another chair, now empty, intended for any professional gentleman whom he might choose to employ. There were 5 magistrates sitting there. Lord Lufton from Framley was in the chair, a handsome man, still young, who was very popular in the county. The cheque which had been cashed had borne his signature, and he had consequently expressed his intention of not sitting at the board. But Mr. Walker, desirous of having him there, had overruled him, showing him that the loss was not his loss. The cheque, if stolen, had not been stolen from him. He was not the prosecutor. "No, by Jove," said Lord Lufton, "if I could quash the whole thing, I'd do it at once." "You can't do that, my lord, but you may help us at the board," said Mr. Walker. Then there was the Honourable George de Courcy, Lord de Courcy's brother, from the Castle Courcy. Lord de Courcy did not live in the county, but his brother did so, and endeavoured to maintain the glory of the family by the discretion of his conduct. He was not perhaps amongst the wisest of men, but he did very well as a country magistrate, holding his tongue, keeping his eyes open, and, on such occasions as this, obeying Mr. Walker in all things. Dr. Tempest was also there, the rector of the parish, he being both magistrate and clergyman. There were many in Silverbridge who declared that Dr. Tempest would have done far better to stay away when a brother clergyman was thus to be brought before the bench, but it had been long since Dr. Tempest had cared what was said about him in Silverbridge. He had become so accustomed to the life he led as to like to be disliked, and to be enamoured of unpopularity. So when Mr. Walker had ventured to suggest to him that perhaps he might not choose to be there, he had laughed Mr. Walker to scorn. "Of course I shall be there," he said. "I am interested in the case, very much interested. Of course I shall be there." And had not Lord Lufton been present, he would have made himself more conspicuous by taking the chair. Mr. Fothergill was the fourth. Mr. Fothergill was man of business to the Duke of Omnium, who was the great owner of property in and about Silverbridge, and he was the most active magistrate in that part of the county. He was a sharp man, and not at all likely to have any predisposition in favour of a clergyman. The fifth was Dr. Thorne of Chaldicotes, a gentleman whose name has been already mentioned in these pages. He had been for many years a medical man practising in a little village in the further end of the county, but it had come to be his fate late in life to marry a great heiress, with whose money the ancient house and the domain of Chaldicotes had been purchased from the Sowerbys. Since then Dr. Thorne had done his duty well as a country gentleman, not however without some little want of smoothness between him and the Duke's people. Chaldicotes lay next to the Duke's territory, and the Duke had wished to buy Chaldicotes. When Chaldicotes slipped through the Duke's fingers and went into the hands of Dr. Thorne, or of Dr. Thorne's wife, the Duke had been very angry with Mr. Fothergill. Hence it had come to pass that there had not always been smoothness between the Duke's people and the Chaldicotes people. It was now rumoured that Dr. Thorne intended to stand for the county on the next vacancy, and that did not tend to make things smoother. On the right hand of Lord Lufton sat Lord George and Mr. Fothergill, and beyond Mr. Fothergill sat Mr. Walker, and beyond Mr. Walker sat Mr. Walker's clerk. On the left hand of the chairman were Dr. Tempest and Dr. Thorne, and a little lower down was Mr. Zachary Winthrop, who held the situation of clerk to the magistrates. Many people in Silverbridge said that this was all wrong, as Mr. Winthrop was a partner with Mr. Walker, who was always employed before the magistrates, if there was any employment going for an attorney. For this, however, Mr. Walker cared very little. He had so much of his own way in Silverbridge that he was supposed to care nothing for anybody. There were many other gentlemen in the room, and some who knew Mr. Crawley with more or less intimacy. He, however, took notice of no one, and when one friend, who had really known him well, came up behind and spoke to him gently, leaning over his chair, the poor man hardly recognised his friend. "I'm sure your husband won't forget me," said Mr. Robarts, the clergyman of Framley, as he gave his hand to that lady across the back of Mr. Crawley's chair. "No, Mr. Robarts, he does not forget you, but you must excuse him if at this moment he is not quite himself. It is a trying situation for a clergyman." "I can understand all that, but I'll tell you why I've come. I suppose this inquiry will finish the whole affair and clear up whatever may be the difficulty. But should it not do so, it may be just possible, Mrs. Crawley, that something may be said about bail. I don't understand much about it, and I dare say you do not either. But if there should be anything of that sort, let Mr. Crawley name me. A brother clergyman will be best, and I'll have some other gentleman with me." Then he left her, not waiting for any answer. At the same time there was a conversation going on between Mr. Walker and another attorney standing behind him, Mr. Mason. "I'll go to him," said Walker, "and try and arrange it." So Mr. Walker seated himself in the empty chair beside Mr. Crawley, and endeavoured to explain to the wretched man that he should do well to allow Mr. Mason to assist him. Mr. Crawley seemed to listen to all that was said, and then turned upon the speaker sharply. "I will have no one to assist me," he said so loudly that every one in the room heard the words. "I am innocent. Why should I want assistance? Nor have I money to pay for it." Mr. Mason made a quick movement forward, intending to explain that that consideration need offer no impediment, but was stopped by further speech from Mr. Crawley. "I will have no one to help me," said he, standing upright, and for the first time removing his hat from his head. "Go on and do what it is you have to do." After that he did not sit down till the proceedings were nearly over, though he was invited more than once by Lord Lufton to do so. We need not go through all the evidence that was brought to bear upon the question. It was proved that money for the cheque was paid to Mr. Crawley's messenger, and that this money was given to Mr. Crawley. When there occurred some little delay in the chain of evidence necessary to show that Mr. Crawley had signed and sent the cheque and got the money, he became impatient. "Why do you trouble the man?" he said. "I had the cheque and I sent him. I got the money. Has any one denied it, that you should strive to drive a poor man like that beyond his wits?" Then Mr. Soames and the manager of the bank showed what inquiry had been made as soon as the cheque came back from the London bank. How at first they had both thought that Mr. Crawley could of course explain the matter, and how he had explained it by a statement which was manifestly untrue. Then there was evidence to prove that the cheque could not have been paid to him by Mr. Soames, and as this was given, Mr. Crawley shook his head and again became impatient. "I erred in that," he exclaimed. "Of course I erred. In my haste I thought it was so, and in my haste I said so. I am not good at reckoning money and remembering sums, but I saw that I had been wrong when my error was shown to me, and I acknowledged at once that I had been wrong." Up to this point he had behaved not only with so much spirit, but with so much reason, that his wife began to hope that the importance of the occasion had brought back the clearness of his mind, and that he would even now be able to place himself right as the inquiry went on. Then it was explained that Mr. Crawley had stated that the cheque had been given to him by Dean Arabin, as soon as it was shown that it could not have been given to him by Mr. Soames. In reference to this, Mr. Walker was obliged to explain that application had been made to the Dean, who was abroad, and that the Dean had stated that he had given £50 to his friend. Mr. Walker explained also that the very notes of which this £50 had consisted had been traced back to Mr. Crawley, and that they had had no connection with the cheque or with the money which had been given for the cheque at the bank. Mr. Soames stated that he had lost the cheque with a pocket book, that he had certainly lost it on the day on which he had called on Mr. Crawley at Hogglestock, and that he missed his pocket book on his journey back from Hogglestock to Barchester. At the moment of missing it, he remembered that he had taken the book out from his pocket in Mr. Crawley's room, and at that moment he had not doubted but that he had left it in Mr. Crawley's house. He had written and sent to Mr. Crawley to inquire, but had been assured that nothing had been found. There had been no other property of value in the pocket book, nothing but a few visiting cards and a memorandum, and he had therefore stopped the cheque at the London bank and thought no more about it. Mr. Crawley was then asked to explain in what way he came possessed of the cheque. The question was first put by Lord Lufton, but it soon fell into Mr. Walker's hands, who certainly asked it with all the kindness with which such an inquiry could be made. Could Mr. Crawley at all remember by what means that bit of paper had come into his possession, or how long he had had it? He answered the last question first. It had been with him for months. And why had he kept it? He looked round the room sternly, almost savagely, before he answered, fixing his eyes for a moment upon almost every face around him as he did so. Then he spoke. "I was driven by shame to keep it, and then by shame to use it." That this statement was true, no one in the room doubted. And then the other question was pressed upon him, and he lifted up his hands and raised his voice, and swore by the Saviour in whom he trusted that he knew not from whence the money had come to him. Why then had he said that it had come from the Dean? He had thought so. The Dean had given him money, covered up in an enclosure, so that the touch of the coin might not add to my disgrace in taking his alms, said the wretched man, thus speaking openly and freely in his agony of the shame which he had striven so persistently to hide. He had not seen the Dean's monies as they had been given, and he had thought that the cheque had been with them. Beyond that he could tell them nothing. Then there was a conference between the magistrates and Mr. Walker, in which Mr. Walker submitted that the magistrates had no alternative but to commit the gentleman. To this Lord Lufton demurred, and with him Dr. Thorne. "I believe, as I am sitting here," said Lord Lufton, "that he has told the truth, and that he does not know any more than I do from whence the cheque came." "I am quite sure he does not," said Dr. Thorne. Lord George remarked that it was the queerest go he had ever come across. Dr. Tempest merely shook his head. Mr. Fothergill pointed out that even supposing the gentleman's statement to be true, it by no means went towards establishing the gentleman's innocence. The cheque had been traced to the gentleman's hands, and the gentleman was bound to show how it had come into his possession. Even supposing that the gentleman had found the cheque in his house, which was likely enough, he was not thereby justified in changing it and applying the proceeds to his own purposes. Mr. Walker told them that Mr. Fothergill was right, and that the only excuse to be made for Mr. Crawley was that he was out of his senses. "I don't see it," said Lord Lufton. "I might have a lot of paper money by me and not know from Adam where I got it." "But you would have to show where you got it, my lord, when inquiry was made," said Mr. Fothergill. Lord Lufton, who was not particularly fond of Mr. Fothergill, and was very unwilling to be instructed by him in any of the duties of a magistrate, turned his back at once upon the Duke's agent. But within 3 minutes afterwards he had submitted to the same instructions from Mr. Walker. Mr. Crawley had again seated himself, and during this period of the affair was leaning over the table with his face buried in his arms. Mrs. Crawley sat by his side, utterly impotent as to any assistance, just touching him with her hand and waiting behind her veil till she should be made to understand what was the decision of the magistrates. This was at last communicated to her and to him in a whisper by Mr. Walker. Mr. Crawley must understand that he was committed to take his trial at Barchester at the next assizes, which would be held in April, but that bail would be given, his own bail in £500, and that of 2 others in £250 each. And Mr. Walker explained further that he and the bailman were ready, and that the bail bond was prepared. The bailmen were to be the Reverend Mr. Robarts and Major Grantly. In 5 minutes the bond was signed, and Mr. Crawley was at liberty to go away, a free man, till the Barchester assizes should come round in April. Of all that was going on at this time Mr. Crawley knew little or nothing, and Mrs. Crawley did not know much. She did say a word of thanks to Mr. Robarts, and begged that the same might be said to the other gentleman. If she had heard the Major's name she did not remember it. Then they were led out back into the bedroom, where Mrs. Walker was found anxious to do something, if she only knew what, to comfort the wretched husband and his wretched wife. But what comfort or consolation could there be within their reach? There was tea made ready for them, and sandwiches cut from the inn larder, and there was sherry in the inn decanter, but no such comfort as that was possible for either of them. They were taken home again in the fly, returning without the escort of Mr. Thompson, and as they went some few words were spoken by Mrs. Crawley. "Josiah," she said, "there will be a way out of this, even yet, if you will only hold up your head and trust." "There is a way out of it," he said. "There is a way. There is but one way." When he had so spoken, she said no more, but resolved that her eye should never be off him. No, not for a moment. Then, when she had gotten him once more into that front parlour, she threw her arms round him and kissed him. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of the last Chronicle of Barset by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Steve Gough. Chapter 9. Grace Crawley goes to Allington. The tidings of what had been done by the magistrates at their petty sessions was communicated the same night to Grace Crawley by Miss Prettyman. Miss Anne Prettyman had heard the news within 5 minutes of the execution of the bail bond, and had rushed to her sister with information as to the event. "They have found him guilty. They have indeed. They have convicted him, or whatever it is, because he couldn't say where he got it." "You do not mean that they have sent him to prison?" "No, not to a prison, not as yet, that is. I don't understand it altogether, but he's to be tried again at the assizes. In the meantime he's to be out on bail. Major Grantly is to be the bail, he and Mr. Robarts. That I think was very nice of him." It was undoubtedly the fact that Miss Anne Prettyman had received an accession of pleasurable emotion when she learnt that Mr. Crawley had not been sent away scatheless, but had been condemned, as it were, to a public trial at the assizes. And yet she would have done anything in her power to save Grace Crawley, or even to save her father. And it must be explained that Miss Anne Prettyman was supposed to be specially efficient in teaching Roman history to her pupils, although she was so manifestly ignorant of the course of law in the country in which she lived. "Committed him," said Miss Prettyman, correcting her sister with scorn. "They have not convicted him. Had they convicted him, there could be no question of bail." "I don't know how all that is, Annabella, but at any rate Major Grantly is to be the bailsman, and there is to be another trial at Barchester." "There cannot be more than one trial in a criminal case," said Miss Prettyman, "unless the jury should disagree, or something of that kind. I suppose he has been committed, and that the trial will take place at the assizes." "Exactly, that's just it." Had Lord Lufton appeared as lictor, and had Thompson carried the fasces, Miss Anne would have known more about it. The sad tidings were not told to Grace till the evening. Mrs. Crawley, when the inquiry was over before the magistrates, would fain have had herself driven to the Miss Prettyman school that she might see her daughter, but she felt that to be impossible while her husband was in her charge. The father would of course have gone to his child, had the visit been suggested to him, but that would have caused another terrible scene, and the mother, considering it all in her mind, thought it better to abstain. Miss Prettyman did her best to make poor Grace think that the affair had gone so far favourably, did her best, that is, without saying anything which her conscience told her to be false. "It is to be settled at the assizes in April," she said. "And in the meantime what will become of papa?" "Your papa will be at home, just as usual. He must have some one to advise him. I dare say it would have been all over now if he would have employed an attorney." "But it seems so hard that an attorney should be wanted." "My dear Grace, things in this world are hard." "But they are always harder for papa and mamma than anybody else." In answer to this Miss Prettyman made some remarks intended to be wise and kind at the same time. Grace, whose eyes were laden with tears, made no immediate reply to this, but reverted to her former statement that she must go home. "I cannot remain, Miss Prettyman. I am so unhappy." "Will you be more happy at home?" "I can bear it better there." The poor girl soon learned from the intended consolations of those around her, from the ill-considered kindnesses of the pupils, and from words which fell from the servants, that her father had in fact been judged to be guilty, as far as judgment had as yet gone. "They do say, miss, it's only because he hadn't a lawyer," said the housekeeper. And if men so kind as Lord Lufton and Mr. Walker had made him out to be guilty, what could be expected from a stern judge down from London, who would know nothing about her poor father and his peculiarities, and from the 12 jurymen who would be shopkeepers out of Barchester? It would kill her father, and then it would kill her mother, and after that it would kill her too. And there was no money in the house at home. She knew it well. She had been paid £3 a month for her services at the school, and the money for the last 2 months had been sent to her mother. Yet, badly as she wanted anything that she might be able to earn, she knew that she could not go on teaching. It had come to be acknowledged by both the Miss Prettymans that any teaching on her part for the present was impossible. She would go home and perish with the rest of them. There was no room left for hope to her or to any of her family. They had accused her father of being a common thief, her father whom she knew to be so nobly honest, her father whom she believed to be among the most devoted of God's servants. He was accused of a paltry theft, and the magistrates and lawyers and policemen among them had decided that the accusation was true. How could she look the girls in the face after that, or attempt to hold her own among the teachers? On the next morning there came the letter from Miss Lily Dale, and with that in her hand she again went to Miss Prettyman. She must go home, she said. She must at any rate see her mother. Could Miss Prettyman be kind enough to send her home? "I haven't sixpence to pay for anything," she said, bursting out into tears, "and I haven't a right to ask for it." Then the statements which Miss Prettyman made in her eagerness to cover this latter misfortune were decidedly false. There was so much money owing to Grace, she said, money for this, money for that, money for anything or nothing. £10 would hardly clear the account. "Nobody owes me anything, but if you'll lend me 5 shillings," said Grace in her agony. Miss Prettyman, as she made her way through this difficulty, thought of Major Grantly and his love. It would have been no use, she knew. Had she brought them together on that Monday, Grace would have said nothing to him. Indeed, such a meeting at such a time would have been improper. But regarding Major Grantly, as she did, in the light of a millionaire, for the wealth of the Archdeacon was notorious, she could not but think it a pity that poor Grace should be begging for 5 shillings. "You need not at any rate trouble yourself about money, Grace," said Miss Prettyman. "What is £1 or 2 more or less between you and me? It is almost unkind of you to think about it. Is that letter in your hand anything for me to see, my dear?" Then Grace explained that she did not wish to show Miss Dale's letter, but that Miss Dale had asked her to go to Allington. "And you will go," said Miss Prettyman. "It will be the best thing for you, and the best thing for your mother." It was at last decided that Grace should go to her friend at Allington, and to Allington she went. She returned home for a day or two, and was persuaded by her mother to accept the invitation that had been given her. At Hogglestock, while she was there, new troubles came up, of which something shall shortly be told. But they were troubles in which Grace could give no assistance to her mother, and which, indeed, though they were in truth troubles, as will be seen, were so far beneficent that they stirred her father up to a certain action, which was in itself salutary. "I think it will be better that you should go away, dearest," said the mother, who now for the first time heard plainly all that poor Grace had to tell about Major Grantly. Grace, having heretofore barely spoken in most ambiguous words of Major Grantly as a gentleman whom she had met at Framley, and whom she had described as being very nice. In old days, long ago, Lucy Robarts, the present Lady Lufton, sister of the Reverend Mark Robarts, the parson of Framley, had sojourned for a while under Mr. Crawley's roof at Hogglestock. Peculiar circumstances, which need not perhaps be told here, had given occasion for this visit. She had then resolved, for her future destiny had been known to her before she left Mrs. Crawley's house, that she would in coming days do much to befriend the family of her friend. But the doing of much had been very difficult, and the doing of anything had come to be very difficult through a certain indiscretion on Lord Lufton's part. Lord Lufton had offered assistance, pecuniary assistance, to Mr. Crawley, which Mr. Crawley had rejected with outspoken anger. What was Lord Lufton to him, that his lordship should dare to come to him with his paltry money in his hand? But after a while Lady Lufton, exercising some cunning in the operations of her friendship, had persuaded her sister-in-law at the Framley parsonage to have Grace Crawley over there as a visitor, and there she had been during the summer holidays previous to the commencement of our story. And there at Framley she had become acquainted with Major Grantly, who was staying with Lord Lufton at Framley Court. She had then said something to her mother about Major Grantly, something ambiguous, something about his being very nice, and the mother had thought how great was the pity that her daughter, who was nice too in her estimation, should have so few of those adjuncts to assist her which come from full pockets. She had thought no more about it then, but now she felt herself constrained to think more. "I don't quite understand why he should have come to Miss Prettyman on Monday," said Grace, "because he hardly knows her at all." "I suppose it was on business," said Mrs. Crawley. "No, mamma, it was not on business." "How can you tell, dear?" "Because Miss Prettyman said it was. It was to ask after me. Oh, mamma, I must tell you, I know he did like me." "Did he ever say so to you, dearest?" "Yes, mamma." "And what did you tell him?" "I told him nothing, mamma." "And did he ask to see you on Monday?" "No, mamma, I don't think he did. I think he understood it all too well, for I could not have spoken to him then." Mrs. Crawley pursued the cross-examination no further, but made up her mind that it would be better that her girl should be away from her wretched home during this period of her life. If it were written in the book of fate that one of her children should be exempted from the series of misfortunes which seemed to fall one after another, almost as a matter of course, upon her husband, upon her, and upon her family, if so great good fortune were in store for her Grace as such a marriage as this, which seemed to be so nearly offered to her, it might probably be well that Grace should be as little at home as possible. Mrs. Crawley had heard nothing but good of Major Grantly, but she knew that the Grantleys were proud, rich people, who lived with their heads high up in the county, and it could hardly be that a son of the Archdeacon would like to take his bride direct from Hogglestock parsonage. It was settled that Grace should go to Allington as soon as a letter could be received from Miss Dale in return to Grace's note, and on the third morning after her arrival at home she started. None but they who have themselves been poor gentry, gentry so poor as not to know how to raise a shilling, can understand the peculiar bitterness of the trials which such poverty produces. The poverty of the normal poor does not approach it, or rather the pangs arising from such poverty are altogether of a different sort. To be hungry and to have no food, to be cold and have no fuel, to be threatened with distraint for one's few chairs and tables, and with the loss of the roof over one's head, all these miseries which, if they do not positively reach, are so frequently near to reaching the normal poor, are, no doubt, the severest of the trials to which humanity is subjected. They threaten life, or if not life then liberty, reducing the abject one to a choice between captivity and starvation. By hook or crook, the poor gentleman or poor lady, let the one or the other be ever so poor, does not often come to the last extremity of the workhouse. There are such cases, but they are exceptional. Mrs. Crawley, through all her sufferings, had never yet found her cupboard to be absolutely bare, or the bread pan to be actually empty. But there are pangs to which, at the time, starvation itself would seem to be preferable. The angry eyes of unpaid tradesmen, savage with an anger which one knows to be justifiable. The taunt of the poor servant who wants her wages. The gradual relinquishment of habits which the soft nurture of earlier, kinder years had made second nature. The wan cheeks of the wife whose malady demands wine. The rags of the husband whose outward occupations demand decency. The neglected children who are learning not to be the children of gentlefolk. And, worse than all, the alms and doles of half-generous friends, the waning pride, the pride that will not wane, the growing doubt whether it be not better to bow the head and acknowledge to all the world that nothing of the pride of station is left, that the hand is open to receive and ready to touch the cap, that the fall from the upper to the lower level has been accomplished. These are the pangs of poverty which drive the Crawleys of the world to the frequent entertaining of the idea of the bare bodkin. It was settled that Grace should go to Allington, but how about her clothes? And then whence was to come the price of her journey? I don't think they'll mind about my being shabby at Allington. They live very quietly there. But you say that Miss Dale is so very nice in all her ways. Lily is very nice, mamma, but I shan't mind her so much as her mother, because she knows it all. I have told her everything. But you have given me all your money, dearest. Miss Prettyman told me I was to come to her, said Grace, who had already taken some small sum from the schoolmistress, which at once had gone into her mother's pocket and into household purposes. She said I should be sure to go to Allington, and that of course I should go to her, as I must pass through Silverbridge. I hope papa will not ask about it, said Mrs. Crawley. Luckily papa did not ask about it, being at the moment occupied much with other thoughts and other troubles, and Grace was allowed to return by Silverbridge and to take what was needed from Miss Prettyman. Who can tell of the mending and patching, of the weary wearing midnight hours of needlework which were accomplished before the poor girl went, so that she might not reach her friend's house in actual rags? And when the work was ended, what was there to show for it? I do not think that the idea of the bare bodkin, as regarded herself, ever flitted across Miss Crawley's brain, she being one of those who are very strong to endure. But it must have occurred to her very often that the repose of the grave is sweet, and that there cometh after death a levelling and a making even of things which would at last cure all her evils. Grace no doubt looked forward to a levelling and making even of things, or perhaps even to something more prosperous than that which should come to her relief on this side of the grave. She could not but have high hopes in regard to her future destiny, although, as has been said, she understood no more than she ought to have understood from Miss Prettyman's account of the conversation with Major Grantly. Still, innocent as she was, she had understood much. She knew that the man loved her, and she knew also that she loved the man. She thoroughly comprehended that the present could be to her no time for listening to speeches of love, or for giving kind answers. But still I think that she did look for relief on this side of the grave. Tut, tut," said Miss Prettyman, as Grace in vain tried to conceal her tears up in the private sanctum. "You ought to know me by this time, and to have learned that I can understand things." The tears had flown in return not only for the 5 gold sovereigns which Miss Prettyman had pressed into her hand, but on account of the prettiest soft grey merino frock that ever charmed a girl's eye. "I should like to know how many girls I have given dresses to when they have been going out visiting. Law, my dear, they take them, many of them, from us old maids, almost as if we were only paying our debts in giving them." And then Miss Anne gave her a cloth cloak, very warm, with pretty buttons and gimp trimmings, just such a cloak as any girl might like to wear who thought that she would be seen out walking with her Major Grantly on a Christmas morning. Grace Crawley did not expect to be seen out walking by her Major Grantly, but nevertheless she liked the cloak. By the power of her practical will, and by her true sympathy, the elder Miss Prettyman had for a while conquered the annoyance which, on Grace's part, was attached to the receiving of gifts, by the consciousness of her poverty. And when Miss Anne, with some pride in the tone of her voice, expressed a hope that Grace would think the cloak pretty, Grace put her arms pleasantly round her friend's neck, and declared that it was very pretty, the prettiest cloak in all the world. Grace was met at the Guestwick railway station by her friend Lilian Dale, and was driven over to Allington in a pony carriage belonging to Lilian's uncle, the squire of the parish. I think she will be excused in having put on her new cloak, not so much because of the cold, as with the view of making the best of herself before Mrs. Dale. And yet she knew that Mrs. Dale would know all the circumstances of her poverty, and was very glad that it should be so. "I am so glad that you have come, dear," said Lily. "It will be such a comfort." "I am sure you are very good," said Grace. "And mamma is so glad. From the moment that we both talked ourselves into eagerness about it, while I was writing my letter, you know, we resolved that it must be so. I'm afraid I shall be a great trouble to Mrs. Dale." "A trouble to mamma? Indeed you will not. You shall be a trouble to no one but me. I will have all the trouble myself, and the labour I delight in shall physic my pain." Grace Crawley could not during the journey be at home and at ease even with her friend Lily. She was going to a strange house under strange circumstances. Her father had not indeed been tried and found guilty of theft, but the charge of theft had been made against him, and the magistrates before whom it had been made had thought that the charge was true. Grace knew that all the local newspapers had told the story, and was of course aware that Mrs. Dale would have heard it. Her own mind was full of it, and though she dreaded to speak of it, yet she could not be silent. Miss Dale, who understood much of this, endeavoured to talk her friend into easiness, but she feared to begin upon the one subject, and before the drive was over they were both of them too cold for much conversation. "There's mamma," said Miss Dale as they drove up, turning out of the street of the village to the door of Mrs. Dale's house. "She always knows by instinct when I am coming. You must understand now that you are among us, that mamma and I are not mother and daughter, but 2 loving old ladies living together in peace and harmony. We do have our quarrels, whether the chicken shall be roast or boiled, but never anything beyond that. Mamma, here is Grace, starved to death, and she says if you don't give her some tea she will go back at once." "I will give her some tea," said Mrs. Dale. "And I am worse than she is, because I've been driving. It's all up with Bernard and Mr. Green for next week at least. It is freezing as hard as it can freeze, and they might as well try to hunt in Lapland as here." "They'll console themselves with skating," said Mrs. Dale. "Have you ever observed, Grace," said Miss Dale, "how much amusement gentlemen require, and how imperative it is that some other game should be provided when one game fails?" "Not particularly," said Grace. "Oh, but it is so. Now with women it is supposed that they can amuse themselves, or live without amusement. Once or twice in a year perhaps something is done for them. There is an arrow shooting party, or a ball, or a picnic. But the catering for men's sport is never ending, and is always paramount to everything else. And yet the pet game of the day never goes off properly. In partridge time the partridges are wild, and won't come to be killed. In hunting time the foxes won't run straight, the wretches. They show no spirit, and will take to ground to save their brushes. Then comes a nipping frost, and skating is proclaimed. But the ice is always rough, and the woodcocks have deserted the country. And as for salmon, when the summer comes round, I do really believe that they suffer a great deal about the salmon. I'm sure they never catch any. So they go back to their clubs and their cards and their billiards, and abuse their cooks and blackball their friends. That's about it, mamma, is it not? You know more about it than I do, my dear, because I have to listen to Bernard, as you never do. We've got such a Mr. Green down here, Grace. He's such a duck of a man, such top boots and all the rest of it, and yet they whisper to me that he doesn't ride always to hounds. And to see him play billiards is beautiful, only he never can make a stroke. I hope you play billiards, Grace, because Uncle Christopher has just had a new table put up. I never saw a billiard table yet, said Grace. Then Mr. Green shall teach you. He'll do anything that you ask him. If you don't approve the colour of the ball, he'll go to London to get you another. Only you must be very careful about saying that you like anything before him, as he'll be sure to have it for you the next day. Mamma happened to say that she wanted a 4-penny postage stamp, and he walked off to Guestwick to get it for her instantly, although it was lunch-time. He did nothing of the kind, Lily, said her mother. He was going to Guestwick, and was very good-natured, and brought me back a postage stamp that I wanted. Of course he's good-natured, I know that, and there's my cousin Bernard. He's Captain Dale, you know. But he prefers to be called Mr. Dale because he has left the army, and is set up as junior squire of the parish. Uncle Christopher is the real squire, only Bernard does all the work. And now you know all about us. I'm afraid you'll find us dull enough, unless you take a fancy to Mr. Green. Does Mr. Green live here? Asked Grace. No, he does not live here. I never heard of his living anywhere. He was something once, but I don't know what, and I don't think he is anything now in particular. But he's Bernard's friend, and like most men, as one sees them, he never has much to do. Does Major Grantly ever go forth to fight his country's battles? This last question she asked in a low whisper, so that the words did not reach her mother. Grace blushed up to her eyes, however, as she answered, I think that Major Grantly has left the army. We shall get her round in a day or two, mamma, said Lily Dale to her mother that night. I'm sure it will be the best thing to force her to talk of her troubles. I would not use too much force, my dear. Things are better when they're talked about. I'm sure they are. And it will be good to make her accustomed to speak of Major Grantly. From what Mary Walker tells me, he certainly means it. And if so, she should be ready for it when it comes. Do not make her ready for what may never come. No, mamma. But she is at present such a child that she knows nothing of her own powers. She should be made to understand that it is possible that even a Major Grantly may think himself fortunate in being allowed to love her. I should leave all that to nature if I were you, said Mrs. Dale. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of the last Chronicle of Barset by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Steve Gough. Chapter 10. Dinner at Framley Court. Lord Lufton, as he drove home to Framley after the meeting of the magistrates at Silverbridge, discussed the matter with his brother-in-law, Mark Robarts, the clergyman. Lord Lufton was driving a dog-cart, and went along the road at the rate of 12 miles an hour. I'll tell you what it is, Mark, he said. That man is innocent, but if he won't employ lawyers at his trial, the jury will find him guilty. I don't know what to think about it, said the clergyman. Were you in the room when he protested so vehemently that he didn't know where he got the money? I was in the room all the time. And did you not believe him when he said that? Yes, I think I did. Anybody must have believed him, except old Tempest, who never believes anybody, and Fothergill, who always suspects everybody. The truth is that he found the cheque and put it by, and did not remember anything about it. But Lufton, surely that would amount to stealing it. Yes, if it wasn't that he was such a poor, cracked, crazy creature, with his mind all abroad. I think Soames did drop his book in his house. I'm sure Soames would not say so unless he was quite confident. Somebody has picked it up, and in some way the cheque has got into Crawley's hand. Then he has locked it up and has forgotten all about it. And when that butcher threatened him, he has put his hand upon it, and he has thought or believed that it had come from Soames or from the Dean, or from heaven, if you will. When a man is so crazy as that, you can't judge of him as you do of others. But a jury must judge of him as it would of others. And therefore there should be a lawyer to tell the jury what to do. They should have somebody up out of the parish to show that he is beside himself half his time. His wife would be the best person, only it would be hard lines on her, very hard, and after all he would only escape by being shown to be mad. And he is mad. Mrs. Proudie would come upon him in such a case as that, and sequester his living. And what will Mrs. Proudie do when he's a convicted thief? Simply unfrock him and take away his living altogether. Nothing on earth should induce me to find him guilty if I were on a jury. But you have committed him. Yes, I've been one at least in doing so. I simply did that which Walker told us we must do. A magistrate is not left to himself as a juryman is. I'd eat the biggest pair of boots in Barchester before I found him guilty. I say, Mark, you must talk it over with the women and see what can be done for them. Lucy tells me that they're so poor that if they have bread to eat it's as much as they have. On this evening Archdeacon Grantly and his wife dined and slept at Framley Court, there having been a very long family friendship between old Lady Lufton and the Grantleys, and Dr. Thorne with his wife from Chaldicotes also dined at Framley. There was also there another clergyman from Barchester, Mr. Champion, one of the prebends of the cathedral. There were only 3 now who had houses in the city since the retrenchments of the Ecclesiastical Commission had come into full force. And this Mr. Champion was dear to the Dowager Lady Lufton, because he carried on worthily the clerical war against the bishop which had raged in Barsetshire ever since Dr. Proudie had come there, which war old Lady Lufton, good and pious and charitable as she was, considered that she was bound to keep up, even to the knife, till Dr. Proudie and all his satellites should have been banished into outer darkness. As the light of the Proudies still shone brightly, it was probable that poor old Lady Lufton might die before her battle was accomplished. She often said that it would be so, but when so saying always expressed a wish that the fight might be carried on after her death. "I shall never, never rest in my grave," she had once said to the Archdeacon, "while that woman sits in your father's palace." For the Archdeacon's father had been Bishop of Barchester before Dr. Proudie. What mode of getting rid of the bishop or his wife Lady Lufton proposed to herself I am unable to say, but I think she lived in hopes that in some way it might be done. If only the bishop could have been found to have stolen a cheque for £20 instead of poor Mr. Crawley, Lady Lufton would, I think, have been satisfied. In the course of these battles Framley Court would sometimes assume a clerical aspect, have a prevailing hue, as it were, of black coats, which was not altogether to the taste of Lord Lufton, and as to which he would make complaint to his wife and to Mark Robarts, himself a clergyman. "There's more of this than I can stand," he'd say to the latter. "There's a deuced deal more of it than you like yourself, I know. It's not for me to like or dislike. It's a great thing having your mother in the parish. That's all very well, and of course she'll do as she likes. She may ask whom she pleases here, and I shan't interfere. It's the same as though it was her own house. But I shall take Lucy to Lufton." Now Lord Lufton had been building his house at Lufton for the last 7 years, and it was not yet finished, or nearly finished, if all that his wife and mother said was true. And if they could have their way, it never would be finished. And so, in order that Lord Lufton might not actually be driven away by the turmoils of ecclesiastical contest, the younger Lady Lufton would endeavour to moderate both the wrath and the zeal of the elder one, and would struggle against the coming clergyman. On this day, however, 3 sat at the board at Framley, and Lady Lufton, in her justification to her son, swore that the invitation had been given by her daughter-in-law. "You know, my dear," the Dowager said to Lord Lufton, "something must be done for these poor Crawleys, and as the Dean is away, Lucy wants to speak to the Archdeacon about them." "And the Archdeacon could not subscribe his £10 note without having Mr. Champion to back him? My dear Ludwig, you do put it in such a way." "Never mind, mother. I've no special dislike to Champion, only as you are not paid 5,000 a year for your trouble, it is rather hard that you should have to do all the work of opposition bishop in the diocese." It was felt by them all, including Lord Lufton himself, who became so interested in the matter as to forgive the black coats before the evening was over, that this matter of Mr. Crawley's committal was very serious, and demanded the full energies of their party. It was known to them all that the feeling at the palace was inimical to Mr. Crawley, That she-Beelzebub hates him for his poverty, and because Arabin brought him into the diocese, said the Archdeacon, permitting himself to use very strong language in his allusion to the bishop's wife. It must be recorded on his behalf that he used the phrase in the presence only of the gentlemen of the party. I think he might have whispered the word into the ear of his confidential friend old Lady Lufton, and perhaps have given no offence, but he would not have ventured to use such words aloud in the presence of ladies. "You forget, Archdeacon," said Dr. Thorne, laughing, "that the she-Beelzebub is my wife's particular friend." "Not a bit of it," said the Archdeacon. "Your wife knows better than that. You tell her what I call her, and if she complains of the name, I'll unsay it." It may therefore be supposed that Dr. Thorne and Mrs. Thorne and the Archdeacon knew each other intimately, and understood each other's feelings on these matters. It was quite true that the palace party was inimical to Mr. Crawley. Mr. Crawley undoubtedly was poor, and had not been so submissive to episcopal authority as it behoves any clergyman to be whose loaves and fishes are scanty. He had raised his back more than once against orders emanating from the palace in a manner which had made the hairs on the head of the bishop's wife to stand almost on end, and had taken as much upon himself as though his living had been worth 1200 a year. Mrs. Proudie, almost as energetic in her language as the Archdeacon, had called him a beggarly perpetual curate. "We must have perpetual curates, my dear," the bishop had said. "They should know their places then. But what can you expect of a creature from the deanery? All that ought to be altered. The dean should have no patronage in the diocese. No dean should have any patronage. It is an abuse from the beginning to the end. Dean Arabin, if he had any conscience, would be doing the duty of Hogglestock himself." How the bishop strove to teach his wife with mildest words what really ought to be a dean's duty, and how the wife rejoined by teaching her husband not in the mildest words what ought to be a bishop's duty, we will not further inquire here. The fact that such dialogues took place at the palace is recorded simply to show that the palatial feeling in Barchester ran counter to Mr. Crawley. And this was cause enough, if no other cause existed, for partiality to Mr. Crawley at Framley Court. But, as has been partly explained, there existed, if possible, even stronger ground than this for adherence to the Crawley cause. The younger Lady Lufton had known the Crawleys intimately, and the elder Lady Lufton had reckoned them among the neighbouring clerical families of her acquaintance. Both these ladies were therefore staunch in their defence of Mr. Crawley. The Archdeacon himself had his own reasons, reasons which for the present he kept altogether within his own bosom, for wishing that Mr. Crawley had never entered the diocese. Whether the perpetual curate should or should not be declared to be a thief, it would be terrible to him to have to call the child of that perpetual curate his daughter-in-law. But not the less on this occasion was he true to his order, true to his side of the diocese, true to his hatred of the palace. "I don't believe it for a moment," he said, as he took his place on the rug before the fire in the drawing-room, when the gentlemen came in from their wine. The ladies understood at once what it was that he couldn't believe. Mr. Crawley had for the moment so usurped the county that nobody thought of talking of anything else. "How is it then," said Mrs. Thorne, "that Lord Lufton and my husband and the other wiseacres at Silverbridge have committed him for trial?" "Because we are told to do so by the lawyer," said Dr. Thorne. "Ladies will never understand that magistrates must act in accordance with the law," said Lord Lufton. "But you all say he's not guilty," said Mrs. Robarts. "The fact is that the magistrates cannot try the question," said the Archdeacon. "They only hear the primary evidence. In this case I don't believe Crawley would ever have been committed if he had employed an attorney instead of speaking for himself." "Why didn't somebody make him have an attorney?" said Lady Lufton. "I don't think any attorney in the world could have spoken for him better than he spoke for himself," said Dr. Thorne. "And yet you committed him," said his wife. "What can we do for him? Can't we pay the bail and send him off to America?" "A jury will never find him guilty," said Lord Lufton. "And what is the truth of it?" said the younger Lady Lufton. Then the whole matter was discussed again, and it was settled among them all that Mr. Crawley had undoubtedly appropriated the cheque through temporary obliquity of judgment and forgetfulness as to the source from whence the cheque had come to him. "He has picked it up about the house, and then has thought that it was his own," said Lord Lufton. Had they come to the conclusion that such an appropriation of money had been made by one of the clergy of the palace, by one of the Proudian party, they would doubtless have been very loud and very bitter as to the iniquity of the offender. They would have said much as to the weakness of the bishop and the wickedness of the bishop's wife, and would have declared the appropriator to have been as very a thief as ever picked a pocket or opened a till. But they were unanimous in their acquittal of Mr. Crawley. It had not been his intention, they said, to be a thief, and a man should be judged only by his intention. It must now be their object to induce a Barchester jury to look at the matter in the same light. "When they come to understand how the land lies," said the archdeacon, "they will be all right. There's not a tradesman in the city who does not hate that woman as though she were—" "Archdeacon," said his wife, cautioning him to repress his energy. "Their bills are all paid by this new chaplain they've got, and he is made to claim discount on every leg of mutton," said the archdeacon, arguing from which fact, or from which assertion, he came to the conclusion that no Barchester jury would find Mr. Crawley guilty. But it was agreed on all sides that it would not be well to trust to the unassisted friendship of the Barchester tradesman. Mr. Crawley must be provided with legal assistance, and this must be furnished to him whether he should be willing or unwilling to receive it. That there would be a difficulty was acknowledged. Mr. Crawley was known to be a man not easy of persuasion, with a will of his own, with a great energy of obstinacy on points which he chose to take up as being of importance to his calling or to his own professional status. He had pleaded his own cause before the magistrates, and it might be that he would insist on doing the same before the judge. At last Mr. Robarts, the clergyman of Framley, was deputed from the knot of Crawleyan advocates assembled in Lady Lufton's drawing-room to undertake the duty of seeing Mr. Crawley, and of explaining to him that his proper defence was regarded as a matter appertaining to the clergy and gentry generally of that part of the county, and that for the sake of the clergy and gentry the defence must of course be properly conducted. In such circumstances the expense of the defence would of course be borne by the clergy and gentry concerned. It was thought that Mr. Robarts could put the matter to Mr. Crawley with such a mixture of the strength of manly friendship and the softness of clerical persuasion as to overcome the recognised difficulties of the task. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of the last Chronicle of Barset by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Steve Gough. Chapter 11. The Bishop sends his Inhibition. Tidings of Mr. Crawley's fate reached the palace at Barchester on the afternoon of the day on which the magistrates had committed him. All such tidings travel very quickly, conveyed by imperceptible wires and distributed by indefatigable message boys whom rumour seems to supply for the purpose. Barchester is 20 miles from Silverbridge by road, and more than 40 by railway. I doubt whether any one was commissioned to send the news along the actual telegraph, and yet Mrs. Proudie knew it before 4 o'clock. But she did not know it quite accurately. "Bishop," she said, standing at her husband's study door, "they have committed that man to gaol. There was no help for them unless they had forsworn themselves." "Not forsworn themselves, my dear," said the bishop, striving, as was usual with him, by some meek and ineffectual word to teach his wife that she was occasionally led by her energy into error. He never persisted in the lessons when he found, as was usual, that they were taken amiss. "I say forsworn themselves," said Mrs. Proudie. "And now what do you mean to do? This is Thursday, and of course the man must not be allowed to desecrate the church of Hogglestock by performing the Sunday services." "If he has been committed, my dear, and is in prison—" "I said nothing about prison, Bishop." "Gaol, my dear." "I say that they have committed him to gaol. So my informant tells me. But of course all the Plumstead and Framley set will move heaven and earth to get him out, so that he may be there as a disgrace to the diocese. I wonder how the dean will feel when he hears of it. I do indeed. For the dean, though he is an idle, useless man with no church principles and no real piety, still he has a conscience. I think he has a conscience." "I'm sure he has, my dear." "Well, let us hope so. And if he has a conscience, what must be his feelings when he hears that this creature whom he brought into the diocese, has been committed to gaol, along with common felons." "Not with felons, my dear. At least I should think not." "I say with common felons. A downright robbery of £20, just as though he had broken into the bank. And so he did, with sly artifice, which is worse in such hands than a crowbar. And now what are we to do? Here is Thursday, and something must be done before Sunday for the souls of those poor benighted creatures at Hogglestock." Mrs. Proudie was ready for the battle, and was even now sniffing the blood afar off. "I believe it's £130 a year," she said, before the bishop had collected his thoughts sufficiently for a reply. "I think we must find out, first of all, whether he is really to be shut up in prison," said the bishop. "And suppose he is not to be shut up? Suppose they have been weak or untrue to their duty? And from what we know of the magistrates of Barsetshire, there is too much reason to suppose that they will have been so. Suppose they have let him out? Is he to go about like a roaring lion among the souls of the people?" The bishop shook in his shoes. When Mrs. Proudie began to talk of the souls of the people, he always shook in his shoes. She had an eloquent way of raising her voice over the word souls that was qualified to make any ordinary man shake in his shoes. The bishop was a conscientious man, and well knew that poor Mr. Crawley, even though he might have become a thief under terrible temptation, would not roar at Hogglestock to the injury of any man's soul. He was aware that this poor clergyman had done his duty laboriously and efficiently, and he was also aware that though he might have been committed by the magistrates and then let out upon bail, he should not be regarded now, in these days before his trial, as a convicted thief. But to explain all this to Mrs. Proudie was beyond his power. He knew well that she would not hear a word in mitigation of Mr. Crawley's presumed offence. Mr. Crawley belonged to the other party, and Mrs. Proudie was a thoroughgoing partisan. I know a man, an excellent fellow, who, being himself a strong politician, constantly expresses a belief that all politicians opposed to him are thieves, child murderers, parricides, lovers of incest, demons upon the earth. He is a strong partisan, but not, I think, so strong as Mrs. Proudie. He says that he believes all evil of his opponents, but she really believed the evil. The Archdeacon had called Mrs. Proudie a she-Beelzebub, but that was a simple ebullition of mortal hatred. He believed her to be simply a vulgar, interfering, brazen-faced virago. Mrs. Proudie, in truth, believed that the Archdeacon was an actual emanation from Satan, sent to those parts to devour souls, as she would call it, and that she herself was an emanation of another sort, sent from another source expressly to Barchester to prevent such devouring, as far as might possibly be prevented, by a mortal agency. The bishop knew it all, understood it all. He regarded the Archdeacon as a clergyman belonging to a party opposed to his party, and he disliked the man. He knew that from his first coming into the diocese he had been encountered with enmity by the Archdeacon and the Archdeacon's friends. If left to himself, he could feel, and to a certain extent could resent, such enmity. But he had no faith in his wife's doctrine of emanations. He had no faith in many things which she believed religiously. And yet what could he do? If he attempted to explain, she would stop him before he had got through the first half of his first sentence. "If he is out on bail," commenced the bishop. "Of course he will be out on bail." "Then I think he should feel." "Feel? Such men never feel. What feeling can one expect from a convicted thief?" "Not convicted as yet, my dear," said the bishop. "A convicted thief," repeated Mrs. Proudie, and she vociferated the words in such a tone that the bishop resolved that he would for the future let the word convicted pass without notice. After all, she was only using the phrase in a peculiar sense given to it by herself. "It won't be proper, certainly, that he should do the services," suggested the bishop. "Proper? It would be a scandal to the whole diocese. How could he raise his head as he pronounced the 8th commandment? That must be at least prevented." The bishop, who was seated, fretted himself in his chair, moving about with little movements. He knew that there was a misery coming upon him, and as far as he could see it might become a great misery, a huge blistering sore upon him. When miseries came to him, as they did not unfrequently, he would unconsciously endeavour to fathom them and weigh them, and then with some gallantry resolve to bear them, if he could find their depth and weight were not too great for his powers of endurance. He would let the cold wind whistle by him, putting up the collar of his coat, and would encounter the winter weather without complaint. And he would be patient under the hot sun, knowing well that tranquillity is best for those who have to bear tropical heat. But when the storm threatened to knock him off his legs, when the earth beneath him became too hot for his poor tender feet, what could he do then? There had been with him such periods of misery, during which he had wailed inwardly and had confessed to himself that the wife of his bosom was too much for him. Now the storm seemed to be coming very roughly. It would be demanded of him that he should exercise certain episcopal authority, which he knew did not belong to him. Now episcopal authority admits of being stretched or contracted according to the character of the bishop who uses it. It is not always easy for a bishop himself to know what he may do and what he may not do. He may certainly give advice to any clergyman in his diocese, and he may give it in such a form that it will have in it something of authority. Such advice, coming from a dominant bishop to a clergyman with a submissive mind, has in it very much of authority. But Bishop Proudie knew that Mr. Crawley was not a clergyman with a submissive mind, and he feared that he himself, as regarded from Mr. Crawley's point of view, was not a dominant bishop. And yet he could only act by advice. "I will write to him," said the bishop, "and will explain to him that as he is circumstanced he should not appear at the reading desk." "Of course he must not appear in the reading desk. That scandal must at any rate be inhibited." Now the bishop did not at all like the use of the word inhibited, understanding well that Mrs. Proudie intended it to be understood as implying some episcopal command against which there should be no appeal. But he let it pass. "I will write to him, my dear, to-night." "And Mr. Thumble can go over with the letter the first thing in the morning." "Will not the post be better?" "No, bishop, certainly not." "He would get it sooner if I write to-night, my dear." "In either case he will get it to-morrow morning. An hour or two will not signify, and if Mr. Thumble takes it himself, we shall know how it is received. It will be well that Thumble should be there in person, as he will want to look for lodgings in the parish." "But, my dear—" "Well, bishop?" "About lodgings. I hardly think that Mr. Thumble, if we decide that Mr. Thumble shall undertake the duty—" "We have decided that Mr. Thumble should undertake the duty. That is decided." "But I do not think he should trouble himself to look for lodgings at Hogglestock. He can go over on the Sundays." "And who is to do the parish work? Would you have that man, a convicted thief, to look after the schools, to visit the sick, and perhaps attend the dying?" "There will be a great difficulty, there will indeed," said the bishop, becoming very unhappy, and feeling that he was driven by circumstances either to assert his own knowledge or teach his wife something of the law with reference to his position as a bishop. "Who is to pay Mr. Thumble?" "The income of the parish must be sequestrated, and he must be paid out of that. Of course he must have the income while he does the work." "But, my dear, I cannot sequestrate the man's income." "I don't believe it, bishop. If the bishop cannot sequestrate, who can? But you are always timid in exercising the authority put into your hands for wise purposes. Not sequestrate the income of a man who has been proved to be a thief! You leave that to us, and we will manage it." The "us" here named comprised Mrs. Proudie and the bishop's managing chaplain. Then the bishop was left alone for an hour to write the letter which Mr. Thumble was to carry over to Mr. Crawley, and after a while he did write it. Before he commenced the task, however, he sat for some moments in his arm-chair close by the fireside, asking himself whether it might not be possible for him to overcome his enemy in this matter. How would it go with him, suppose he were to leave the letter unwritten, and send in a message by his chaplain to Mrs. Proudie, saying that as Mr. Crawley was out on bail, the parish might be left for the present without episcopal interference? She could not make him interfere. She could not force him to write the letter. So at least he said to himself. But as he said it, he almost thought that she could do these things. In the last 30 years or more she had ever contrived by some power latent in her to have her will effected. But what would happen if now, even now, he were to rebel? That he would personally become very uncomfortable he was well aware, but he thought that he could bear that. The food would become bad, mere ashes between his teeth. The daily modicum of wine would lose its flavour. the chimneys would all smoke, the wind would come from the east, and the servants would not answer the bell. Little miseries of that kind would crowd upon him. He had arrived at a time of life in which such miseries make such men very miserable. But yet he thought that he could endure them. And what other wretchedness would come to him? She would scold him, frightfully, loudly, scornfully, and worse than all, continually. But of this he had so much habitually that anything added might be borne also. If only he could be sure that the scoldings should go on in private, that the world of the palace should not be allowed to hear the revilings to which he would be subjected. But to be scolded publicly was the great evil which he dreaded beyond all evils. He was well aware that the palace would know his misfortune, that it was known and freely discussed by all, from the examining chaplain down to the palace boot boy, nay, that it was known to all the diocese, but yet he could smile upon those around him, and look as though he held his own like other men, unless when open violence was displayed. But when that voice was heard aloud along the corridors of the palace, and when he was summoned imperiously by the woman, calling for her bishop, so that all Barchester heard it, and when he was compelled to creep forth from his study at the sound of that summons, with distressed face and shaking hands and short hurrying steps, a being to be pitied even by a deacon, not venturing to assume an air of masterdom should he chance to meet a housemaid on the stairs. Then at such moments as that he would feel that any submission was better than the misery which he suffered. And he well knew that should he now rebel, the whole house would be in turmoil. He would be bishoped here and bishoped there before the eyes of all the palatial men and women, till life would be a burden to him. So he got up from his seat over the fire and went to his desk and wrote the letter. The letter was as follows: The Palace, Barchester, December 1860 . Reverend Sir, he left out dear because he knew that if he inserted it he would be compelled to write the letter over again. I have heard to-day with the greatest trouble of spirit that you have been taken before a bench of magistrates assembled at Silverbridge, having been previously arrested by the police in your parsonage house at Hogglestock, and that the magistrates of Silverbridge have committed you to take your trial at the next assizes in Barchester on a charge of theft. Far be it from me to prejudge the case. You will understand, Reverend Sir, that I express no opinion whatever as to your guilt or innocence in this matter. If you have been guilty, may the Lord give you grace to repent of your great sin, and to make such amends as may come from immediate acknowledgement and confession. If you are innocent, may he protect you, and make your innocence to shine before all men. In either case, may the Lord be with you, and keep your feet from further stumbling. But I write to you now as your bishop, to explain to you that, circumstanced as you are, you cannot with decency perform the church services of your parish. I have that confidence in you that I doubt not you will agree with me in this, and will be grateful to me for relieving you so far from the immediate perplexities of your position. I have therefore appointed the Reverend Caleb Thumble to perform the duties of incumbent at Hogglestock, till such time as a jury shall have decided upon your case at Barchester. And in order that you may at once become acquainted with Mr. Thumble, as will be most convenient that you should do, I will commission him to deliver this letter into your hand personally to-morrow, trusting that you will receive him with that brotherly spirit in which he is sent upon this painful mission. Touching the remuneration to which Mr. Thumble will become entitled for his temporary ministrations in the parish at Hogglestock, I do not at present lay down any strict injunction. He must at any rate be paid at a rate not less than that ordinarily afforded for a curate. I will once again express my fervent hope that the Lord may bring you to see the true state of your own soul, and that he may fill you with the grace of repentance, so that the bitter waters of the present hour may not pass over your head and destroy you. I have the honour to be, Reverend Sir, your faithful servant in Christ, T. Barnum. Baronum castrum having been the old Roman word from which the modern Barchester is derived, the bishops of the diocese have always signed themselves Barnum. The bishop had hardly finished his letter when Mrs. Proudie returned to the study, followed by the Reverend Caleb Thumble. Mr. Thumble was a little man, about 40 years of age, who had a wife and children living in Barchester, and who existed on such chance clerical crumbs as might fall from the table of the bishop's patronage. People in Barchester said that Mrs. Thumble was a cousin of Mrs. Proudie's, but as Mrs. Proudie stoutly denied the connection, it may be supposed that the people of Barchester were wrong. And had Mr. Thumble's wife in truth been a cousin, Mrs. Proudie would surely have provided for him during the many years in which the diocese had been in her hands. No such provision had been made, and Mr. Thumble, who had now been living in the diocese for 3 years, had received nothing else from the bishop than such chance employment as this, which he was now to undertake at Hogglestock. He was a humble, mild-voiced man when within the palace precincts, and had so far succeeded in making his way among his brethren in the cathedral city as to be employed not unfrequently for absent minor canons in chanting the week-day services, being remunerated for his work at the rate of about 2 shillings and 6pence a service. The bishop handed his letter to his wife, observing in an off-hand kind of way that she might as well see what he said. "Of course I shall read it," said Mrs. Proudie. The bishop winced visibly because Mr. Thumble was present. "Quite right," said Mrs. Proudie. "Quite right to let him know that you knew that he had been arrested, actually arrested by the police." "I thought it proper to mention that because of the scandal," said the bishop. "Oh, it has been terrible in the city," said Mr. Thumble. "Never mind, Mr. Thumble," said Mrs. Proudie. "Never mind that at present." Then she continued to read the letter. "What's this? Confession? That must come out, bishop. It will never do that you should recommend confession to anybody under any circumstances." "But, my dear, it must come out, bishop." "My lord has not meant auricular confession," suggested Mr. Thumble. Then Mrs. Proudie turned round and looked at Mr. Thumble, and Mr. Thumble nearly sank amidst the tables and chairs. "I beg your pardon, Mrs. Proudie," he said. "I didn't mean to intrude." "The word must come out, bishop," repeated Mrs. Proudie. "There should be no stumbling blocks prepared for feet that are only too ready to fall." And the word did come out. "Now, Mr. Thumble," said the lady, as she gave the letter to her satellite, "the bishop and I wish you to be at Hogglestock early to morrow. You should be there not later than 10, certainly." Then she paused until Mr. Thumble had given the required promise. "And we request that you will be very firm in the mission which is confided to you, a mission which, as of course you see, is of a very delicate and important nature. You must be firm." "I will endeavour," said Mr. Thumble. "The bishop and I both feel that this most unfortunate man must not under any circumstances be allowed to perform the services of the church while this charge is hanging over him, a charge as to the truth of which no sane man can entertain a doubt." "I am afraid not, Mrs. Proudie," said Mr. Thumble. "The bishop and I therefore are most anxious that you should make Mr. Crawley understand at once, and the lady as she spoke lifted up her left hand with an eloquent violence which had its effect upon Mr. Thumble, "that he is inhibited." The bishop shook in his shoes. "Inhibited from the performance of any of his sacred duties." Thereupon Mr. Thumble promised obedience and went his way. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of the last Chronicle of Barset by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Steve Gough. Chapter 12. Mr. Crawley seeks for sympathy. Matters went very badly indeed in the parsonage house at Hogglestock. On the Friday morning, the morning of the day after his committal, Mr. Crawley got up very early, long before daylight, and dressing himself in the dark, groped his way downstairs. His wife, having vainly striven to persuade him to remain where he was, followed him into the cold room below with a lighted candle. She found him standing with his hat on and with his old cloak, as though he were prepared to go out. "Why do you do this?" she said. "You will make yourself ill with the cold and the night air, and then you and I too will be worse than we now are." "We cannot be worse. You cannot be worse, and for me it does not signify. Let me pass." "I will not let you pass, Josiah. Be a man and bear it. Ask God for strength, instead of seeking it in an overindulgence of your own sorrow." "Indulgence!" Yes, love, indulgence. It is indulgence. You will allow your mind to dwell on nothing for a moment but your own wrongs.
What else have I that I can think of? Is not all the world against me?
Am I against you?
Sometimes I think you are. When you accuse me of self-indulgence, you are against me, who for myself have desired nothing but to be allowed to do my duty and to have bread enough to keep me alive and clothes enough to make me decent.
Is it not self-indulgence, this giving way to grief? Who would know so well as you how to teach the lesson of endurance to others? Come, love, lay down your hat. It cannot be fitting that you should go out into the wet and cold of the raw morning. For a moment he hesitated, but as she raised her hand to take his cloak from him, he drew back from her and would not permit it.
I shall find those up whom I want to see, he said. I must visit my flock, and I dare not go through the parish by daylight, lest they hoot after me as a thief.
Not one in Hogglestock would say a word to insult you.
Would they not? The very children in the school whisper at me. Let me pass, I say. It has not as yet come to that I should be stopped in my egress and ingress. They have bailed me, and while their bail lasts, I may go where I will.
Oh, Josiah, what words to me! Have I ever stopped your liberty? Would I not give my life to secure it?
Let me go then, now. I tell you that I have business in hand.
But I will go with you. I will be ready in an instant.
You go? Why should you go? Are there not the children for you to mind?
There is only Jane.
Stay with her then. Why should you go about the parish? She still held him by the cloak and looked anxiously up into his face. Woman, he said, raising his voice, what is it that you dread? I command you to tell me what is it that you fear? He had now taken hold of her by the shoulder, slightly thrusting her from him, so that he might see her face by the dim light of the single candle. Speak, I say, what is that you think that I shall do?
Dearest, I know that you will be better at home, better with me than you can be on such a morning as this, out in the cold damp air.
And is that all?
He looked hard at her, while she returned his gaze with beseeching, loving eyes.
Is there nothing behind that you will not tell me? She paused for a moment before she replied. She had never lied to him. She could not lie to him.
I wish you knew my heart towards you, she said, with all and everything in it.
I know your heart well, but I want to know your mind. Why would you persuade me not to go out among my poor?
Because it will be bad for you to be out alone in the dark lanes, in the mud and wet, thinking of your sorrow. You will brood over it till you will lose your senses through the intensity of your grief. You will stand out in the cold air, forgetful of everything around you, till your limbs will be numbed and your blood chilled.
And then?
Oh, Josiah, do not hold me like that, and look at me so angrily.
And even then I will bear my burden, till the Lord in his mercy shall see fit to relieve me. Even then I will endure, though a bare bodkin or a leaf of hemlock would put an end to it. Let me pass on. You need fear nothing.
She let him pass without another word, and he went out of the house, shutting the door after him noiselessly, and closing the wicket gate of the garden. For a while she sat herself down on the nearest chair, and tried to make up her mind how she might best treat him in his present state of mind. As regarded the present morning, her heart was at ease. She knew that he would do now nothing of that which she had apprehended. She could trust him not to be false in his word to her, though she could not before have trusted him not to commit so much heavier a sin. If he would really employ himself from morning till night among the poor, he would be better so. His trouble would be easier of endurance than with any other employment which he could adopt. What she most dreaded was that he should sit idle over the fire and do nothing. When he was so seated she could read his mind as though it was open to her as a book. She had been quite right when she had accused him of over-indulgence in his grief. He did give way to it till it became a luxury to him, a luxury which she would not have had the heart to deny him, had she not felt it to be of all luxuries the most pernicious. during these long hours in which he would sit speechless, doing nothing, he was telling himself from minute to minute that of all God's creatures he was the most heavily afflicted, and was revelling in the sense of the injustice done to him. He was recalling all the facts of his life, his education, which had been costly, and, as regarded knowledge, successful, his vocation to the church, when in his youth he had determined to devote himself to the service of his Saviour, disregarding promotion or the favour of men, the short sweet days of his early love, in which he had devoted himself again, thinking nothing of self but everything of her, his diligent working, in which he had ever done his very utmost for the parish in which he was placed, and always his best for the poorest, the success of other men who had been his compeers, and, as he too often told himself, intellectually his inferiors, then of his children, who had been carried off from his love to the churchyard, over whose graves he himself had stood, reading out the pathetic words of the funeral service with unswerving voice and a bleeding heart. And then of his children still living, who loved their mother so much better than they loved him. And he would recall all the circumstances of his poverty, how he had been driven to accept alms, to fly from creditors, to hide himself, to see his chairs and tables seized before the eyes of those over whom he had been set as their spiritual pastor. And in it all, I think, there was nothing so bitter to the man as the derogation from the spiritual grandeur of his position as priest among men, which came as one necessary result from his poverty. St. Paul could go forth without money in his purse, or shoes to his feet, or 2 suits to his back, and his poverty never stood in the way of his preaching, or hindered the veneration of the faithful. St. Paul indeed was called upon to bear stripes, was flung into prison, encountered terrible dangers. But Mr. Crawley, so he told himself, could have encountered all that without flinching. The stripes and scorn of the unfaithful would have been nothing to him, if only the faithful would have believed in him, poor as he was, as they would have believed in him had he been rich. Even they whom he had most loved treated him almost with derision, because he was now different from them. Dean Arabin had laughed at him because he had persisted in walking 10 miles through the mud instead of being conveyed in the Dean's carriage. And yet after that he had been driven to accept the Dean's charity. No one respected him, no one. His very wife thought that he was a lunatic, and now he had been publicly branded as a thief, and in all likelihood would end his days in a gaol. Such were always his thoughts as he sat idle, silent, moody over the fire, and his wife well knew their currents. It would certainly be better that he should drive himself to some employment, if any employment could be found possible to him. When she had been alone for a few minutes, Mrs. Crawley got up from her chair, and going into the kitchen lighted the fire there, and put the kettle over it, and began to prepare such breakfast for her husband as the means in the house afforded. Then she called the sleeping servant girl, who was little more than a child, and went into her own girl's room, and then she got into bed with her daughter. "I have been up with your papa, dear, and I am cold." "Oh, mamma, poor mamma, why is papa up so early?" "He has gone out to visit some of the brickmakers before they go to their work. It is better for him to be employed." "But mamma, it is pitch dark." "Yes, dear, it is still dark. Sleep again for a while, and I will sleep too. I think Grace will be here to-night, and then there will be no room for me here." Mr. Crawley went forth and made his way with rapid steps to a portion of his parish nearly 2 miles distant from his house, through which was carried a canal, affording water communication in some intricate way both to London and Bristol, and on the brink of this canal there had sprung up a colony of brickmakers, the nature of the earth in those parts combining with the canal to make brickmaking a suitable trade. The workmen there assembled were not for the most part native-born Hogglestockians, or folk descended from Hogglestockian parents. They had come thither from unknown regions, as labourers of that class do come when they are needed. Some young men from that and neighbouring parishes had joined themselves to the colony, allured by wages, and disregarding the menaces of the neighbouring farmers. But they were all in appearance and manners nearer akin to the race of navvies than to ordinary rural labourers. They had a bad name in the country, but it may be that their name was worse than their deserts. The farmers hated them, and consequently they hated the farmers. They had a beer shop and a grocer's shop and a huckster's shop for their own accommodation, and were consequently vilified by the small, old-established tradesmen around them. They got drunk occasionally, but I doubt whether they drank more than did the farmers themselves on market day. They fought among themselves sometimes, but they forgave each other freely, and seemed to have no objection to black eyes. I fear that they were not always good to their wives, nor were their wives always good to them. But it should be remembered that among the poor, especially when they live in clusters, such misfortunes cannot be hidden as they may be amidst the decent belongings of more wealthy people. That they worked very hard was certain, and it was certain also that very few of their number ever came upon the poor rates. What became of the old brickmakers no one knew. Whoever sees a worn-out, aged navvy? Mr. Crawley, ever since his first coming into Hogglestock, had been very busy amongst these brickmakers, and by no means without success. Indeed, the farmers had quarrelled with him because the brickmakers had so crowded the narrow parish church as to leave but scant room for decent people. "Do they folk pay tithes? That's what I want 'em to tell me," argued one farmer, not altogether unnaturally believing, as he did, that Mr. Crawley was paid by tithes out of his own pocket. But Mr. Crawley had done his best to make the brickmakers welcome at the church, scandalizing the farmers by causing them to sit or stand in any portion of the church which was hitherto unappropriated. He had been constant in his personal visits to them, and had felt himself to be more a St. Paul with them than with any other of his neighbours around him. It was a cold morning, but the rain of the preceding evening had given way to frost, and the air, though sharp, was dry. The ground under the feet was crisp, having felt the wind and frost, and was no longer clogged with mud. In his present state of mind the walk was good for our poor pastor, and exhilarated him. But still as he went he thought always of his injuries. His own wife believed that he was about to commit suicide, and for so believing he was very angry with her. And yet, as he well knew, the idea of making away with himself had flitted through his own mind a dozen times. Not from his own wife could he get real sympathy. He would see what he could do with a certain brickmaker of his acquaintance. "Are you there, Dan?" he said, knocking at the door of a cottage which stood alone, close to the towing path of the canal, and close also to a forlorn corner of the muddy, watery, ugly, disordered brickfield. It was now just past 6 o'clock, and the men would be rising, as in midwinter they commenced their work at 7. The cottage was an unalluring, straight, brick-built tenement, seeming as though intended to be one of a row which had never progressed beyond number 1. A voice answered from the interior, inquiring who was the visitor, to which Mr. Crawley replied by giving his name. Then the key was turned in the lock, and Dan Morris, the brickmaker, appeared with a candle in his hand. He had been engaged in lighting the fire with a view to his own breakfast. "Where is your wife, Dan?" asked Mr. Crawley. The man answered by pointing with a short poker which he held in his hand to the bed, which was half screened from the room by a ragged curtain which hung from the ceiling halfway down to the floor. "And are the Darvilles here?" asked Mr. Crawley. Then Morris, again using the poker, pointed upwards, showing that the Darvilles were still in their own allotted abode upstairs. "You're very early out, Mr. Crawley," said Morris, and then he went on with his fire. "Drat the sticks, if they bean't as wet as the old un hisself. Get up, old woman, and do you do it, for I can't. They wouldn't kindle to me, nohow." The old woman, having well noted the presence of Mr. Crawley, thought it better to remain where she was. Mr. Crawley sat himself down by the obstinate fire and began to arrange the sticks. "Dan, Dan," said a voice from the bed, "sure you wouldn't let his reverence trouble himself with the fire?" "How be I to keep him from it if he chooses? I didn't ask him." Then Morris stood by and watched, and after a while Mr. Crawley succeeded in his attempt. "How could it burn when you had not given the small spark a current of air to help it?" said Mr. Crawley. "In course not," said the woman, "but he be such a stupid." The husband said no word in acknowledgment of this compliment, nor did he thank Mr. Crawley for what he had done, nor appear as though he intended to take any notice of him. He was going on with his work when Mr. Crawley again interrupted him. "How did you get back from Silverbridge yesterday, Dan?" "Footed it all the blessed way." "It's only 8 miles." "And I footed it there, and that's 16. And I paid 1 and 6pence for beer and grub, so help me I did." "Dan," said the voice from the bed, rebuking him for the impropriety of his language. "Well, I beg pardon, but I did.
and they give me 2 bob, just 2 plain shillings, by Dan! I'd have earned 3 and 6 year brickmaking easy, that's what I would. How's a poor man to live that way? They'll not catch me at Barchester sizes at that price, they may be sure of that. Look there, that's what I've got for my day. And he put his hand into his breeches pocket and fetched out a 6pence. How's a man to fill his belly out of that? Damnation! Dan! Well, what did I say? Hold your jaw, will you, and not be halloaing at me that way. I know what I'm saying of, and what I'm a-doing of.
I wish they'd given you something more with all my heart, said Crawley.
We knows that, said the woman from the bed. We is sure of that, your reverence. 6pence, said the man scornfully. If they'd have guv me nothing at all but the run of my teeth at the public-house, I'd have taken it better, but 6pence.
Then there was a pause. And what have they given to me? Said Mr. Crawley, when the man's ill humour about his 6pence had so far subsided as to allow of his busying himself again about the premises. Yes, indeed, said the woman. Yes, we feel that, we do indeed, Mr. Crawley. I'll tell you what, sir, for another 6pence I'd have sworn you'd never give me the paper at all, and so I will now, if it been too late. 6pence or no 6pence, what do I care? Damn, Dan! And why shouldn't I? They ain't got brains enough among them to whinny the truth from the lies, not among the lot of them. I'll swear afore the judge that you didn't give it to me at all, if that'll do any good. Man, do you think I would have you perjure yourself, even if that would do me a service? And do you think that any man was ever served by a lie?
Facts, among them chaps it don't do to tell them too much of the truth. Look at that.
And he brought out the 6pence again from his breeches pocket.
And look at your reverence. Only that they've let you out for a while, they've been nigh as hard on you as though you were one of us.
If they think that I stole it, they have been right, said Mr. Crawley.
It's been along of that chap Soames, said the woman. The Lord would have paid the money out of his own pocket and never said not a word.
If they think that I've been a thief, they've done right, repeated Mr. Crawley. But how can they think so? How can they think so? Have I lived like a thief among them?
For the matter of that, if a man ain't paid for his work by them as is his employers, he must play hisself. Them's my notions. Look at that.
Whereupon he again pulled out the 6pence and held it forth in the palm of his hand. You believe, then, said Mr. Crawley, speaking very slowly, that I did steal the money? Speak out, Dan. I shall not be angry. As you go, you are honest men, and I want to know what such of you think about it.
He don't think nothing of the kind,
said the woman, almost getting out of bed in her energy.
And if he had thought the like o' that in his head, I'd read un such a lesson, he'd never think again the longest day he had to live.
Speak out, Dan, said the clergyman, not attending to the woman. You can understand that no good can come of a lie. Dan Morris scratched his head. Speak out, man, when I tell you, said Crawley.
Drat it all, said Dan. Where's the use of so much jaw about it? Say you know his reverence is as innocent as the babe as isn't born, said the woman. No, I won't say nothing of the kind, said Dan.
Speak out the truth, said Crawley.
They do say among 'em, said Dan, that you picked it up and then got a wool gathering in your head till you didn't rightly know where it come from.
Then he paused.
And after a bit you give it to me to get the money, didn't you now?
I did.
And they do say if a poor man had done it, it'd have been stealing for certain.
And I'm a poor man, the poorest in all Hogglestock, and therefore of course it is stealing.
Of course I am a thief. Yes, of course I am a thief.
When did not the world believe the worst of the poor? Having so spoken, Mr. Crawley rose from his chair and hurried out of the cottage, waiting no further reply from Dan Morris or his wife. And as he made his way slowly home, not going there by the direct road but by a long circuit, he told himself that there could be no sympathy for him anywhere. Even Dan Morris the brickmaker thought that he was a thief. And am I a thief? He said to himself, standing in the middle of the road with his hands up to his forehead. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of the last Chronicle of Barset by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Steve Gough. Chapter 13. The Bishop's Angel.
It was nearly 9 before Mr. Crawley got back to his house, and found his wife and daughter waiting breakfast for him. "I should not wonder if Grace were over here to-day," said Mrs. Crawley. "She'd better remain where she is," said he. After this the meal passed almost without a word. When it was over, Jane, at a sign from her mother, went up to her father and asked him whether she should read with him. "Not now," he said, "not just now. I must rest my brain before it will be fit for any work." Then he got into the chair over the fire, and his wife began to fear that he would remain there all the day. But the morning was not far advanced when there came a visitor who disturbed him, and by disturbing him did him real service. Just at 10 there arrived at the little gate before the house a man on a pony, whom Jane espied, standing there by the pony's head, and looking about for some one to relieve him from the charge of his steed. This was Mr. Thumble, who had ridden over to Hogglestock on a poor spavined brute belonging to the bishop's stable, and which had once been the bishop's cob. Now it was the vehicle by which Mrs. Proudie's episcopal messages were sent backwards and forwards through a 12 miles ride round Barchester, and so many were the lady's requirements that the poor animal by no means ate the hay of idleness. Mr. Thumble had suggested to Mrs. Proudie, after their interview with the bishop, and the giving up of the letter to the clerical messenger's charge, that before hiring a gig from the Dragon of Wantley, he should be glad to know, looking as he always did to Mary Ann and the children, whence the price of the gig was to be returned to him. Mrs. Proudie had frowned at him, not with all the austerity of frowning which she could use when really angered, but simply with a frown which gave her some little time for thought, and would enable her to continue the rebuke if, after thinking, she should find that rebuke was needed. But mature consideration showed her that Mr. Thumble's caution was not without reason. Were the bishop energetic, or even the bishop's managing chaplain as energetic as he should be, Mr. Crawley might, as Mrs. Proudie felt assured, be made in some way to pay for the conveyance for Mr. Thumble. But the energy was lacking, and the price of the gig, if the gig were ordered, would certainly fall ultimately upon the bishop's shoulders. This was very sad. Mrs. Proudie had often grieved over the necessary expenditure of episcopal surveillance, and had been heard to declare her opinion that a liberal allowance for secret service should be made in every diocese. What better could the ecclesiastical commissioners do with all those rich revenues which they had stolen from the bishops? But there was no such liberal allowance at present, and therefore Mrs. Proudie, after having frowned at Mr. Thumble for some seconds, desired him to take the grey cob. Now Mr. Thumble had ridden the grey cob before, and would have much preferred a gig, but even the grey cob was better than a gig at his own cost. "Mamma, there's a man at the gate wanting to come in," said Jane. "I think he's a clergyman." Mr. Crawley immediately raised his head, though he did not at once leave his chair. Mrs. Crawley went to the window and recognized the reverend visitor. "My dear, it is that Mr. Thumble who is so much with the bishop." "What does Mr. Thumble want with me?" "Nay, my dear, he will tell you that himself." But Mrs. Crawley, though she answered him with a voice intended to be cheerful, greatly feared the coming of this messenger from the palace. She perceived at once that the bishop was about to interfere with her husband in consequence of that which the magistrates had done yesterday. "Mamma, he doesn't know what to do with his pony," said Jane. "Tell him to tie it to the rail," said Mr. Crawley. "If he has expected to find menials here, as he has them at the palace, he will be wrong. If he wants to come in here, let him tie the beast to the rail." So Jane went out and sent a message to Mr. Thumble by the girl, and Mr. Thumble did tie the pony to the rail and followed the girl into the house. Jane in the meantime had retired out by the back door to the school, but Mrs. Crawley kept her ground. She kept her ground, although she almost believed that her husband would prefer to have the field to himself. As Mr. Thumble did not at once enter the room, Mr. Crawley stalked to the door and stood with it open in his hand. Though he knew Mr. Thumble's person, he was not acquainted with him, and therefore he simply bowed to the visitor, bowing more than once or twice with a cold courtesy which did not put Mr. Thumble altogether at his ease. "My name is Mr. Thumble," said the visitor, "the Reverend Caleb Thumble," and he held the bishop's letter in his hand. Mr. Crawley seemed to take no notice of the letter,
but motioned Mr. Thumble with his hand into the room. "I suppose you have come over from Barchester this morning?" said Mrs. Crawley. "Yes, madam, from the palace." Mr. Thumble, though a humble man in positions in which he felt that humility would become him, a humble man to his betters, as he himself would have expressed it, had still about him something of that pride which naturally belonged to those clergymen who were closely attached to the palace at Barchester. Had he been sent on a message to Plumstead, could any such message from Barchester Palace have been possible, he would have been properly humble in his demeanour to the Archdeacon or to Mrs. Grantly, had he been admitted to the august presence of that lady. But he was aware that humility would not become him on his present mission. He had been expressly ordered to be firm by Mrs. Proudie, and firm he meant to be, and therefore in communicating with Mrs. Crawley the fact that he had come from the palace, he did load the tone of his voice with something of dignity which Mr. Crawley might perhaps be excused for regarding as arrogance. "And what does the palace want with me?" said Mr. Crawley. Mrs. Crawley knew at once that there was to be a battle. Nay, the battle had begun. Nor was she altogether sorry, for though she could not trust her husband to sit alone all day in his armchair over the fire, she could trust him to carry on a disputation with any other clergyman on any subject whatever. "What does the palace want with me?" And as Mr. Crawley asked the question, he stood erect and looked Mr. Thumble full in the face. Mr. Thumble called to mind the fact that Mr. Crawley was a very poor man indeed, so poor that he owed money all round the country to butchers and bakers, and the other fact that he, Mr. Thumble himself, did not owe any money to any one, his wife luckily having a little income of her own. And strengthened by these remembrances, he endeavoured to bear Mr. Crawley's attack with gallantry. "Of course, Mr. Crawley, you are aware that this unfortunate affair at Silverbridge—" "I am not prepared, sir, to discuss the unfortunate affair at Silverbridge with a stranger. If you are the bearer of any message to me from the Bishop of Barchester, perhaps you will deliver it." "I have brought a letter," said Mr. Thumble. Then Mr. Crawley stretched out his hand without a word, and taking the letter with him to the window, read it very slowly. When he had made himself master of its contents, he refolded the letter, placed it again in the envelope, and returned to the spot where Mr. Thumble was standing. "I will answer the bishop's letter," he said. "I will answer it, of course, as it is fitting that I should do. Shall I ask you to wait for my reply, or shall I send it by course of post?" "I think, Mr. Crawley, as the bishop wishes me to undertake the duty—" "You will not undertake the duty, Mr. Thumble. You need not trouble yourself, for I shall not surrender my pulpit to you." "But the bishop—" "I care nothing for the bishop in this matter." So much he spoke in anger, and then he corrected himself. "I crave the bishop's pardon and yours, as his messenger, if in the heat occasioned by my strong feelings I have said aught which may savour of irreverence towards his lordship's office. I respect his lordship's high position as bishop of this diocese, and I bow to his commands in all things lawful. But I must not bow to him in things unlawful, nor must I abandon my duty before God at his bidding, unless his bidding be given in accordance with the canons of the Church and the laws of the land. It will be my duty on the coming Sunday to lead the prayers of my people in the church of my parish, and to preach to them from my pulpit. And that duty, with God's assistance, I will perform. Nor will I allow any clergyman to interfere with me in the performance of those sacred offices, no, not though the bishop himself should be present with the object of enforcing his illegal command." Mr. Crawley spoke these words without hesitation, even with eloquence, standing upright, and with something of a noble anger gleaming over his poor wan face. And I think that, while speaking them, he was happier than he had been for many a long day. Mr. Thumble listened to him patiently, standing with one foot a little in advance of the other, with one hand folded over the other, with his head rather to one side, and with his eyes fixed on the corner where the wall and ceiling joined each other. He had been told to be firm, and he was considering how he might best display firmness. He thought that he remembered some story of two parsons fighting for one pulpit, and he thought also that he should not himself like to incur the scandal of such a proceeding in the diocese. As to the law in the matter, he knew nothing himself, but he presumed that a bishop would probably know the law better than a perpetual curate. That Mrs. Proudie was intemperate and imperious he was aware, Had the message come from her alone, he might have felt that even for her sake he had better give way. But as the despotic arrogance of the lady had been in this case backed by the timid presence and hesitating words of her lord, Mr. Thumble thought that he must have the law on his side. "I think you will find, Mr. Crawley," said he, "that the bishop's inhibition is strictly legal." He had picked up the powerful word from Mrs. Proudie, and flattered himself that it might be of use to him in carrying his purpose. "It is illegal," said Mr. Crawley, speaking somewhat louder than before, "and will be absolutely futile. As you pleaded to me that you yourself and your own personal convenience were concerned in this matter, I have made known my intentions to you, which otherwise I should have made known only to the bishop. If you please, we will discuss the subject no further." "Am I to understand, Mr. Crawley, that you refuse to obey the bishop?" "The bishop has written to me, sir, and I will make known my intention to the bishop by a written answer. As you have been the bearer of the bishop's letter to me, I am bound to ask you whether I shall be indebted to you for carrying back my reply, or whether I shall send it by course of post." Mr. Thumble considered for a moment, and then made up his mind that he had better wait and carry back the epistle. This was Friday, and the letter could not be delivered by post till the Saturday morning. Mrs. Proudie might be angry with him if he should be the cause of loss of time. He did not, however, at all like waiting, having perceived that Mr. Crawley, though with language courteously worded, had spoken of him as a mere messenger. "I think," he said, "that I may perhaps best further the object which we must all have in view, that namely of providing properly for the Sunday services of the church at Hogglestock, by taking your reply personally to the bishop." "That provision is my care, and need trouble no one else," said Mr. Crawley in a loud voice. Then, before seating himself at his old desk, he stood a while, pondering, with his back turned to his visitor. "I have to ask your pardon, sir," he said, looking round for a moment, "because by reason of the extreme poverty of this house, my wife is unable to offer you that hospitality which is especially due from one clergyman to another." "Oh, don't mention it," said Mr. Thumble. "If you will allow me, sir, I would prefer that it should be mentioned." Then he seated himself at his desk and commenced his letter. Mr. Thumble felt himself to be awkwardly placed. Had there been no third person in the room, he could have sat down in Mr. Crawley's armchair and waited patiently till the letter should be finished. But Mrs. Crawley was there, and of course he was bound to speak to her. In what strain could he do so? Even he, little as he was given to indulge in sentiment, had been touched by the man's appeal to his own poverty, and he felt, moreover, that Mrs. Crawley must have been deeply moved by her husband's position with reference to the bishop's order. It was quite out of the question that he should speak of that, as Mr. Crawley would, he was aware, immediately turn upon him. At last he thought of a subject, and spoke with a voice intended to be pleasant. "That was the schoolhouse I passed, probably, just as I came here?" Mrs. Crawley told him that it was the schoolhouse. "Ah, yes, I thought so. Have you a certified teacher here?" Mrs. Crawley explained that no government aid had ever reached Hogglestock. Besides themselves, they had only a young woman whom they themselves had instructed. "Ah, that is a pity," said Mr. Thumble. I am the certified teacher," said Mr. Crawley, turning round upon him from his chair. "Oh, yes," said Mr. Thumble. And after that Mr. Thumble asked no more questions about the Hogglestock school. Soon afterwards Mrs. Crawley left the room, seeing the difficulty under which Mr. Thumble was labouring, and feeling sure that her presence would not now be necessary. Mr. Crawley's letter was written quickly, though every now and then he would sit for a moment with his pen poised in the air, searching his memory for a word. But the words came to him easily, and before an hour was over he had handed his letter to Mr. Thumble. The letter was as follows: The Parsonage, Hogglestock, December 1860 . Right Reverend Lord, I have received the letter of yesterday's date, which your lordship has done me the honour of sending to me by the hands of the Reverend Mr. Thumble, and I avail myself of that gentleman's kindness to return to you an answer by the same means, moved thus to use his patience chiefly by the consideration that in this way my reply to your lordship's injunctions may be in your hands with less delay than would attend the regular course of the mail post. It is with deep regret
that I feel myself constrained to inform your lordship that I cannot obey the command which you have laid upon me with reference to the services of my church in this parish. I cannot permit Mr. Thumble or any other delegate from your lordship to usurp my place in my pulpit. I would not have you think, if I can possibly dispel such thoughts from your lordship, that I disregard your high office, or that I am deficient in that respectful obedience to the bishop set over me, which is due to the authority of the crown as the head of the church in these realms. But in this, as in all questions of obedience, he who is required to obey must examine the extent of the authority exercised by him who demands obedience. Your lordship might possibly call upon me, using your voice as bishop of the diocese, to abandon altogether the freehold rights which are now mine in this perpetual curacy. The judge of assize, before whom I shall soon stand for my trial, might command me to retire to prison without a verdict given by the jury. The magistrates who committed me so lately as yesterday, upon whose decision in that respect your lordship has taken action against me so quickly, might have equally strained their authority. But in no case in this land is he that is subject bound to obey, further than where the law gives authority and exacts obedience. It is not in the power of the crown itself to inhibit me from the performance of my ordinary duties in this parish by any such missive as that sent to me by your lordship. If your lordship think it right to stop my mouth as a clergyman in your diocese, you must proceed to do so in an ecclesiastical court in accordance with the laws, and will succeed in your object or fail in accordance with the evidences as to ministerial fitness or unfitness which may be produced respecting me before the proper tribunal. I will allow that much attention is due from a clergyman to pastoral advice given to him by his bishop. On that head I must first express to your lordship my full understanding that your letter has not been intended to convey advice, but an order, an inhibition, as your messenger, the Reverend Mr. Thumble, has expressed it. There might be a case certainly in which I should submit myself to counsel, though I should resist command. No counsel, however, has been given, except indeed that I should receive your messenger in a proper spirit, which I hope I have done. No other advice has been given me, and therefore there is now no such case as that I have imagined. But in this matter, my lord, I could not have accepted advice from living man, no, not though the hands of the apostles themselves had made him bishop who tendered it to me, and had set him over me for my guidance. I am in a terrible strait. Trouble and sorrow and danger are upon me and mine. It may well be, as your lordship says, that the bitter waters of the present hour may pass over my head and destroy me. I thank your lordship for telling me whither I am to look for assistance. Truly I know not whether there is any to be found for me on earth. But the deeper my troubles, the greater my sorrow, the more pressing my danger, the stronger is my need that I should carry myself in these days with that outward respect of self which will teach those around me to know that, let who will condemn me, I have not condemned myself. Were I to abandon my pulpit, unless forced to do so by legal means, I should in doing so be putting a plea of guilty against myself upon the record. This, my lord, I will not do. I have the honour to be, my lord, your lordship's most obedient servant, Josiah Crawley. When he had finished writing his letter, he read it over slowly and then handed it to Mr. Thumble. The act of writing and the current of the thoughts through his brain, and the feeling that in every word written he was getting the better of the bishop, all this joined to a certain manly delight in warfare against authority, lighted up the man's face and gave to his eyes an expression which had been long wanting to them. His wife at that moment came into the room, and he looked at her with an air of triumph as he handed the letter to Mr. Thumble. If you will give that to his lordship, with an assurance of my duty to his lordship in all things proper, I will thank you kindly, craving your pardon for the great delay to which you have been subjected. As to the delay, that is nothing, said Mr. Thumble. It has been much, but you as a clergyman will feel that it has been incumbent on me to speak my mind fully. Oh yes, of course. Mr. Crawley was standing up, as also was Mrs. Crawley. It was evident to Mr. Thumble that they both expected that he should go, but he had been specially enjoined to be firm, and he doubted whether hitherto he had been firm enough. As far as this morning's work had as yet gone, it seemed to him that Mr. Crawley had had the play all to himself,
and that he, Mr. Thumble, had not had his innings. He, from the palace, had been, as it were, cowed by this man who had been forced to plead his own poverty. It was certainly incumbent upon him, before he went, to speak up, not only for the bishop, but for himself also. "Mr. Crawley," he said, "hitherto I have listened to you patiently." "Nay," said Mr. Crawley, smiling, "you have indeed been patient, and I thank you, but my words have been written, not spoken. You have told me that you intend to disobey the bishop's inhibition." "I have told the bishop so, certainly." "May I ask you now to listen to me for a few minutes?" Mr. Crawley, still smiling, still having in his eyes the unwonted triumph which had lighted them up, paused a moment, and then answered him. "Reverend sir, you must excuse me if I say no, not on this subject." "You will not let me speak?" "No, not on this matter, which is very private to me. What should you think if I went into your house and inquired of you as to those things which were particularly dear to you? But the bishop sent me." "Though 10 bishops had sent you, a council of archbishops, if you will," Mr. Thumble started back, appalled at the energy of the words used to him. "Shall a man have nothing of his own, no sorrow in his heart, no care in his family, no thought in his breast so private and special to him, but that if he happen to be a clergyman, the bishop may touch it with his thumb?" "I am not the bishop's thumb," said Mr. Thumble, drawing himself up. "I intended not to hint anything personally objectionable to yourself. I will regard you as one of the angels of the church." Mr. Thumble, when he heard this, began to be sure that Mr. Crawley was mad. He knew of no angels that could ride about the Barsetshire lanes on grey ponies. "And as such I will respect you, but I cannot discuss with you the matter of the bishop's message." "Oh, very well, I will tell his lordship." "I will pray you to do so." "And his lordship, should he so decide, will arm me with such power on my next coming as will enable me to carry out his lordship's wishes." "His lordship will abide by the law, as will you also." In speaking these last words he stood with the door in his hand, and Mr. Thumble, not knowing how to increase or even to maintain his firmness, thought it best to pass out and mount his grey pony and ride away. "The poor man thought you were laughing at him when you called him an angel of the church," said Mrs. Crawley, coming up to him and smiling on him. "Had I told him he was simply a messenger, he would have taken it worse, poor fool. When they have rid themselves of me, they may put him here in my church, but not yet, not yet. Where is Jane? Tell her I am ready to commence the 7 against Thebes with her." Then Jane was immediately sent for out of the school, and the 7 against Thebes was commenced with great energy. Often during the next hour and a half Mrs. Crawley from the kitchen would hear him reading out, or rather saying by rote, with sonorous, rolling voice, great passages from some chorus, and she was very thankful to the bishop, who had sent over to them a message and a messenger which had been so salutary in their effect upon her husband. "In truth, an angel of the church," she said to herself as she chopped up the onions for the mutton broth. And ever afterwards she regarded Mr. Thumble as an angel. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of the last Chronicle of Barset, by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Steve Gough. Chapter 14. Major Grantly consults a friend. Grace Crawley passed through Silverbridge on her way to Allington on the Monday, and on the Tuesday morning Major Grantly received a very short note from Miss Prettyman telling him that she had done so. "Dear Sir, I think you will be glad to learn that our friend Miss Crawley went from us yesterday on a visit to her friend Miss Dale at Allington. Yours truly, Annabella Prettyman." The note said no more than that. Major Grantly was glad to get it, obtaining from it that satisfaction which a man always feels when he is presumed to be concerned in the affairs of the lady with whom he is in love, and he regarded Miss Prettyman with favourable eyes, as a discreet and friendly woman. Nevertheless, he was not altogether happy. The very fact that Miss Prettyman should write to him on such a subject made him feel that he was bound to Grace Crawley. He knew enough of himself to be sure that he could not give her up without making himself miserable. And yet, as regarded her father, things were going from bad to worse. Everybody now said that the evidence was so strong against Mr. Crawley as to leave hardly a doubt of his guilt. Even the ladies in Silverbridge were beginning to give up his cause, acknowledging that the money could not have come rightly into his hands, and excusing him on the plea of a partial insanity. "He has picked it up and put it by for months, and then thought that it was his own." The ladies of Silverbridge could find nothing better to say for him than that. And when young Mr. Walker remarked that such little mistakes were the customary causes of men being taken to prison, the ladies of Silverbridge did not know how to answer him. It had come to be their opinion that Mr. Crawley was affected with a partial lunacy, which ought to be forgiven in one to whom the world had been so cruel. And when young Mr. Walker endeavoured to explain to them that a man must be sane altogether or mad altogether, and that Mr. Crawley must, if sane, be locked up as a thief, and if mad, locked up as a madman, they sighed and were convinced that until the world should have been improved by a new infusion of romance and a stronger feeling of poetic justice, Mr. John Walker was right. And the result of this general opinion made its way out to Major Grantly, and made its way also to the Archdeacon at Plumstead. As to the Major, in giving him his due, it must be explained that the more certain he became of the father's guilt, the more certain also he became of the daughter's merits. It was very hard. The whole thing was cruelly hard. It was cruelly hard upon him that he should be brought into this trouble, and be forced to take upon himself the armour of a knight errant for the redress of the wrong on the part of the young lady. But when alone in his house, or with his child, he declared to himself that he would do so. It might well be that he could not live in Barsetshire after he had married Mr. Crawley's daughter. He had inherited from his father enough of that longing for ascendancy among those around him to make him feel that in such circumstances he would be wretched. But he would be made more wretched by the self-knowledge that he had behaved badly to the girl he loved, and the world beyond Barsetshire was open to him. He would take her with him to Canada, to New Zealand, or to some other far-away country, and there begin his life again. Should his father choose to punish him for so doing by disinheriting him, they would be poor enough, but in his present frame of mind the Major was able to regard such poverty as honourable and not altogether disagreeable. He had been out shooting all day at Chaldicotes with Dr. Thorne and a party who were staying in the house there, and had been talking about Mr. Crawley, first with one man and then with another. Lord Lufton had been there, and young Gresham from Greshamsbury, and Mr. Robarts, the clergyman, and the news had come among them of the attempt made by the bishop to stop Mr. Crawley from preaching. Mr. Robarts had been of opinion that Mr. Crawley should have given way, and Lord Lufton, who shared his mother's intense dislike of everything that came from the palace, had sworn that he was right to resist. The sympathy of the whole party had been with Mr. Crawley, but they had all agreed that he had stolen the money. "I fear he'll have to give way to the bishop at last," Lord Lufton had said. "And what on earth will become of his children?" said the doctor. "Think of the fate of that pretty girl, for she is a very pretty girl. It will be ruin to her. No man will allow himself to fall in love with her when her father shall have been found guilty of stealing a cheque for £20. "We must do something for the whole family," said the lord. "I say, Thorne, you haven't half the game here that there used to be in poor old Sowerby's time." "Haven't I?" said the doctor. "You see, Sowerby had been at it all his days and never did anything else. I only began late in life." The Major had intended to stay and dine at Chaldicotes, but when he heard what was said about Grace, his heart became sad, and he made some excuse as to his child and returned home. Dr. Thorne had declared that no man could allow himself to fall in love with her. But what if a man had fallen in love with her beforehand? What if a man had not only fallen in love, but spoken of his love? Had he been alone with the doctor, he would, I think, have told him the whole of his trouble, for in all the county there was no man whom he would sooner have trusted with his secret. This Dr. Thorne was known far and wide for his soft heart, his open hand, and his well-sustained indifference to the world's opinions on most of those social matters with which the world meddles. And therefore the words which he had spoken had more weight with Major Grantly than they would have had from other lips. As he drove home he almost made up his mind that he would consult Dr. Thorne upon the matter. There were many younger men with whom he was very intimate, Frank Gresham, for instance, and Lord Lufton himself. But this was an affair which he hardly knew how to discuss with a young man. To Dr. Thorne he thought he could bring himself to tell the whole story. In the evening there came to him a messenger from Plumstead with a letter from his father and some present for the child. He knew at once that the present had been thus sent as an excuse for the letter. His father might have written by the post, of course, but that would have given to his letter a certain air and tone which he had not wished it to bear. After some message from the Major's mother and some allusion to Edith, the Archdeacon struck off upon the matter that was near his heart. "I fear it is all up with that unfortunate man at Hogglestock," he said. "From what I hear of the evidence which came out before the magistrates, there can, I think, be no doubt as to his guilt. Have you heard that the bishop sent over on the following day to stop him from preaching? He did so, and sent again on the Sunday. But Crawley would not give way, and so far I respect the man. For as a matter of course, whatever the bishop did or attempted to do, he would do with an extreme of bad taste, probably with gross ignorance as to his own duty and as to the duty of the man under him. I am told that on the first day Crawley turned out of his house the messenger sent to him, some stray clergyman whom Mrs. Proudie keeps about the house, and that on the Sunday the stairs to the reading desk and the pulpit were occupied by a lot of brickmakers, among whom the parson from Barchester did not venture to attempt to make his way, although he was fortified by the presence of one of the cathedral vergers and by one of the palace footmen. I can hardly believe about the verger and the footman. As for the rest, I have no doubt it is all true. I pity Crawley from my heart. Poor unfortunate man. The general opinion seems to be that he is not in truth responsible for what he has done. As for his victory over the bishop, nothing on earth could be better. Your mother particularly wishes you to come over to us before the end of the week and to bring Edith. Your grandfather will be here, and he is becoming so infirm that he will never come to us for another Christmas. Of course you will stay over the New Year." Though the letter was full of Mr. Crawley and his affairs, there was not a word in it about Grace. This, however, was quite natural. Major Grantly perfectly well understood his father's anxiety to carry his point without seeming to allude to the disagreeable subject. "My father is very clever," he said to himself, "very clever, but he isn't so clever but one can see how clever he is." On the next day he went into Silverbridge, intending to call on Miss Prettyman. He had not quite made up his mind what he would say to Miss Prettyman, nor was he called upon to do so, as he never got as far as the lady's house. While walking up the High Street he saw Mrs. Thorne in her carriage, and, as a matter of course, he stopped to speak to her. He knew Mrs. Thorne quite as intimately as he did her husband, and liked her quite as well. "Major Grantly," she said, speaking out loud to him half across the street, "I was very angry with you yesterday. Why did you not come up to dinner? We had a room ready for you and everything." "I was not quite well, Mrs. Thorne." "Fiddlestick! Don't tell me of not being well. There was Emily breaking her heart about you." "I'm sure Miss Dunstable—" "To tell you the truth, I think she'll get over it. It won't be mortal with her. But do tell me, Major Grantly, what are we to think about this poor Mr. Crawley? It was so good of you to be one of his bailsmen." He would have found 20 in Silverbridge if he had wanted them. "And do you hear that he has defied the bishop? I do so like him for that. Not but what poor Mrs. Proudie is the dearest friend I have in the world, and I'm always fighting a battle with old Lady Lufton on her behalf. But one likes to see one's friends worsted sometimes, you know." "I don't quite understand what did happen at Hogglestock on Sunday," said the major. "Some say he had the bishop's chaplain put under the pump. I don't believe that. But there is no doubt that when the poor fellow tried to get into the pulpit, they took him and carried him neck and heels out of the church. But tell me, Major Grantly, what is to become of the family?" "Heaven knows." "Is it not sad? And that eldest girl is so nice. They tell me that she is perfect, not only in beauty, but in manners and accomplishments. Everybody says that she talks Greek just as well as she does English, and that she understands philosophy from the top to the bottom." "At any rate, she is so good and so lovely that one cannot but pity her now," said the major. "You know her then, Major Grantly? By the by, of course you do, as you were staying with her at Framley." "Yes, I know her." "What is to become of her? I'm going your way. You might as well get into the carriage and I'll drive you home. If he is sent to prison, and they say he must be sent to prison, what is to become of them?" And Major Grantly did get into the carriage, and, before he got out again, he had told Mrs. Thorne the whole story of his love. She listened to him with the closest attention, only interrupting him now and then with little words intended to signify her approval. He, as he told his tale, did not look her in the face, but sat with his eyes fixed upon her muff. "And now," he said, glancing up at her almost for the first time as he finished his speech, "and now, Mrs. Thorne, what am I to do?" "Marry her, of course," said she, raising her hand aloft and bringing it down heavily upon his knee as she gave her decisive reply. "Sh!" he exclaimed, looking back in dismay towards the servants. "Oh, they will never hear anything up there. They're thinking about the last pot of porter they had, or the next they're to get. Deary me, I'm so glad. Of course you'll marry her." "You forget my father." "No, I don't. What has a father to do with it? You're old enough to please yourself without asking your father. Besides, Lord bless me, the archdeacon isn't the man to bear malice. He'll storm and threaten and stop the supplies for a month or so. Then he'll double them, and take your wife to his bosom and kiss her and bless her and all that kind of thing. We all know what parental wrath means in such cases as that." "But my sister?" "As for your sister, don't talk to me about her. I don't care two straws about your sister. You must excuse me, Major Grantly, but Lady Hartletop is really too big for my powers of vision." "And Edith?" "Of course, Mrs. Thorne, I can't be blind to the fact that in many ways such a marriage would be injurious to her. No man wishes to be connected with a convicted thief." "No, Major Grantly, but a man does wish to marry the girl that he loves. At least I suppose so. And what man ever was able to give a more touching proof of his affection than you can do now? If I were you, I'd be at Allington before 12 o'clock to morrow. I would indeed. What does it matter about the trumpery cheque? Everybody knows it was a mistake, if he did take it, and surely you would not punish her for that." "No, no, I don't suppose she'd think it a punishment." "You go and ask her then. And I'll tell you what, if she hasn't a house of her own to be married from, she shall be married from Chaldicotes. We'll have such a breakfast, and I'll make as much of her as if she were the daughter of my old friend the bishop himself. I will indeed." This was Mrs. Thorne's advice. Before it was completed, Major Grantly had been carried halfway to Chaldicotes. When he left his impetuous friend he was too prudent to make any promise, but he declared that what she had said should have much weight with him. "You won't mention it to anybody?" said the major. "Certainly not, without your leave," said Mrs. Thorne. "Don't you know I am the soul of honour?" End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of the Last Chronicle of Barset by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Steve Gough. Chapter 15. Up in London. Some kind and attentive reader may perhaps remember that Miss Grace Crawley, in a letter written by her to her friend Miss Lily Dale, said a word or two of a certain John. If it can only be as John wishes it. And the same reader, if there be one so kind and attentive, may also remember that Miss Lily Dale had declared in reply that, about that other subject, she would rather say nothing. And then she had added, when one thinks of going beyond friendship, even if one tries to do so, there are so many barriers. From which words the kind and attentive reader, if such a reader be in such matters intelligent as well as kind and attentive, may have learned a great deal with reference to Miss Lily Dale. We will now pay a visit to the John in question, a certain Mr. John Eames, living in London, a bachelor, as the intelligent reader will certainly have discovered, and cousin to Miss Grace Crawley. Mr. John Eames at the time of our story was a young man, some 7 or 28 years of age, living in London, where he was supposed by his friends in the country to have made his mark, and to be something a little out of the common way. But I do not know that he was very much out of the common way, except in the fact that he had had some few £1,000s left him by an old nobleman who had been in no way related to him, but who had regarded him with great affection, and who had died some 2 years since. Before this, John Eames had not been a very poor man, as he filled the comfortable official position of private secretary to the chief commissioner of the Income Tax Board, and drew a salary of £350 a year from the resources of his country. But when, in addition to this source of official wealth, he became known as the undoubted possessor of 128 shares in one of the most prosperous joint stock banks in the metropolis, which property had been left to him free of legacy duty by the lamented nobleman above named, then Mr. John Eames rose very high indeed as a young man in the estimation of those who knew him, and was supposed to be something a good deal out of the common way. His mother, who lived in the country, was obedient to his slightest word, never venturing to impose upon him any sign of parental authority, and to his sister, Mary Eames, who lived with her mother, he was almost a god upon earth. To sisters who have nothing of their own, not even some special god for their own individual worship, generous, affectionate, unmarried brothers with sufficient incomes are gods upon earth. And even up in London Mr. John Eames was somebody. He was so, especially at his office, although indeed it was remembered by many a man how raw a lad he had been when he first came there, not so very many years ago, and how they had laughed at him and played him tricks, and how he had customarily been known to be without a shilling for the last week before pay-day, during which period he would borrow sixpence here and a shilling there with great energy from men who now felt themselves to be honoured when he smiled upon them. Little stories of his former days would often be told of him behind his back, but they were not told with ill nature, because he was very constant in referring to the same matters himself, and it was acknowledged by every one at the office that neither the friendship of the nobleman, nor the fact of the private secretaryship, nor the acquisition of his wealth had made him proud to his old companions, or forgetful of old friendships. To the young men, lads who had lately been appointed, he was perhaps a little cold. But then it was only reasonable to conceive that such a one as Mr. John Eames was now could not be expected to make an intimate acquaintance with every new clerk that might be brought into the office. Since competitive examinations had come into vogue, there was no knowing who might be introduced, and it was understood generally through the establishment, and I may almost say by the civil service at large, so wide was his fame, that Mr. Eames was very averse to the whole theory of competition. The devil take the hindmost scheme, he called it, and would then go on to explain that hindmost candidates were often the best gentlemen, and that in this way the devil got the pick of the flock. And he was respected the more for this opinion, because it was known that on this subject he had fought some hard battles with the Chief Commissioner. The Chief Commissioner was a great believer in competition, wrote papers about it, which he read aloud to the various bodies of the civil service, not at all to their delight, which he got to be printed here and there, and which he sent by post all over the kingdom. More than once this Chief Commissioner had told his private secretary that they must part company, unless the private secretary could see fit to alter his view, or could at least keep his views to himself. But the private secretary would do neither, and nevertheless there he was, still private secretary. "It is because John has money," said one of the young clerks, who was discussing this singular state of things with his brethren at the office. "When a chap has got money, he may do what he likes. Johnny has got lots of money, you know." The young clerk in question was by no means on intimate terms with Mr. Eames, but there had grown up in the office a way of calling him Johnny behind his back, which had probably come down from the early days of his scrapes and his poverty. Now the entire life of Mr. John Eames was pervaded by a great secret, and although he never in those days alluded to the subject in conversation with any man belonging to the office, yet the secret was known to them all. It had been historical for the last 4 or 5 years, and was now regarded as a thing of course. Mr. John Eames was in love, and his love was not happy. He was in love, and had long been in love, and the lady of his love was not kind to him. The little history had grown to be very touching and pathetic, having received no doubt some embellishments from the imaginations of the gentlemen of the Income Tax Office. It was said of him that he had been in love from his early boyhood, that at 16 he had been engaged, under the sanction of the nobleman now deceased, and of the young lady's parents, that contracts of betrothals had been drawn up, and things done very unusual in private families in these days, and that then there had come a stranger into the neighbourhood just as the young lady was beginning to reflect whether she had a heart of her own or not, and that she had thrown her parents and the noble lord and the contract and poor Johnny Eames to the wind, and had— Here the story took different directions as told by different men. Some said the lady had gone off with a stranger, and that there had been a clandestine marriage, which afterwards turned out to be no marriage at all. Others that the stranger suddenly took himself off, and was no more seen by the young lady. Others that he owned at last to having another wife, and so on. The stranger was very well known to be one Mr. Crosbie, belonging to another public office, and there were circumstances in his life, only half known, which gave rise to these various rumours. But there was one thing certain, one point as to which no clerk in the income tax office had a doubt, one fact which had conduced much to the high position which Mr. John Eames now held in the estimation of his brother clerks. He had given this Mr. Crosbie such a thrashing that no man had ever received such treatment before, and had lived through it. Wonderful stories were told about that thrashing, so that it was believed, even by the least enthusiastic in such matters, that the poor victim had only dragged on a crippled existence since the encounter. "For 9 weeks he never said a word, or ate a mouthful," said one young clerk to a younger clerk who was just entering the office, "and even now he can't speak above a whisper, and has to take all his food in pap." It will be seen, therefore, that Mr. John Eames had about him much of the heroic. That he was still in love, and in love with the same lady, was known to every one in the office. When it was declared of him that in the way of amatory expressions he had never in his life opened his mouth to another woman, there were those in the office who knew that this was an exaggeration. Mr. Cradell, for instance, who in his early years had been very intimate with John Eames, and who still kept up the old friendship, although being a domestic man with a wife and 6 young children, and living on a small income, he did not go much out among his friends, could have told a very different story. For Mrs. Cradell herself had, in days before Cradell had made good his claim upon her, not been unadmired by Cradell's fellow clerk. But the constancy of Mr. Eames's present love was doubted by none who knew him. It was not that he went about with his stockings ungartered, or any of the old acknowledged signs of unrequited affection. In his manner he was rather jovial than otherwise, and seemed to live a happy, somewhat luxurious life, well contented with himself and the world around him. But still he had this passion within his bosom, and I am inclined to think that he was a little proud of his own constancy. It might be presumed that when Miss Dale wrote to her friend Grace Crawley about going beyond friendship, pleading that there were so many barriers, she had probably seen her way over most of them. But this was not so, nor did John Eames himself at all believe that the barriers were in a way to be overcome. I will not say that he had given the whole thing up as a bad job, because it was the law of his life that the thing never should be abandoned as long as hope was possible. Unless Miss Dale should become the wife of somebody else, he would always regard himself as affianced to her. He had so declared to Miss Dale herself, and to Miss Dale's mother, and to all the Dale people who had ever been interested in the matter. And there was an old lady living in Miss Dale's neighbourhood, the sister of the lord, who had left John Eames the bank shares, who always fought his battles for him, and kept a close look-out, fully resolved that John Eames should be rewarded at last. This old lady was connected with the Dales by family ties, and therefore had means of close observation. She was in constant correspondence with John Eames, and never failed to acquaint him when any of the barriers were, in her judgment, giving way. The nature of some of the barriers may possibly be made intelligible to my readers by the following letter from Lady Julia de Guest to her young friend. Guestwick Cottage, December 1860 . My dear John, I am much obliged to you for going to Jones's. I sent stamps for 2 shillings and 4pence, which is what I owe you. It used only to be 2 shillings and 2pence, but they say everything has got to be dearer now, and I suppose pills as well as other things. Only think of Pritchard coming to me and saying she wanted her wages raised after living with me for 20 years. I was very angry and scolded her roundly, but as she acknowledged she had been wrong, and cried and begged my pardon, I did give her 2 guineas a year more. I saw dear Lily just for a moment on Sunday, and upon my word I think she grows prettier every year. She had a young friend with her, a Miss Crawley, who I believe is the cousin I have heard you speak of. What is this sad story about her father, the clergyman? Mind you tell me all about it. It is quite true what I told you about the De Courcys. Old Lady De Courcy is in London, and Mr. Crosbie is going to law with her about his wife's money. He has been at it in one way or the other ever since poor Lady Alexandrina died. I wish she had lived with all my heart, for though I feel sure that our Lily will never willingly see him again, yet the tidings of her death disturbed her and set her thinking of things that were fading from her mind. I rated her soundly, not mentioning your name, however, but she only kissed me and told me in her quiet, drolling way that I didn't mean a word of what I said. You can come here whenever you please after the 10th of January, but if you come early in January you must go to your mother first, and come to me the last week of your holiday. Go to Blackie's in Regent Street and bring me down all the colours in wool that I ordered. I said you could call. And tell them at Dolland's the last spectacles don't suit at all, and I won't keep them. They had better send me down, by you, 1 or 2 more pairs to try. And you had better see Smithers and Smith in Lincoln's Inn Fields, number 57, but you have been there before, and beg them to let me know how my poor dear brother's matters are to be settled at last. As far as I can see, I shall be dead before I shall know what income I have got to spend. As to my cousins at the manor, I never see them. And as to talking to them about business, I should not dream of it. She hasn't come to me since she first called, and she may be quite sure that I shan't go to her till she does. Indeed, I think we shall like each other apart quite as much as we should together. So let me know when you're coming, and pray don't forget to call at Blackie's, nor yet at Dolland's, which is much more important than the wool, because of my eyes getting so weak. But what I want you specially to remember is about Smithers and Smith. How is a woman to live if she doesn't know how much she has got to spend? Believe me to be, my dear John, your most sincere friend, Julia de Guest. Lady Julia always directed her letters for her young friend to his office, and there he received the one now given to the reader. When he had read it, he made a memorandum as to the commissions, and then threw himself back in his armchair to think over the tidings communicated to him. All the facts stated he had known before, that Lady De Courcy was in London, and that her son-in-law, Mr. Crosbie, whose wife, Lady Alexandrina, had died some 12 months since at Baden-Baden, was at variance with her respecting money which he supposed to be due to him. But there was that in Lady Julia's letter which was wormwood to him. Lily Dale was again thinking of this man whom she had loved in old days, and who had treated her with monstrous perfidy. It was all very well for Lady Julia to be sure that Lily Dale would never desire to see Mr. Crosbie again, but John Eames was by no means equally certain that it would be so. The tidings of her death disturbed her, said Johnny, repeating to himself certain words out of the old lady's letter. I know they disturbed me. I wish she could have lived for ever. If he ever ventures to show himself within 10 miles of Allington, I'll see if I cannot do better than I did the last time I met him. And there came a knock at the door, and the private secretary, finding himself to be somewhat annoyed by the disturbance at such a moment, bade the intruder enter in angry voice. "Oh, it's you, Cradell, is it? What can I do for you?" Mr. Cradell, who now entered, and who, as before said, was an old ally of John Eames, was a clerk of longer standing in the department than his friend. In age he looked to be much older, and he had left with him none of that appearance of the gloss of youth which will stick for many years to men who are fortunate in their worldly affairs. Indeed, it may be said that Mr. Cradell was almost shabby in his outward appearance, and his brow seemed to be laden with care, and his eyes were dull and heavy. "I thought I'd just come in and ask how you are," said Cradell. "I'm pretty well, thank you, and how are you?" "Oh, I'm pretty well, in health, that is. You see, one has so many things to think of when one has a large family. Upon my word, Johnny, I think you've been lucky to keep out of it." "I have kept out of it, at any rate, haven't I?" "Of course, living with you as much as I used to do, I know the whole story of what has kept you single." "Don't mind about that, Cradell. What is it you want?" "I mustn't let you suppose, Johnny, that I'm grumbling about my lot. Nobody knows better than you what a trump I have got in my wife." "Of course you did. An excellent woman. And if I cut you out a little there, I'm sure you never felt malice against me for that." "Never for a moment, old fellow. We all have our luck, you know." "Your luck has been a wife and family. My luck has been to be a bachelor." "You may say a family," said Cradell. "I'm sure that Amelia does the best she can, but we are desperately pushed sometimes, desperately pushed. I never was so bad, Johnny, as I am now." "So you said the last time." "Did I? I don't remember it. I didn't think I was so bad then. But, Johnny, if you can let me have one more fiver now, I have made arrangements with Amelia how I'm to pay you off by 30 shillings a month as I get my salary. Indeed I have. Ask her else." "I'll be shot if I do." "Don't say that, Johnny." "It's no good your johnnying me, for I won't be johnnied out of another shilling. It comes too often, and there's no reason why I should do it. And what's more, I can't afford it. I've people of my own to help." "But, oh, Johnny, we all know how comfortable you are. And I'm sure no one rejoiced as I did when the money was left to you. If it had been myself, I could hardly have thought more of it. Upon my word and honour, if you let me have it this time, it shall be the last." "Upon my word and honour, then, I won't. There must be an end to everything." Although Mr. Cradell would probably, if pressed, have admitted the truth of this last assertion, he did not seem to think that the end had as yet come to his friend's benevolence. It certainly had not come to his own importunity. "Don't say that, Johnny. Pray don't." "But I do say it. When I told Amelia yesterday evening that I didn't like to go to you again, because of course a man has feelings, she told me to mention her name. 'I'm sure he'd do it for my sake,' she said." "I don't believe she said anything of the kind." "Upon my word she did. You ask her." "And if she did, she oughtn't to have said it." "Oh, Johnny, don't speak in that way of her. She's my wife, and you know what your own feelings were once. But look here, we are in that state at home at this moment that I must get money somewhere before I go home. I must indeed. If you let me have £3 this once, I'll never ask you again. I'll give you a written promise if you like, and I'll pledge myself to pay it back by 30 shillings a time out of the next 2 months' salary. I will indeed." And then Mr. Cradell began to cry. But when Johnny at last took out his cheque book and wrote a cheque for £3, Mr. Cradell's eyes glistened with joy. "Upon my word, I am so much obliged to you. You are the best fellow that ever lived, and Amelia will say the same when she hears of it." "I don't believe she'll say anything of the kind, Cradell. If I remember anything of her, she has a stouter heart than that." Cradell admitted that his wife had a stouter heart than himself, and then made his way back to his own part of the office. This little interruption to the current of Mr. Eames's thoughts was, I think, for the good of the service, as immediately on his friend's departure he went to his work, whereas, had not he been thus called away from his reflections about Miss Dale, he would have sat thinking about her affairs probably for the rest of the morning. As it was, he really did write a dozen notes in answer to as many private letters addressed to his chief, Sir Raffle Buffle, in all of which he made excellently worded false excuses for the non-performance of various requests made to Sir Raffle by the writers. "He's about the best candidate that I know," said Sir Raffle one day to the secretary. "Otherwise you may be sure I shouldn't keep him there." "I will allow that he is clever," said the secretary. "It isn't cleverness so much as tact. It's what I call tact. I haven't been long in the service before I mastered it myself, and now that I've been at the trouble to teach him, I don't want to have the trouble to teach another. But upon my word he must mind his P's and Q's. Upon my word he must, and you had better tell him so." "The fact is, Mr. Kissing," said the private secretary the next day to the secretary. Mr. Kissing was at that time secretary to the Board of Commissioners for the Receipts of Income Tax. "The fact is, Mr. Kissing, Sir Raffle should never attempt to write a letter himself. He doesn't know how to do it. He always says twice too much, and yet not half enough. I wish you'd tell him so. He won't believe me." From which it will be seen Mr. Eames was proud of his special accomplishment, but did not feel any gratitude to the master who assumed to himself the glory of having taught him. On the present occasion John Eames wrote all his letters before he thought again of Lily Dale, and was able to write them without interruption, as the chairman was absent for the day at the Treasury, or perhaps at his club. Then, when he had finished, he rang his bell, and ordered some sherry and soda water, and stretched himself before the fire, as though his exertions in the public service had been very great, and seated himself comfortably in his armchair, and lit a cigar, and again took out Lady Julia's letter. As regarded the cigar, it might be said that both Sir Raffle and Mr. Kissing had given orders that on no account should cigars be lit within the precincts of the Income Tax Office. Mr. Eames had taken upon himself to understand that such orders did not apply to a private secretary, and was well aware that Sir Raffle knew his habit. To Mr. Kissing, I regret to say, he put himself in opposition whenever and wherever opposition was possible, so that men in the office said that one of the two must go at last. "But Johnny can do anything, you know, because he has got money." That was frequently the opinion finally expressed among the men. So John Eames sat down and drank his soda water and smoked his cigar and read his letter, or rather simply that paragraph of the letter which referred to Miss Dale. The tidings of her death have disturbed her and set her thinking again of things that were fading from her mind. He understood it all. And yet how could it possibly be so? How could it be that she should not despise a man, despise him if she did not hate him, who had behaved as this man had behaved to her? It was now 4 years since this Crosbie had been engaged to Miss Dale, and had jilted her so heartlessly as to incur the disgust of every man in London who had heard the story. He had married an earl's daughter, who had left him within a few months of their marriage, and now Mr. Crosbie's noble wife was dead. The wife was dead, and simply because the man was free again, he, John Eames, was to be told that Miss Dale's mind was disturbed, and that her thoughts were going back to things that had faded from her memory, and which should have been long since banished altogether from such holy ground. If Lily Dale were now to marry Mr. Crosbie, anything so perversely cruel as the fate of John Eames would never yet have been told in romance. That was his own idea on the matter as he sat smoking his cigar. I have said that he was proud of his constancy, and yet in some sort he was also ashamed of it. He acknowledged the fact of his love, and believed himself to have out-Jacobed Jacob. But he felt it was hard for a man who had risen in the world, as he had done, to be made a plaything of by a foolish passion. It was now 4 years ago, that affair of Crosbie, and Miss Dale should have accepted him long since. Half a dozen times he had made up his mind to be very stern at her, and he had written somewhat sternly. But the first moment that he saw her, he was conquered again. "And now that brute will reappear, and everything will be wrong again," he said to himself. If the brute did reappear, something should happen of which the world should hear the tidings. So he lit another cigar, and began to think what that something should be. As he did so he heard a loud noise, as of harsh rattling winds, in the next room, and knew that Sir Raffle had come back from the Treasury. There was a creaking of boots, and a knocking of chairs, and a ringing of bells, and then a loud angry voice, a voice that was very harsh, and on this occasion very angry. Why had not his 12 o'clock letters been sent up to him to the West End? Why not? Mr. Eames knew all about it. Why did Mr. Eames know all about it? Why had not Mr. Eames sent them up? Where was Mr. Eames? Let Mr. Eames be sent to him. All which Mr. Eames heard standing with a cigar in his mouth and his back to the fire. Somebody has been bullying old Buffle, I suppose, after all he has been at the Treasury to-day, said Eames to himself. But he did not stir till the messenger had been to him, nor even then at once. "All right, Rafferty," he said, "I'll go in just now." Then he took half a dozen more whiffs from the cigar, threw the remainder into the fire, and opened the door which communicated between his room and Sir Raffle's. The great man was standing with 2 unopened epistles in his hand. "Eames," said he, "here are letters." Then he stopped himself and began upon another subject. "Did I not give express orders that I would have no smoking in the office?" "I think Mr. Kissing said something about it, sir." "Mr. Kissing? It was not Mr. Kissing at all. It was I. I gave the order myself." "You will find it began with Mr. Kissing." "It did not begin with Mr. Kissing. It began and ended with me. What are you going to do, sir?" John Eames had stepped towards the bell, and his hand was already on the bell pull. "I was going to ring for the papers, sir." "And who told you to ring for the papers? I don't want the papers. The papers won't show anything. I suppose my word may be taken without the papers, since you're so fond of Mr. Kissing." "I am not fond of Mr. Kissing at all." "You will have to go back to him, and let somebody come here who will not be too independent to obey my orders. Here are 2 most important letters, have been lying here all day instead of being sent up to me at the Treasury." "Of course they have been lying there. I thought you were at the club." "I told you I should go to the Treasury. I have been there all the morning with the Chancellor." When Sir Raffle spoke officially of the Chancellor, he was not supposed to mean the Lord Chancellor. "And here I find letters which I particularly wanted lying upon my desk now." I must put an end to this kind of thing. I must indeed. If you like the outer office better, say so at once, and you can go." "I'll think about it, Sir Raffle." "Think about it? What do you mean by thinking about it? But I can't talk about that now. I'm very busy, and shall be here till past 7. I suppose you can stay?" "All night, if you wish it, sir." "Very well. That will do for the present. I wouldn't have had these letters delayed for £20. I don't suppose it would have mattered one straw if both of them remained unopened till next week." This last little speech, however, was not made aloud to Sir Raffle, but by Johnny to himself in the solitude of his own room. Very soon after that he went away, Sir Raffle having discovered that one of the letters in question required his immediate return to the West End. "I've changed my mind about staying. I shan't stay now. I should have done if these letters had reached me as they ought. Then I suppose I can go?" "You can do as you like about that," said Sir Raffle. Eames did do as he liked, and went home, or to his club. And as he went he resolved that he would put an end, and at once, to the present trouble of his life. Lily Dale should accept him or reject him, and taking either the one or the other alternative, she should hear a bit of his mind plainly spoken. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of the last Chronicle of Barset by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Steve Gough. Chapter 16. Down at Allington. It was Christmas time down at Allington, and at 3 o'clock on Christmas Eve, just as the darkness of the early winter evening was coming on, Lily Dale and Grace Crawley were seated together, one above the other, on the steps leading up to the pulpit in Allington church. They had been working all day at the decorations of the church, and they were now looking round them at the result of their handiwork. To an eye unused to the gloom the place would have been nearly dark, but they could see every corner turned by the ivy sprigs, and every line on which the holly leaves were shining. And the greeneries of the winter had not been stuck up in the old-fashioned idle way, a bough just fastened up here and a twig inserted there, but everything had been done with some meaning, with some thought towards the original architecture of the building. The Gothic lines had been followed, and all the lower arches, which it had been possible to reach with an ordinary ladder, had been turned as truly with the laurel cuttings as they had been turned originally with the stone. "I wouldn't tie another twig," said the elder girl, "for all the Christmas pudding that was ever boiled." "It's lucky then that there isn't another twig to tie." "I don't know about that. I see a score of places where the work has been scamped. This is the 6th time I have done the church, and I don't think I'll ever do it again. When we first began it, Bell and I, you know, before Bell was married, Mrs. Boyce and the Boycean establishment generally used to come and help, or rather we used to help her. Now she hardly ever looks after it at all." "She is older, I suppose?" "She's a little older and a deal idler. How idle people do get! Look at him. Since he has had a curate he hardly ever stirs round the parish, and he is getting so fat that— Shh! Here she is herself, come to give her judgment upon us." Then a stout lady, the wife of the vicar, walked slowly up the aisle. "Well, girls," she said, "you have worked hard, and I'm sure Mr. Boyce will be very much obliged to you." "Mr. Boyce, indeed," said Lily Dale. "We shall expect the whole parish to rise from their seats and thank us. Why didn't Jane and Bessie come and help us?" "They were so tired when they came in from the coal club. Besides, they don't care for this kind of thing, not as you do." "Jane is utilitarian to the backbone, I know," said Lily, "and Bessie doesn't like getting up ladders." "As for ladders," said Mrs. Boyce, defending her daughter, "I am not quite sure that Bessie isn't right. You don't mean to say that you did all those in the capitals yourself?" "Every twig, with Hopkins to hold the ladder and cut the sticks. And as Hopkins is just 101 years old, we could have done it pretty nearly as well alone." "I do not think that," said Grace. "He has been grumbling all the time," said Lily, "and swears he never will have the laurels so robbed again. 5 or 6 years ago he used to declare that death would certainly save him from the pain of such another desecration before the next Christmas. But he has given up that foolish notion now, and talks as though he meant to protect the Allington shrubs, at any rate, to the end of this century." "I am sure we gave our share from the parsonage," said Mrs. Boyce, who never understood a joke. "All the best came from the parsonage, as of course they ought," said Lily. "But Hopkins had to make up the deficiency, and as my uncle told him to take the hay cart for them instead of the hand barrow, he is broken hearted." "I am sure he was very good natured," said Grace. "Nevertheless he is broken hearted, and I am very good natured too, and I am broken backed. Who is going to preach to morrow morning, Mrs. Boyce?" "Mr. Swanton will preach in the morning. Tell him not to be long because of the children's pudding. Tell Mr. Boyce if he is long, we won't any of us come next Sunday." "My dear, how can you say such wicked things? I shall not tell him anything of the kind." "That's not wicked, Mrs. Boyce. If I were to say I had eaten so much lunch that I didn't want any dinner, you'd understand that. If Mr. Swanton will preach for 3/4 of an hour—" "He only preached for 3/4 of an hour once, Lily. He has been over the half hour every Sunday since he has been here. His average is over 40 minutes, and I say it's a shame." "It is not a shame at all, Lily," said Mrs. Boyce, becoming very serious. "Look at my uncle. He doesn't like to go to sleep, and he has to suffer a purgatory in keeping himself awake." "If your uncle is heavy, how can Mr. Swanton help it? If Mr. Dale's mind were on the subject, he would not sleep." "Come, Mrs. Boyce, there's somebody else sleeps sometimes besides my uncle. When Mr. Boyce puts up his finger and just touches his nose, I know as well as possible why he does it." "Lily Dale, you have no business to say so. It is not true. I don't know how you can bring yourself to talk in that way of your own clergyman. If I were to tell your mamma, she would be shocked." "You won't be so ill-natured, Mrs. Boyce, after all that I've done for the church." "If you'd think more about the clergyman, Lily, and less about the church," said Mrs. Boyce very sententiously, "more about the matter and less about the manner, more of the reality and less of the form, I think you'd find that your religion would go further with you. Miss Crawley is the daughter of a clergyman, and I'm sure she'll agree with me. If she agrees with anybody in scolding me, I'll quarrel with her." "I don't mean to scold you, Lily." "I don't mind it from you, Mrs. Boyce. Indeed, I rather like it. It is a sort of pastoral visitation, and as Mr. Boyce never scolds me himself, of course I take it as coming from him by attorney." Then there was silence for a minute or two, during which Mrs. Boyce was endeavouring to discover whether Miss Dale was laughing at her or not. As she was not quite certain, she thought at last that she would let the suspected fault pass unobserved. "Don't wait for us, Mrs. Boyce," said Lily. "We must remain till Hopkins has sent Gregory to sweep the church out and take away the rubbish. We'll see that the key is left at Mrs. Giles's." "Thank you, my dear. Then I may as well go. I thought I'd come in and see that it was all right. I'm sure Mr. Boyce will be very much obliged to you and Miss Crawley. Good night, my dear." "Good night, Mrs. Boyce, and be sure you don't let Mr. Swanton be long to morrow." To this parting shot Mrs. Boyce made no rejoinder, but she hurried out of the church somewhat the quicker for it, and closed the door after her with something of a slam. Of all persons, clergymen are the most irreverent in the handling of things supposed to be sacred, and next to them clergymen's wives, and after them those other ladies, old or young, who take upon themselves semi-clerical duties. And it is natural that it should be so, for is it not said that familiarity does breed contempt? When a parson takes his lay friend over his church on a weekday, how much less of the spirit of genuflection and head uncovering the clergyman will display than the layman? The parson pulls about the woodwork and knocks about the stonework, as though it were mere wood and stone, and talks aloud in the aisle, and treats even the reading desk as a common thing, whereas the visitor whispers gently and carries himself as though even in looking at the church he was bound to regard himself as performing some service that was half divine. Now, Lily Dale and Grace Crawley were both accustomed to churches, and had been so long at work in this church for the last 2 days that the building had lost to them much of its sacredness, and they were almost as irreverent as though they were 2 curates. "I am so glad she has gone," said Lily. "We shall have to stop here for the next hour, as Gregory won't know what to take away and what to leave. I was so afraid she was going to stop and see us off the premises. I don't know why you should dislike her." "I don't dislike her. I like her very well," said Lily Dale. "But don't you feel that there are people whom one knows very intimately, who are really friends, for whom if they were dying one would grieve, whom if they were in misfortune one would go far to help, but with whom for all that one can have no sympathy? and yet they are so near to one that they know all the events of one's life, and are justified by unquestioned friendship in talking about things which should never be mentioned except where sympathy exists. Yes, I understand that. Everybody understands it who has been unhappy. That woman sometimes says things to me that make me wish that they'd make him Bishop of Patagonia. And yet she does it all in friendship, and mamma says she is quite right. I liked her for standing up for her husband. But he does go to sleep, and then he scratches his nose to show that he's awake. I shouldn't have said it, only she is always hinting at Uncle Christopher. Uncle Christopher certainly does go to sleep when Mr. Boyce preaches, and he hasn't studied any scientific little movements during his slumbers to make the people believe that he's all alive. I gave him a hint one day, and he got so angry with me. I shouldn't have thought he could have been angry with you. It seems to me from what you say that you may do whatever you please with him. He is very good to me. If you knew it all, if you could understand how good he has been. I'll try and tell you some day. It is not what he has done that makes me love him so, but what he has thoroughly understood, and what, so understanding, he has not done, and what he has not said. It is a case of sympathy. If ever there was a gentleman, Uncle Christopher is one. And I used to dislike him so at one time. And why? Chiefly because he would make me wear brown frocks when I wanted to have them pink or green, and he kept me for 6 months from having them long, and up to this day he scolds me if there is half an inch on the ground for him to tread upon. I shouldn't mind that if I were you. I don't, not now. But it used to be serious when I was a young girl, and we thought, Bell and I, that he was cross to mamma. He and mamma didn't agree at first, you know, as they do now. It is quite true that he did dislike mamma when we first came here. I can't think how anybody could ever dislike Mrs. Dale. But he did. And then he wanted to make up a marriage between Bell and my cousin Bernard. And neither of them cared a bit for the other. And then he used to scold them. And then, oh, he was so good to me. Here's Gregory at last. Gregory, we've been waiting this hour and a half. It ain't 10 minutes since Hopkins let me come with the barrows, miss. Then Hopkins is a traitor. Never mind, you'd better begin now, up there at the steps. It'll be quite dark in a few minutes. Here's Mrs. Giles with her broom. Come, Mrs. Giles, we shall have to pass the night here if you don't make haste. Are you cold, Grace? No, I'm not cold. I'm thinking what they are doing now in the church at Hogglestock. The Hogglestock church is not pretty like this. Oh, no. It is a very plain brick building with something like a pigeon house for a belfry, and the pulpit is over the reading desk, and the reading desk over the clerk, so that papa, when he preaches, is nearly up to the ceiling, and the whole place is divided into pews, in which the farmers hide themselves when they come to church, so that nobody can see whether they go to sleep or no. Oh, Mrs. Giles, you mustn't pull that down. That's what we have been putting up all day. But it be in the way, miss, so that the minister can't budge in or out the door. Never mind, then he must stay one side or the other. That would be too much after all our trouble. And Miss Dale hurried across the chancel to save some prettily arching boughs which, in the judgment of Mrs. Giles, encroached too much on the vestry door. As if it signified which side he was, she said in a whisper to Grace. I don't suppose they'll have anything in the church at home, said Grace. Somebody will stick up a wreath or two, I dare say. Nobody will. There never is anybody at Hogglestock to stick up wreaths or do anything for the prettiness of life. And now there will be less done than ever. How can mamma look after holly leaves in her present state? And yet she will miss them too. Poor mamma sees very little that is pretty, but she has not forgotten how pleasant pretty things are. I wish I knew your mother, Grace. I think it would be impossible for anyone to know mamma now, for anyone who has not known her before. She never makes even a new acquaintance. She seems to think that there is nothing left for her in the world but to try and keep papa out of misery, and she does not succeed in that. Poor papa. Is he very unhappy about this wicked accusation? Yes, he is very unhappy. But Lily, I don't know about its being wicked. But you know that it is untrue. Of course I know that papa did not mean to take anything that was not his own. But you see, nobody knows where it came from, and nobody except mamma and Jane and I understand how very absent papa can be. I'm sure he doesn't know the least in the world how he came by it himself, or he would tell mamma. Do you know, Lily, I think I have been wrong to come away." "Don't say that, dear. Remember how anxious Mrs. Crawley was that you should come." "But I cannot bear to be comfortable here while they are so wretched at home. It seems such a mockery. Every time I find myself smiling at what you say to me, I think I must be the most heartless creature in the world." "Is it so very bad with them, Grace?" "Indeed it is bad. I don't think you can imagine what mamma has to go through. She has to cook all that is eaten in the house, and then, very often, there is no money in the house to buy anything. If you were to see the clothes she wears, even that would make your heart bleed. I, who have been used to being poor all my life, even I, when I'm at home, am dismayed by what she has to endure. What can we do for her, Grace?" "You can do nothing, Lily. But when things are like that at home, you can understand what I feel in being here." Mrs. Giles and Gregory had now completed their task, or had so nearly done so as to make Miss Dale think that she might safely leave the church. "We will go in now," she said, "for it is dark and cold, and what I call creepy. Do you ever fancy that perhaps you will see a ghost some day?" "I don't think I shall ever see a ghost. But all the same I should be half afraid to be here alone in the dark. I am often here alone in the dark, but I'm beginning to think I shall never see a ghost now. I'm losing all my romance and getting to be an old woman. Do you know, Grace, I do so hate myself for being such an old maid." "But who says you're an old maid, Lily? I see it in people's eyes and hear it in their voices, and they all talk to me as if I were very steady and altogether removed from anything like fun and frolic. It seems to be admitted that if a girl does not want to fall in love, she ought not to care for any other fun in the world. If anybody made out a list of the old ladies in these parts, they'd put down Lady Julia and mamma and Mrs. Boyce and me and old Mrs. Hearn. The very children have an awful respect for me, and give over playing directly they see me. Well, mamma, we've done at last, and I have had such a scolding from Mrs. Boyce." "I dare say you deserved it, my dear." "No, I did not, mamma. Ask Grace if I did." "Was she not saucy to Mrs. Boyce, Miss Crawley?" "She said that Mr. Boyce scratched his nose in church," said Grace. "So he does, and goes to sleep too." "If you told Mrs. Boyce that, Lily, I think she was quite right to scold you." Such was Miss Lily Dale, with whom Grace Crawley was staying. Lily Dale, with whom Mr. John Eames of the Income Tax Office had been so long and so steadily in love, that he was regarded among his fellow clerks as a miracle of constancy, who had herself in former days been so unfortunate in love as to have been regarded among her friends in the country as the most ill-used of women. As John Eames had been able to be comfortable in life, that is to say, not utterly a wretch, in spite of his love, so had she managed to hold up her head and live as other young women live, in spite of her misfortune. But as it may be said also that his constancy was true constancy, although he knew how to enjoy the good things of the world, so also had her misfortune been a true misfortune, although she had been able to bear it without much outer show of shipwreck. For a few days, for a week or two, when the blow first struck her, she had been knocked down, and the friends who were nearest to her had thought that she would never again stand erect upon her feet. But she had been very strong, stout at heart, of a fixed purpose, and capable of resistance against oppression. Even her own mother had been astonished, and sometimes almost dismayed, by the strength of her will. Her mother knew well how it was with her now, but they who saw her frequently, and who did not know her as her mother knew her, the Mrs. Boyces of her acquaintance, whispered among themselves that Lily Dale was not so soft of heart as people used to think. On the next day, Christmas Day, as the reader will remember, Grace Crawley was taken up to dine at the big house with the old squire. Mrs. Dale's eldest daughter, with her husband Dr. Crofts, was to be there, and also Lily's old friend, who was also especially the old friend of Johnny Eames, Lady Julia de Guest. Grace had endeavoured to be excused from the party, pleading many pleas, but the upshot of all her pleas was this, that while her father's position was so painful, she ought not to go out anywhere. In answer to this, Lily Dale, corroborated by her mother, assured her that for her father's sake she ought not to exhibit any such feelings, that in doing so she would seem to express a doubt as to her father's innocence, Then she allowed herself to be persuaded, telling her friend, however, that she knew the day would be very miserable to her. "It will be very humdrum, if you please," said Lily. "Nothing can be more humdrum than Christmas at the great house. Nevertheless, you must go." Coming out of church, Grace was introduced to the old squire. He was a thin old man with grey hair, and the smallest possible grey whiskers, with a dry, solemn face, not carrying in his outward gait much of the customary jollity of Christmas. He took his hat off to Grace and said some word to her, as to hoping to have the pleasure of seeing her at dinner. It sounded very cold to her, and she became at once afraid of him. "I wish I was not going," she said to Lily again. "I know he thinks I ought not to go. I shall be so thankful if you will but let me stay." "Don't be foolish, Grace. It all comes from your not knowing him or understanding him. And how should you understand him? I give you my word that I would tell you if I did not know that he wishes you to go." She had to go. "Of course I haven't a dress fit. How should I?" she said to Lily. "How wrong it is of me to put myself up to such a thing as this." "Your dress is beautiful, child. We are none of us going in evening dresses. Pray believe that I will not make you do wrong. If you won't trust me, can't you trust mamma?" Of course she went. When the three ladies entered the drawing room of the great house, they found that Lady Julia had arrived just before them. Lady Julia immediately took hold of Lily and led her apart, having a word or two to say about the clerk in the income tax office. I am not sure but what the dear old lady sometimes said a few more words than were expedient, with a view to the object which she had so closely at heart. "John is to be with us the first week in February," she said. "I suppose you'll see him before that, as he'll probably be with his mother a few days before he comes to me." "I dare say we shall see him quite in time, Lady Julia," said Lily. "Now, Lily, don't be ill-natured." "I'm the most good-natured young woman alive, Lady Julia. And as for Johnny, he has always made us welcome at the Small House as violets in March. Mamma purrs about him when he comes, asking all manner of flattering questions, as though he were a cabinet minister at least. And I always admire some little knick-knack that he has got, a new ring or a stud or a button. There isn't another man in all the world whose buttons I'd look at." "It isn't his buttons, Lily." "Ah, that's just it. I can go as far as his buttons. But come, Lady Julia, this is Christmas time, and Christmas should be a holiday." In the meantime Mrs. Dale was occupied with her married daughter and her son-in-law, and the squire had attached himself to poor Grace. "You have never been in this part of the country before, Miss Crawley?" he said. "No, sir." "It is rather pretty just about here, and Guestwick Manor is a fine place in its way. But we have not so much natural beauty as you have in Barsetshire. Chaldicote Chase is, I think, as pretty as anything in England." "I never saw Chaldicote Chase, sir. It isn't pretty at all at Hogglestock, where we live." "Ah, I forgot. No, it is not very pretty at Hogglestock. That's where the bricks come from." "Papa is clergyman at Hogglestock." "Yes, yes, I remember. Your father is a great scholar. I have often heard of him. I am so sorry he should be distressed by this charge they have made. But it will all come right at the assizes. They always get at the truth there. I used to be intimate with a clergyman in Barsetshire of the name of Grantly." Grace felt that her ears were tingling and that her face was red. "Archdeacon Grantly. His father was bishop of the diocese." "Yes, sir. Archdeacon Grantly lives at Plumstead." "I was staying once with an old friend of mine, Mr. Thorne of Ullathorne, who lives close to Plumstead, and saw a great deal of them. I remember thinking Henry Grantly was a very nice lad. He married afterwards." "Yes, sir. But his wife is dead now, and he has got a little girl, Edith Grantly." "Is there no other child?" "No, sir. Only Edith." "You know him then?" "Yes, sir. I know Major Grantly and Edith. I never saw Archdeacon Grantly." "Then, my dear, you never saw a very famous pillar of the church. I remember when people used to talk a great deal about Archdeacon Grantly. But when his time came to be made a bishop, he was not sufficiently new-fangled, and so he got passed by. He is much better off as he is, I should say. Bishops have to work very hard, my dear." "Do they, sir?" "So they tell me. And the archdeacon is a wealthy man. So Henry Grantly has got an only daughter. I hope she is a nice child, for I remember liking him well. She is a very nice child indeed, Mr. Dale. She could not be nicer, and she is so lovely." Then Mr. Dale looked into his young companion's face, struck by the sudden animation of her words, and perceived for the first time that she was very pretty. After this Grace became accustomed to the strangeness of the faces round her, and managed to eat her dinner without much perturbation of spirit. When after dinner the squire proposed to her that they should drink the health of her papa and mamma, she was almost reduced to tears, and yet she liked him for doing it. It was terrible to her to have them mentioned, knowing as she did that every one who mentioned them must be aware of their misery, for the misfortune of her father had become notorious in the country. But it was almost more terrible to her that no allusion should be made to them, for then she would be driven to think that her father was regarded as a man whom the world could not afford to mention. "Papa and mamma," she just murmured, raising her glass to her lips. "Grace, dear," said Lily from across the table, "here's papa and mamma, and the young man at Marlborough who is carrying everything before him." "Yes, we won't forget the young man at Marlborough," said the squire. Grace felt this to be good-natured, because her brother at Marlborough was the one bright spot in her family, and she was comforted. "And we will drink the health of my friend John Eames," said Lady Julia. "John Eames's health," said the squire in a low voice. "Johnny's health," said Mrs. Dale, but Mrs. Dale's voice was not very brisk. "John's health," said Dr. Crofts and Mrs. Croft in a breath. "Here's the health of Johnny Eames," said Lily, and her voice was the clearest and the boldest of them all. But she made up her mind that if Lady Julia could not be induced to spare her for the future, she and Lady Julia must quarrel. "No one can understand," she said to her mother that evening, "how dreadful it is, this being constantly told before one's family and friends that one ought to marry a certain young man." "She didn't say that, my dear. I should much prefer that she should, for then I could get up on my legs and answer her off the reel." Of course everybody there understood what she meant, including old John Bates, who stood at the sideboard and coolly drank the toast himself. "He always does that to all the family toasts on Christmas Day. Your uncle likes it." That wasn't a family toast, and John Bates had no right to drink it. After dinner they all played cards, a round game, and the squire put in the stakes. "Now, Grace," said Lily, "you are the visitor, and you must win, or else Uncle Christopher won't be happy. He always likes a young lady visitor to win." "But I never played a game of cards in my life." "Go and sit next to him, and he'll teach you. Uncle Christopher, won't you teach Grace Crawley? She never saw a Pope Joan board in her life before. Come here, my dear, and sit next to me. Dear, 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 fancy Henry Grantly having a little girl. What a handsome lad he was, and it seems only yesterday." If it was so that Lily had to say a word to her uncle about Grace and the Major, the old squire had become on a sudden very sly. Be that as it may, Grace Crawley thought that he was a pleasant old man, and though while talking to him about Edith she persisted in not learning to play Pope Joan, so that he could not contrive that she should win, nevertheless the squire took to her very kindly, and told her to come up with Lily and see him sometimes while she was staying at the Small House. The squire, in speaking of his sister-in-law's cottage, always called it the Small House. "Only think of my winning," said Lady Julia, drawing together her wealth. "Well, I'm sure I want it bad enough, for I don't at all know whether I've got any income of my own. It's all John Eames' fault, my dear, for he won't go and make those people settle it in Lincoln's Inn Fields." Poor Lily, who was standing on the hearthrug, touched her mother's arm. She knew that Johnny's name was lugged in with reference to Lady Julia's money altogether for her benefit. "I wonder whether she ever had a Johnny of her own," she said to her mother, "and if so, whether she liked it when her friends sent the town crier round to talk about him." "She means to be good-natured," said Mrs. Dale. "Of course she does, but it is such a pity when people won't understand." "My uncle didn't bite you after all, Grace," said Lily to her friend, as they were going home at night by the pathway which led from the garden of one house to the garden of the other. "I like Mr. Dale very much," said Grace. "He was very kind to me. There is some queer-looking animal of whom they say that he is better than he looks, and I always think of that saying when I think of my uncle." "For shame, Lily," said her mother. "Your uncle, for his age, is as good a looking man as I know. and he always looks just like what he is, an English gentleman. I didn't mean to say a word against his dear old face and figure, mamma, but his heart and mind and general disposition, as they come out in experience and days of trial, are so much better than the samples of them which he puts out on the counter for men and women to judge by. He wears well and he washes well, if you know what I mean, Grace. Yes, I think I know what you mean. The Apollos of the world, I don't mean in outward looks, mamma, but the Apollos in heart, the men, and the women too, who are so full of feeling, so soft-natured, so kind, who never say a cross word, who never get out of bed on the wrong side in the morning, it so often turns out that they won't wash. Such was the expression of Miss Lily Dale's experience. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of the last Chronicle of Barset by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Steve Gough. Chapter 17. Mr. Crawley is summoned to Barchester. The scene which occurred in Hogglestock church on the Sunday after Mr. Thumble's first visit to that parish had not been described with absolute accuracy either by the Archdeacon in his letter to his son or by Mrs. Thorne. There had been no footman from the palace in attendance on Mr. Thumble, nor had there been a battle with the brickmakers. Neither had Mr. Thumble been put under the pump. But Mr. Thumble had gone over, taking his gown and surplice with him, on the Sunday morning, and had intimated to Mr. Crawley his intention of performing the service. Mr. Crawley, in answer to this, had assured Mr. Thumble that he would not be allowed to open his mouth in the church, and Mr. Thumble, not seeing his way to any further successful action, had contented himself with attending the services in his surplice, making thereby a silent protest that he, and not Mr. Crawley, ought to have been in the reading desk in the pulpit. When Mr. Thumble reported himself and his failure at the palace, he strove hard to avoid seeing Mrs. Proudie, but not successfully. He knew something of the palace habits, and did manage to reach the bishop alone on the Sunday evening, justifying himself to his lordship for such an interview by the remarkable circumstances of the case and the importance of his late mission. Mrs. Proudie always went to church on Sunday evenings, making a point of hearing 3 services and 3 sermons every Sunday of her life. On weekdays she seldom heard any, having an idea that weekday services were an invention of the High Church enemy, and that they should therefore be vehemently discouraged. Services on saints' days she regarded as rank papacy, and had been known to accuse a clergyman's wife to her face of idolatry, because the poor woman had dated a letter St. John's Eve. Mr. Thumble on this Sunday evening was successful in finding the bishop at home, and alone, but he was not lucky enough to get away before Mrs. Proudie returned. The bishop, perhaps, thought that the story of the failure had better reach his wife's ears from Mr. Thumble's lips than from his own. "Well, Mr. Thumble," said Mrs. Proudie, walking into the study, armed in her full Sunday evening winter panoply, in which she had just descended from her carriage. The church which Mrs. Proudie attended in the evening was nearly half a mile from the palace, and the coachman and groom never got a holiday on Sunday night. She was gorgeous in a dark brown silk dress of awful stiffness and terrible dimensions, and on her shoulders she wore a short cloak of velvet and fur, very handsome withal, but so swelling in its proportions on all sides as necessarily to create more of dismay than of admiration in the mind of any ordinary man. And her bonnet was a monstrous helmet with the beaver up, displaying the awful face of the warrior, always ready for combat, and careless to guard itself from attack. The large contorted bows which she bore were as a grisly crest upon her casque, beautiful doubtless, but majestic and fear-compelling. In her hand she carried her armour all complete, a prayer book, a Bible, and a book of hymns. These the footman had brought for her to the study door, but she had thought fit to enter her husband's room with them in her own custody. "Well, Mr. Thumble," she said. Mr. Thumble did not answer at once, thinking probably that the bishop might choose to explain the circumstances, but neither did the bishop say anything. "Well, Mr. Thumble," she said again, and then she stood looking at the man who had failed so disastrously. "I have explained to the bishop," said he. "Mr. Crawley has been contumacious, very contumacious indeed."
"And you preached at Hogglestock?"
"No, indeed, Mrs. Proudie, nor would it have been possible unless I had had the police to assist me."
"Then you should have had the police. I never heard of anything so mismanaged in all my life, never in all my life."
And she put her books down on the study table, and turned herself round from Mr. Thumble towards the bishop.
"If things go on like this, my lord," she said, "your authority in the diocese will very soon be worth nothing at all."
It was not often that Mrs. Proudie called her husband "my lord," but when she did so it was a sign that terrible times had come, times so terrible that the bishop would know that he must either fight or fly. He would almost endure anything rather than descend into the arena for the purpose of doing battle with his wife. But occasions would come now and again when even the alternative of flight was hardly left to him.
"But, my dear," began the bishop, "am I to understand that this man has professed himself to be altogether indifferent to the bishop's prohibition?" said Mrs. Proudie, interrupting her husband and addressing Mr. Thumble. "Quite so. He seemed to think that the bishop had no lawful power in the matter at all," said Mr. Thumble. "Do you hear that, my lord?" said Mrs. Proudie.
"Nor have I any," said the bishop, almost weeping as he spoke.
"No authority in your own diocese?"
"None to silence a man merely by my own judgment. I thought and still think that it was for this gentleman's own interest, as well as for the credit of the church, that some provision should be made for his duties during his present difficulties."
"Difficulties, indeed! Everybody knows that the man has been a thief."
"No, my dear, I do not know it."
"You never know anything, bishop."
"I mean to say that I do not know it officially. Of course I have heard the sad story, and I do hope it may not be the—"
"There is no doubt about its truth. All the world knows it. He has stolen £20, and yet he is to be allowed to desecrate the church and imperil the souls of the people."
The bishop got up from his chair and began to walk backwards and forwards through the room with short, quick steps.
"It only wants 5 days to Christmas Day," continued Mrs. Proudie, "and something must be done at once. I say nothing as to the propriety or impropriety of his being out on bail, as it is no affair of ours. When I heard that he had been bailed by a beneficed clergyman of this diocese, of course I knew where to look for the man who would act with so much impropriety. Of course I was not surprised when I found that that person belonged to Framley. But as I have said before, that is no business of ours. I hope, Mr. Thumble, that the bishop will never be found interfering with the ordinary laws of the land. I am very sure that he will never do so by my advice. But when there comes a question of inhibiting a clergyman who has committed himself as this clergyman unfortunately has done, then I say that the clergyman ought to be inhibited."
The bishop walked up and down the room throughout the whole of this speech, but gradually his steps became quicker and his turns became shorter.
"And now here is Christmas Day upon us, and what is to be done?"
With these words Mrs. Proudie finished her speech.
"Mr. Thumble," said the bishop, "perhaps you had better now retire. I am very sorry that you should have had so thankless and so disagreeable a task." "Why should Mr. Thumble retire?" asked Mrs. Proudie.
"I think it better," said the bishop. "Mr. Thumble, good night." Then Mr. Thumble did retire, and Mrs. Proudie stood forth in her full panoply of armour, silent and awful, with her helmet erect, and vouchsafed no recognition whatever of the parting salutation with which Mr. Thumble greeted her. "My dear, the truth is you do not understand the matter," said the bishop as soon as the door was closed. "You do not know how limited is my power."
"Bishop, I understand it a great deal better than some people, and I understand also what is due to myself, and the manner in which I ought to be treated by you in the presence of the subordinate clergy of the diocese. I shall not, however, remain here to be insulted either in the presence or in the absence of any one." Then the conquered Amazon collected together the weapons which she had laid upon the table, and took her departure with majestic step, and not without the clang of arms. The bishop, when he was left alone, enjoyed for a few moments the triumph of his victory. But then he was left so very much alone. When he looked round about him upon his solitude after the departure of his wife, and remembered that he should not see her again till he should encounter her on ground that was all her own, he regretted his own success, and was tempted to follow her and to apologize. He was unable to do anything alone. He would not even know how to get his tea, as the very servants would ask questions.
if he were to do so unaccustomed a thing as to order it to be brought to him in his solitude. They would tell him that Mrs. Proudie was having tea in her little sitting room upstairs, or else that the things were laid out in the drawing room. He did wander forth to the latter apartment, hoping he might find his wife there, but the drawing room was dark and deserted, and so he wandered back again. It was a grand thing certainly to have triumphed over his wife, and there was a crumb of comfort in the thought that he had vindicated himself before Mr. Thumble. But the general result was not comforting, and he knew from of old how short-lived his triumph would be. But wretched as he was during that evening, he did employ himself with some energy. After much thought he resolved that he would write again to Mr. Crawley and summon him to appear at the palace. In doing this he would at any rate be doing something. There would be action, and though Mr. Crawley would, as he thought, decline to obey the order, something would be gained even by that disobedience. So he wrote his summons, sitting very comfortless and all alone on that Sunday evening, dating his letter, however, for the following day. Palace, December the 20th, 186 . Reverend Sir, I have just heard from Mr. Thumble that you have declined to accede to the advice which I thought it my duty to tender to you as the bishop who has been set over you by the church, and that you yesterday insisted on what you believed to be your right to administer the services in the parish church at Hogglestock. This has occasioned me the deepest regret. It is, I think, unavailing that I should further write to you my mind upon the subject, as I possess such strong evidence that my written word will not be respected by you. I have therefore no alternative now but to invite you to come to me here, and this I do, hoping that I may induce you to listen to that authority which I cannot but suppose you acknowledge to be vested in the office which I hold. I shall be glad to see you on to-morrow, Tuesday, as near the hour of 2 as you can make it convenient to yourself to be here, and I will take care to order that refreshment shall be provided for yourself and your horse. I am, Reverend Sir, etc., etc. Thomas Barnum. My dear, he said, when he did again encounter his wife that night, I have written to Mr. Crawley, and I thought I might as well bring up the copy of my letter. I wash my hands of the whole affair, said Mrs. Proudie, of the whole affair. But you will look at the letter? Certainly not. Why should I look at the letter? My word goes for nothing. I have done what I could, but in vain. Now let us see how you will manage it yourself. The bishop did not pass a comfortable night, but in the morning his wife did read his letter, and after that things went a little smoother with him. She was pleased to say that, considering all things, seeing as she could not help seeing that the matter had been dreadfully mismanaged, and that great weakness had been displayed, seeing that these faults had already been committed, perhaps no better step could now be taken than that proposed in the letter. I suppose he will not come, said the bishop. I think he will, said Mrs. Proudie, and I trust that we may be able to convince him that obedience will be his best course. He will be more humble-minded here than at Hogglestock. In saying this, the lady showed some knowledge of the general nature of clergymen and of the world at large. She understood how much louder a cock can crow in his own farmyard than elsewhere, and knew that episcopal authority, backed by all the solemn awe of palatial grandeur, goes much further than it will do when sent under the folds of an ordinary envelope. But though she understood ordinary human nature, it may be that she did not understand Mr. Crawley's nature. She was at any rate right in her idea as to Mr. Crawley's immediate reply. The palace groom, who rode over to Hogglestock, returned with an immediate answer. My lord, said Mr. Crawley, I will obey your lordship's summons, and unless impediments should arise, I will wait upon your lordship at the hour you name to-morrow. I will not trespass upon your hospitality. For myself I rarely break bread in any house but my own, and as to the horse, I have none. I have the honour to be, my lord, etc., etc., Josiah Crawley. Of course I shall go, he had said to his wife as soon as he had had time to read the letter and make known to her the contents. I shall go if it be possible for me to get there. I think that I am bound to comply with the bishop's wishes in so much as that. But how will you get there, Josiah? I will walk, with the Lord's aid. Now Hogglestock was 15 miles from Barchester, and Mr. Crawley was, as his wife well knew, by no means fitted in his present state for the great physical exertion. But from the tone in which he had replied to her, she well knew that it would not avail for her to remonstrate at the moment. He had walked more than 30 miles in a day since they had been living at Hogglestock, and she did not doubt but that it might be possible for him to do it again. Any scheme which she might be able to devise for saving him from so terrible a journey in the middle of winter must be pondered over silently, and brought to bear, if not slyly, at least deftly, and without discussion. She made no reply, therefore, when he declared that on the following day he would walk to Barchester and back, with the Lord's aid. Nor did she see, or ask to see, the note which he sent to the bishop. When the messenger was gone, Mr. Crawley was all alert, looking forward with evident glee to his encounter with the bishop, snorting like a racehorse at the expected triumph of the coming struggle. And he read much Greek with Jane on that afternoon, pouring into her young ears, almost with joyous rapture, his appreciation of the glory and the pathos and the humanity, and also of the awful tragedy of the story of Oedipus. His very soul was on fire at the idea of clutching the weak bishop in his hand and crushing him with his strong grasp. In the afternoon Mrs. Crawley slipped out to a neighbouring farmer's wife, and returned in an hour's time with a little story which she did not tell with any appearance of eager satisfaction. She had learned well what were the little tricks necessary to the carrying of such a matter as to which she had now in hand. Mr. Mangle, the farmer, as it happened, was going to-morrow morning in his tax cart as far as Framley Mill, and would be delighted if Mr. Crawley would take a seat. He must remain at Framley the best part of the afternoon, and hoped that Mr. Crawley would take a seat back again. Now Framley Mill was only half a mile off the direct road to Barchester, and was almost half-way from the Hogglestock parsonage to the city. This would at any rate bring the walk within practicable distance. Mr. Crawley was instantly placed upon his guard, like an animal that sees the bait and suspects the trap. Had he been told that Farmer Mangle was going all the way to Barchester, nothing would have induced him to get into the cart. He would have felt sure that Farmer Mangle had been persuaded to pity him in his poverty and his strait, and he would sooner have started to walk to London than to have put a foot upon the step of the cart. But this lift half-way did look to him as though it were really fortuitous. His wife could hardly have been cunning enough to persuade the farmer to go to Framley, conscious that the trap would have been suspected had the bait been made more full. But I fear the dear good lady had been thus cunning, had understood how far the trap might be baited, and had thus succeeded in catching her prey. On the following morning he consented to get into Farmer Mangle's cart, and was driven as far as Framley Mill. "I wouldn't think nowt, your reverence, of running you over to Barchester, that I wouldn't. The pony is so mortial good," said Farmer Mangle in his foolish good nature. "And how is your business here?" said Mr. Crawley. The farmer scratched his head, remembering all Mrs. Crawley's injunctions, and awkwardly acknowledged that to be sure his own business with the miller was very pressing. Then Mr. Crawley descended, terribly suspicious, and went on his journey. "Anyways, your reverence will call for me coming back," said Farmer Mangle. But Mr. Crawley would make no promise. He bade the farmer not wait for him. If they chanced to meet together on the road, he might get up again. If the man really had business at Framley, how could he have offered to go on to Barchester? Were they deceiving him? The wife of his bosom had deceived him in such matters before now. But his trouble in this respect was soon dissipated by the pride of his anticipated triumph over the bishop. He took great glory from the thought that he would go before the bishop with dirty boots, with boots necessarily dirty, with rusty pantaloons, that he would be hot and mud-stained with his walk, hungry, and an object to be wondered at by all who should see him, because of the misfortunes which had been unworthily heaped upon his head, whereas the bishop would be sleek and clean and well-fed, pretty with all the prettinesses that are becoming to a bishop's outward man. And he, Mr. Crawley, would be humble, whereas the bishop would be very proud, and the bishop would be in his own armchair, the cock in his own farmyard, while he, Mr. Crawley, would be seated afar off in the cold extremity of the room, with nothing of outward circumstances to assist him, a man called thither to undergo censure. And yet he would take the bishop in his grasp and crush him, crush him, crush him. As he thought of this, he walked quickly through the mud, and put out his long arm and his great hand far before him out into the air, and there and then he crushed the bishop in his imagination. Yes, indeed. He thought it very doubtful whether the bishop would ever send for him a second time. As all this passed through his mind, he forgot his wife's cunning, and Farmer Mangle's sin, and for the moment was happy. As he turned a corner round Lord Lufton's park paling, who should he meet but his old friend Mr. Robarts, the parson of Framley, the parson who had committed the sin of being bail for him, the sin, that is, according to Mrs. Proudie's view of the matter. He was walking with his hands still stretched out, still crushing the bishop, when Mr. Robarts was close upon him. "What, Crawley, upon my word, I am very glad to see you. You are coming up to me, of course." "Thank you, Mr. Robarts, no, not to-day. The bishop has summoned me to his presence, and I am on my road to Barchester." "But how are you going?" "I shall walk." "Walk to Barchester? Impossible." "I hope not quite impossible, Mr. Robarts. I trust I shall get as far before 2 o'clock. But to do so I must be on my road." Then he showed signs of a desire to go on upon his way without further parley. "But, Crawley, do let me send you over. There is the horse and gig doing nothing." "Thank you, Mr. Robarts, no. I should prefer the walk to-day." "And you have walked from Hogglestock?" "No, not so. A neighbour coming hither who happened to have business at your mill, he brought me so far in his cart. The walk home will be nothing. I shall enjoy it. Good morning, Mr. Robarts." But Mr. Robarts thought of the dirty road and of the bishop's presence, and of his own ideas of what would be becoming for a clergyman, and persevered. "You will find the lane so very muddy, and our bishop, you know, is apt to notice such things. Do be persuaded." "Notice what things?" demanded Mr. Crawley in an indignant tone. "He, or perhaps she rather, will say how dirty your shoes were when you came to the palace." "If he or she can find nothing unclean about me but my shoes, let them say their worst. I shall be very indifferent. I have long ceased, Mr. Robarts, to care much for what any man or woman may say about my shoes. Good morning." Then he stalked on, clutching and crushing in his hand the bishop and the bishop's wife, and the whole diocese, and all the Church of England. Dirty shoes, indeed! Whose was the fault that there were in the church so many feet soiled by unmerited poverty, and so many hands soiled by undeserved wealth? If the bishop did not like his shoes, let the bishop dare to tell him so. So he walked through the thick of the mud, by no means picking his way. He walked fast, and found himself in the close half an hour before the time named by the bishop. But on no account would he have rung the palace bell 1 minute before 2 o'clock. So he walked up and down under the towers of the cathedral, and cooled himself, and looked up at the pleasant plate glass in the windows of the house of his friend the dean, and told himself how in their college days he and the dean had been quite equal, except that by the voices of all qualified judges in the university he, Mr. Crawley, had been acknowledged to be the riper scholar. And now the Mr. Arabin of those days was Dean of Barchester, travelling abroad luxuriously at this moment for his delight, while he, Crawley, was perpetual curate at Hogglestock, and had now walked into Barchester at the command of the bishop, because he was suspected of having stolen £20. When he had fully imbued his mind with the injustice of all this, his time was up, and he walked boldly to the bishop's gate, and boldly rang the bishop's bell. End of chapter 17.
Chapter 18 of the last Chronicle of Barset by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Steve Gough. Chapter 18. The Bishop of Barchester is crushed. Who inquires why it is that a little greased flour rubbed in among the hair on a footman's head, just one dab here and another there, gives such a tone of high life to the family? And seeing that the thing is so easily done, why do not more people attempt it? The tax on hair powder is but 13 shillings a year. It may indeed be that the slightest dab in the world justifies the wearer in demanding hot meat 3 times a day, and wine at any rate on Sundays. I think, however, that a bishop's wife may enjoy the privilege without such heavy attendant expense. Otherwise the man who opened the bishop's door to Mr. Crawley would hardly have been so ornamented. The man asked for a card. "My name is Mr. Crawley," said our friend. "The bishop has desired me to come to him at this hour. Will you be pleased to tell him that I am here?" The man again asked for a card. "I am not bound to carry with me my name printed on a ticket," said Mr. Crawley. If you cannot remember it, give me pen and paper, and I will write it." The servant, somewhat awed by the stranger's manner, brought the pen and paper, and Mr. Crawley wrote his name. The Reverend Josiah Crawley, M.A., perpetual curate of Hogglestock. He was then ushered into a waiting room, but to his disappointment was not kept there waiting long. Within 3 minutes he was ushered into the bishop's study and into the presence of the two great luminaries of the diocese. He was at first somewhat disconcerted by finding Mrs. Proudie in the room. In the imaginary conversation with the bishop, which he had been preparing on the road, he had conceived that the bishop would be attended by a chaplain, and he had suited his words to the joint discomfiture of the bishop and of the lower clergyman. But now the line of his battle must be altered. This was no doubt an injury, but he trusted to his courage and readiness to enable him to surmount it. He had left his hat behind him in the waiting room, but he kept his old short cloak still upon his shoulders, and when he entered the bishop's room his hands and arms were hid beneath it. There was something lowly in this constrained gait. It showed at least that he had no idea of being asked to shake hands with the august persons he might meet. And his head was somewhat bowed, though his great, bald, broad forehead showed itself so prominent that neither the bishop nor Mrs. Proudie could drop it from their sight during the whole interview. He was a man who, when seen, could hardly be forgotten. The deep, angry, remonstrant eyes, the shaggy eyebrows, telling tales of frequent anger frequent but generally silent, the repressed indignation of the habitual frown, the long nose and large, powerful mouth, the deep furrows on the cheek, and the general look of thought and suffering, all combined to make the appearance of the man remarkable, and to describe to the beholders at once his true character. No one ever on seeing Mr. Crawley took him to be a happy man, or a weak man, or an ignorant man, or a wise man. "You are very punctual, Mr. Crawley," said the bishop. Mr. Crawley simply bowed his head, still keeping his hands beneath his cloak. "Will you not take a chair nearer the fire?" Mr. Crawley had not seated himself, but had placed himself in front of a chair at the extreme end of the room, resolved that he would not use it unless he were duly asked. "Thank you, my lord," he said. "I am warm with walking, and if you please will avoid the fire." "You have not walked, Mr. Crawley?" "Yes, my lord, I have been walking." "Not from Hogglestock?" Now this was a matter which Mr. Crawley certainly did not mean to discuss with the bishop. It might be well for the bishop to demand his presence in the palace, but it could be no part of the bishop's duty to inquire how he got there. "That, my lord, is a matter of no moment," said he. "I am glad at any rate that I have been enabled to obey your lordship's order in coming hither on this morning." Hitherto Mrs. Proudie had not said a word. She stood back in the room near the fire, more backward a good deal than she was accustomed to do when clergymen made their ordinary visits. On such occasions she would come forward and shake hands with them graciously even, if proudly. But she had felt that she must do nothing of that kind now. There must be no shaking hands with a man who had stolen a cheque for £20. It might probably be necessary to keep Mr. Crawley at a distance, and therefore she had remained in the background. But Mr. Crawley seemed to be disposed to keep himself in the background, and therefore she could speak. "I hope your wife and children are well, Mr. Crawley," she said. "Thank you, madam. My children are well, and Mrs. Crawley suffers no special ailment at present." "That is much to be thankful for, Mr. Crawley." Whether he were or were not thankful for such mercies as these was no business of the bishop or of the bishop's wife. That was between him and his God. So he would not even bow to this civility, but sat with his head erect and with a great frown on his heavy brow. Then the bishop rose from his chair to speak, intending to take up a position on the rug. But as he did so, Mr. Crawley, who had seated himself on an intimation that he was expected to sit down, rose also, and the bishop found that he would thus lose his expected vantage. "Will you not be seated, Mr. Crawley?" said the bishop. Mr. Crawley smiled, but stood his ground. Then the bishop returned to his armchair, and Mr. Crawley also sat down again. "Mr. Crawley," began the bishop, "this matter, which came the other day before the magistrates at Silverbridge, has been a most unfortunate affair. It has given me, I can assure you, most sincere pain." Mr. Crawley had made up his mind how far the bishop should be allowed to go without a rebuke. He had told himself that it would only be natural and would not be unbecoming that the bishop should allude to the meeting of the magistrates and to the alleged theft, and that therefore such allusion should be endured with patient humility. And moreover, the more rope he gave the bishop, the more likely the bishop would be to entangle himself. It certainly was Mr. Crawley's wish that the bishop should entangle himself. He therefore replied very meekly, "It has been most unfortunate, my lord." "I have felt for Mrs. Crawley very deeply," said Mrs. Proudie. Mr. Crawley had now made up his mind that as long as it was possible he would ignore the presence of Mrs. Proudie altogether, and therefore he made no sign that he had heard the latter remark. "It has been most unfortunate," continued the bishop. "I have never before had a clergyman in my diocese placed in so distressing a position." "That is a matter of opinion, my lord," said Mr. Crawley, who at that moment thought of a crisis which had come in the life of another clergyman in the diocese of Barchester, with the circumstances of which he had by chance been made acquainted. "Exactly," said the bishop, "and I am expressing my opinion." Mr. Crawley, who understood fighting, did not think that the time had yet come for striking a blow, so he simply bowed again. "A most unfortunate position, Mr. Crawley," continued the bishop. "Far be it from me to express an opinion upon the matter, which will have to come before a jury of your countrymen. It is enough for me to know that the magistrates assembled at Silverbridge, gentlemen to whom no doubt you must be known, as most of them live in your neighbourhood, have heard evidence upon the subject." "Most convincing evidence," said Mrs. Proudie, interrupting her husband. Mr. Crawley's black brow became a little blacker as he heard the word, but still he ignored the woman. He not only did not speak, but did not turn his eye upon her. "They have heard the evidence on the subject," continued the bishop, "and they have thought it proper to refer the decision as to your innocence or your guilt to a jury of your countrymen." "And they were right," said Mr. Crawley. "Very possibly. I don't deny it, probably," said the bishop, whose eloquence was somewhat disturbed by Mr. Crawley's ready acquiescence. "Of course they were right," said Mrs. Proudie. "At any rate, it is so," said the bishop. "You are in the position of a man amenable to the criminal laws of the land." "There are no criminal laws, my lord," said Mr. Crawley. "But to such laws as there are, we are all amenable, your lordship and I alike." "But you are so in a very particular way. I do not wish to remind you what might be your condition now, but for the interposition of private friends. I should be in the condition of a man not guilty before the law, guiltless as far as the law goes, but kept in durance, not for faults of his own, but because otherwise, by reasons of laches in the police, his presence at the assizes might not be ensured. In such a position a man's reputation is made to hang for a while on the trust which some friends or neighbours may have in it. I do not say that the test is a good one." "You would have been put in prison, Mr. Crawley, because the magistrates were of opinion that you had taken Mr. Soames's cheque," said Mrs. Proudie. On this occasion he did look at her. He turned one glance upon her from under his eyebrows, but he did not speak. "With all that I have nothing to do," said the bishop. "Nothing whatever, my lord," said Mr. Crawley. "But, bishop, I think that you have," said Mrs. Proudie. "The judgment formed by the magistrates as to the conduct of one of your clergymen makes it imperative upon you to act in the matter." "Yes, my dear, yes, I am coming to that. What Mrs. Proudie says is perfectly true. I have been constrained, most unwillingly, to take action in this matter. It is undoubtedly the fact that you must at the next assizes surrender yourself at the court-house yonder, to be tried for this offence against the laws." "That is true. If I be alive, my lord, and have strength sufficient, I shall be there." "You must be there," said Mrs. Proudie. "The police will look to that, Mr. Crawley." She was becoming very angry, and that the man would not answer her a word. On this occasion again he did not even look at her. "Yes, you will be there," said the bishop. "Now that is, to say the least of it, an unseemly position for a beneficed clergyman." "You said before, my lord, that it was an unfortunate position, and the word, methinks, was better chosen." "It is very unseemly indeed," said Mrs. Proudie. "Nothing could possibly be more unseemly. The bishop might very probably have used a much stronger word." "Under these circumstances," continued the bishop, looking to the welfare of your parish, to the welfare of the diocese, and allow me to say, Mr. Crawley, to the welfare of yourself also." "And especially to the souls of the people," said Mrs. Proudie. The bishop shook his head. It was hard to be impressively eloquent when one is interrupted at every best turned period, even by a supporting voice. "Yes, and looking of course to the religious interests of your people, Mr. Crawley, I came to the conclusion that it would be expedient that you should cease your ministrations for a while." The bishop paused, and Mr. Crawley bowed his head. "I therefore send over to you a gentleman with whom I am well acquainted, Mr. Thumble, with a letter from myself, in which I endeavoured to impress upon you, without the use of any severe language, what my convictions were." "Severe words are often the best mercy," said Mrs. Proudie. Mr. Crawley had raised his hand with his finger out, preparatory to answering the bishop, but as Mrs. Proudie had spoken, he dropped his finger and was silent. "Mr. Thumble brought me back your written reply," continued the bishop, "by which I was grieved to find that you were not willing to submit yourself to my counsel in the matter." "I was most unwilling, my lord. Submission to authority is at times a duty, and at times opposition to authority is a duty also." "Opposition to just authority cannot be a duty, Mr. Crawley. Opposition to usurped authority is an imperative duty," said Mr. Crawley. "And who is to be the judge?" demanded Mrs. Proudie. Then there was a silence for a while. Then, as Mr. Crawley made no reply, the lady repeated her question. "Will you be pleased to answer my question, sir? Who in such case is to be the judge?" But Mr. Crawley did not please to answer her question. "The man is obstinate," said Mrs. Proudie. "I had better proceed," said the bishop. "Mr. Thumble brought me back your reply, which grieved me greatly." "It was contumacious and indecent," said Mrs. Proudie. The bishop again shook his head and looked so unutterably miserable that a smile came across Mr. Crawley's face. After all, others besides himself had their troubles and trials. Mrs. Proudie saw and understood the smile, and became more angry than ever. She drew her chair close to the table and began to fidget with her fingers among the papers. She had never before encountered a clergyman so contumacious, so indecent, so unreverent, so upsetting. She had had to do with men difficult to manage, the Archdeacon, for instance, but the Archdeacon had never been so impertinent to her as this man. She had quarrelled once openly with a chaplain of her husband's, a clergyman whom she herself had introduced to her husband, who had treated her very badly, but not so badly, not with such unscrupulous violence, as she was now encountering from this ill-clothed, beggarly man, this perpetual curate with his dirty, broken boots, this already half-convicted thief. Such was her idea of Mr. Crawley's conduct to her, while she was fingering the papers, simply because Mr. Crawley would not speak to her. "I forgot where I was," said the bishop. "Oh, Mr. Thumble came back, and I received your letter. Of course I received it, and I was surprised to learn from that in spite of what had occurred at Silverbridge, you were still anxious to continue the usual Sunday ministrations in your church." "I was determined that I would do my duty at Hogglestock as long as I might be left there to do it," said Mr. Crawley. "Duty?" said Mrs. Proudie. "Just a moment, my dear," said the bishop. "When Sunday came I had no alternative but to send Mr. Thumble over again to Hogglestock. It occurred to us, to me and Mrs. Proudie—" "I will tell Mr. Crawley just now what has occurred to me," said Mrs. Proudie. "Yes, just so, and I am sure he will take it in good part. It occurred to me, Mr. Crawley, that your first letter might have been written in haste." "It was written in haste, my lord. Your messenger was waiting." "Yes, just so. Well, so I sent him again, hoping that he might be accepted as a messenger of peace. It was a most disagreeable mission for any gentleman, Mr. Crawley. Most disagreeable, my lord." "And you refused him permission to obey the instructions which I had given him? You would not let him read from your desk or preach from your pulpit?" "Had I been Mr. Thumble," said Mrs. Proudie, "I would have read from that desk, and I would have preached from that pulpit." Mr. Crawley waited a moment, thinking that the bishop might perhaps speak again, but as he did not, but sat expectant as though he had finished his discourse and now expected a reply, Mr. Crawley got up from his seat and drew near to the table. "My lord," he began, "it has all been just as you have said, I did answer your first letter in haste. The more shame for you, said Mrs. Proudie. And therefore, for aught I know, my letter to your lordship may be so worded as to need some apology. Of course it needs an apology, said Mrs. Proudie. But for the matter of it, my lord, no apology can be made, nor is any needed. I did refuse to your messenger permission to perform the services of my church, and if you send 20 more, I shall refuse them all, till the time may come when it will be your lordship's duty, in accordance with the laws of the church, as borne out and backed by the laws of the land, to provide during my constrained absence for the spiritual wants of those poor people at Hogglestock. Poor people, indeed, said Mrs. Proudie. Poor wretches. And, my lord, it may well be that it shall soon be your lordship's duty to take due and legal steps for depriving me of my benefice at Hogglestock, nay, probably for silencing me altogether as to the exercise of my sacred profession. Of course it will, sir. Your gown will be taken from you, said Mrs. Proudie. The bishop was looking with all his eyes up at the great forehead and great eyebrows of the man, and was so fascinated by the power that was exercised over him by the other man's strength that he hardly now noticed his wife. It may well be so, continued Mr. Crawley. The circumstances are strong against me, and though your lordship has altogether misunderstood the nature of the duty performed by the magistrates in sending my case for trial, although, as it seems to me, you have come to conclusions in this matter in ignorance of the very theory of our laws. Sir, said Mrs. Proudie, yet I can foresee the probability that a jury may discover me to have been guilty of theft. Of course the jury will do so, said Mrs. Proudie. Should such a verdict be given, then, my lord, your interference will be legal, proper, and necessary, and you will find that, even if it be within my power to oppose obstacles to your lordship's authority, I will oppose no such obstacle. There is, I believe, no appeal in criminal cases. None at all, said Mrs. Proudie. There is no appeal against your bishop. You should have learned that before. But till that time shall come, my lord, I shall hold my own at Hogglestock, as you hold your own here at Barchester. Nor have you more power to turn me out of my pulpit by your mere voice than I have to turn you out of your throne by mine. If you doubt me, my lord, your lordship's ecclesiastical court is open to you. Try it there. You defy us, then? said Mrs. Proudie. My lord, I grant your authority as bishop to be great, but even a bishop can only act as the law allows him. God forbid that I should do more, said the bishop. Sir, you will find that your wicked threats will fall back upon your head, said Mrs. Proudie. Peace, woman, Mr. Crawley said, addressing her at last. The bishop jumped out of his chair at hearing the wife of his bosom called a woman, but he jumped rather in admiration than in anger. He had already begun to perceive that Mr. Crawley was a man who had better be left to take care of the souls at Hogglestock, at any rate till the trial should come on. Woman, said Mrs. Proudie, rising to her feet as though she really intended some personal encounter. Madam, said Mr. Crawley, you should not interfere in these matters. You simply debase your husband's high office. The distaff were more fitting for you. My lord, good morning. And before either of them could speak again, he was out of the room and through the hall and beyond the gate and standing beneath the towers of the cathedral. Yes, he had, he thought, in truth, crushed the bishop. He had succeeded in crumpling the bishop up within the clutch of his fist. He started in a spirit of triumph to walk back on his road towards Hogglestock. He did not think of the long distance before him for the first hour of his journey. He had had his victory, and the remembrance of that braced his nerves and gave elasticity to his sinews. And he went stalking along the road with rapid strides, muttering to himself from time to time, as he went along, some word about Mrs. Proudie and her distaff. Mr. Thumble would not, he thought, come to him again, not at any rate till the assizes were drawing near. And he had resolved what he would do then. When the day of his trial was near, he would himself write to the bishop, and beg that provision might be made for his church in the event of the verdict going against him. His friend, Dean Arabin, was to be home before that time, and the idea had occurred to him of asking the dean to see to this. But now the other would be the more independent course, and the better. And there was a matter as to which he was not altogether well pleased with the dean, although he was so conscious of his own peculiarities as to know that he could hardly trust himself for a judgment. But at any rate he would apply to the bishop
to the bishop whom he had just left prostrate in his palace when the time of his trial should be close at hand. Full of such thoughts as these he went along almost gaily, nor felt the fatigue of the road till he had covered the first 5 miles out of Barchester. It was nearly 4 o'clock, and the thick gloom of the winter evening was making itself felt, and then he began to be fatigued. He had not as yet eaten since he had left his home in the morning, and he now pulled a crust out of his pocket and leaned against a gate as he crunched it. There was still 10 miles before him, and he knew that such an addition to the work he had already done would task him very severely. Farmer Mangle had told him that he would not leave Framley Mill till 5, and he had got time to reach Framley Mill by that time. But he had said that he would not return to Framley Mill, and he remembered his suspicion that his wife and Farmer Mangle between them had cozened him. No, he would persevere and walk though he should drop upon the road. He was now nearer 50 than 40 years of age, and hardships as well as time had told upon him. He knew that though his strength was good for the commencement of a hard day's work, it would not hold out for him as it used to do. He knew that the last 4 miles in the dark night would be very sad with him. But still he persevered, endeavouring as he went to cherish himself with the remembrance of his triumph. He passed the turning going down to Framley with courage, but when he came to the further turning by which the cart would return from Framley to the Hogglestock road, he looked wistfully down the road for Farmer Mangle. But Farmer Mangle was still at the mill, waiting in expectation that Mr. Crawley might come to him. But the poor traveller paused here barely for a minute, and then went on, stumbling through the mud, striking his ill-covered feet against the rough stones in the dark, sweating in his weakness, almost tottering at times, and calculating whether his remaining strength would serve to carry him home. He had almost forgotten the bishop and his wife before at last he grasped the wicket gate leading to his own door. "Oh, mamma, here is papa." "But where is the cart? I did not hear the wheels," said Mrs. Crawley. "Oh, mamma, I think papa is ill." Then the wife took her drooping husband by both arms and strove to look him in the face. "He has walked all the way, and he is ill," said Jane. "No, my dear, I am very tired, but not ill. Let me sit down and give me some bread and tea, and I shall recover myself." Then Mrs. Crawley, from some secret hoard, got him a small modicum of spirits, and gave him meat and tea, and he was docile, and obeying her behests, allowed himself to be taken to his bed. "I do not think the bishop will send for me again," he said, as she tucked the clothes around him. End of chapter 18.
Chapter 19 of the last Chronicle of Barset by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Steve Gough. Chapter 19. Where did it come from? When Christmas morning came, no emissary from the bishop appeared at Hogglestock to interfere with the ordinary performance of the day's services. "I think we need fear no further disturbance," Mr. Crawley said to his wife, and there was no further disturbance. On the day after his walk from Framley to Barchester, and from Barchester back to Hogglestock, Mr. Crawley had risen not much the worse for his labour, and had gradually given to his wife a full account of what had taken place. "A poor weak man," he said, speaking of the bishop, "a poor weak creature, and much to be pitied." "I have always heard that she is a violent woman." "Very violent, and very ignorant, and most intrusive withal." "And you did not answer her a word?" "At last my forbearance with her broke down, and I bade her mind her distaff." "What, really? Did you say those words to her?" "Nay, as for my exact words, I cannot remember them. I was thinking more of the words with which it might be fitting that I should answer the bishop. But I certainly told her that she had better mind her distaff." "And how did she behave then?" "I did not wait to see. The bishop had spoken, and I had replied, and why should I tarry to behold the woman's violence? I had told him that he was wrong in law, and that I at least would not submit to usurped authority. There was nothing to keep me longer, and so I went without much ceremony of leave-taking. There had been little ceremony of greeting on their part, and there was less in the making of adieu on mine.
They had told me that I was a thief.
No, Josiah, surely not so. They did not use that very word.
I say they did. They did use the very word. But stop, I am wrong. I wrong his lordship, and I crave pardon for having done so. If my memory serve me, no expression so harsh escaped from the bishop's mouth. He gave me, indeed, to understand more than once that the action taken by the magistrates was tantamount to a conviction, and that I must be guilty because they had decided that there was evidence sufficient to justify a trial. But all that arose from my lord's ignorance of the administration of the laws of his country. He was very ignorant, puzzle-pated, as you may call it, led by the nose by his wife, weak as water, timid and vacillating. But he did not wish, I think, to be insolent. It was Mrs. Proudie who told me to my face that I was a thief.
May she be punished for the cruel word, said Mrs. Crawley. May the remembrance that she had spoken it come some day heavily upon her heart.
Vengeance is mine, I will repay, saith the Lord, answered Mr. Crawley. We may safely leave all that alone, and rid our minds of such wishes, if it be possible. It is well, I think, that violent offences, when committed, should be met by instant rebuke. To turn the other cheek instantly to the smiter can hardly be suitable in these days, when the hands of so many are raised to strike. But the return blow should be given only while the smart remains. She hurt me then, but what is it to me now that she called me a thief to my face? Do I not know that all the country round, men and women, are calling me the same behind my back?
No, Josiah, you do not know that. They say that the thing is very strange, so strange that it requires a trial. But no one thinks you have taken that which was not your own.
I think I did. I myself think I took that which was not my own. My poor head suffers so. So many grievous thoughts distract me, that I am like a child and know not what I do. As he spoke thus, he put both hands up to his head, leaning forward as though in anxious thought, as though he was striving to bring his mind to bear with accuracy upon past events. It could not have been mine, and yet... Then he sat silent and made no effort to continue his speech.
And yet, said his wife, encouraging him to proceed, if she could only learn the real truth, she thought that she might perhaps yet save him with assistance from their friends. When I said that I had gotten it from that man, I must have been mad.
From which man, love? From the man Soames, he who accuses me. And yet, as the Lord hears me, I thought so then. The truth is that there are times when I am not sane. I am not a thief, not before God, but I am mad at times. These last words he spoke very slowly, in a whisper, without any excitement, indeed with a composure which was horrible to witness. And what he said was the more terrible because she was so well convinced of the truth of his words. Of course he was no thief. She wanted no one to tell her that. As he himself had expressed it, he was no thief before God, however the money might have come into his possession. That there were times when his reason, once so fine and clear, could not act, could not be trusted to guide him right, she had gradually come to know with fear and trembling. But he himself had never before hinted his own consciousness of this calamity. Indeed, he had been so unwilling to speak of himself and of his own state, that she had been unable even to ask him a question about the money, lest he should suspect that she suspected him. Now he was speaking, but speaking with such heart-rending sadness that she could hardly urge him to go on. "You have sometimes been ill, Josiah, as any of us may be," she said, "and that has been the cause." "There are different kinds of sickness. There is sickness of the body, and sickness of the heart, and sickness of the spirit. And then there is sickness of the mind, the worst of all." "With you, Josiah, it has chiefly been the first." "With me, Mary, it has been all of them, every one. My spirit is broken, and my mind has not been able to keep its even tenor amidst the ruins. But I will strive, I will strive, I will strive still. And if God helps me, I will prevail." Then he took up his hat and cloak and went forth among the lanes, and on this occasion his wife was glad that he should go alone.
This occurred a day or two before Christmas, and Mrs. Crawley during those days said nothing more to her husband on the subject which he had so unexpectedly discussed. She asked him no questions about the money, or as to the possibility of his exercising his memory, nor did she counsel him to plead that the false excuses given by him for his possession of the cheque had been occasioned by the sad slip to which sorrow had in those days subjected his memory and his intellect. But the matter had always been on her mind. Might it not be her paramount duty to do something of this at the present moment? Might it not be that his acquittal or conviction would depend on what she might now learn from him? It was clear to her that he was brighter in spirit since his encounter with the Proudies than he had ever been since the accusation had first been made against him, and she knew well that his present mood would not be of long continuance. He would fall again into his moody, silent ways, and then the chance of learning aught from him would be past, and perhaps for ever. He performed the Christmas services with nothing of special despondency in his tone or manner, and his wife thought that she had never heard him give the sacrament with more impressive dignity. After the service he stood a while at the churchyard gate, and exchanged a word of courtesy as to the season with such of the families of the farmers as had stayed for the Lord's Supper. "I waited at Framley for your reverence till arter 6, so I did," said Farmer Mangle. "I kept the road and walked the whole way," said Mr. Crawley. "I think I told you that I should not return to the mill, but I am not the less obliged for your great kindness." "Say nowt o' that," said the farmer. "No doubt I had business at the mill, lots to do at the mill." Nor did he think that the fib he was telling was at all incompatible with the Holy Sacrament in which he had just taken a part. The Christmas dinner at the parsonage was not a repast that did much honour to the season, but it was a better dinner than the inhabitants of that house usually saw on the board before them. There was roast pork and mince pies and a bottle of wine. As Mrs. Crawley with her own hand put the meat upon the table, and then, as was her custom in their house, proceeded to cut it up, she looked at her husband's face to see whether he was scrutinizing the food with painful eye. It was better that she should tell the truth at once than that she should be made to tell it in answer to a question. Everything on the table, except the bread and potatoes, had come in a basket from Framley Court. Pork had been sent instead of beef, because people in the country, when they kill their pigs, do sometimes give each other pork, but do not exchange joints of beef when they slay their oxen. All this was understood by Mrs. Crawley, but she almost wished that beef had been sent, because beef would have attracted less attention. He said, however, nothing to the meat, but when his wife proposed to him that he should eat a mince pie, he resented it. "The bare food," said he, "is bitter enough coming as it does, but that would choke me." She did not press it, but ate one herself, as otherwise her girl would have been forced also to refuse the dainty. That evening, as soon as Jane was in bed, she resolved to ask him some further questions. "You will have a lawyer, Josiah, will you not?" she said. "Why should I have a lawyer?" "Because he will know what questions to ask, and how questions on the other side should be answered." "I have no questions to ask, and there is only one way in which questions should be answered. I have no money to pay a lawyer." "But, Josiah, in such a case as this, where your honour and our very life depend upon it." "Depend on what?" "On your acquittal." "I shall not be acquitted. It is as well to look it in the face at once. Lawyer or no lawyer, they will say that I took the money. Were I upon the jury, trying the case myself, knowing all that I know now," and as he said this he struck forth with his hands into the air, "I think that I should say so myself. A lawyer will do no good. It is here, it is here." And again he put his hands up to his head. So far she had been successful. At this moment it had in truth been her object to induce him to speak of his own memory, and not of the aid that a lawyer might give. The proposition of the lawyer had been brought in to introduce the subject. "But, Josiah—" "Well?" It was very hard for her to speak. She could not bear to torment him by any allusion to his own deficiencies. She could not endure to make him think that she suspected him of any frailty either in intellect or thought. Wife-like, she desired to worship him, and that he should know that she worshipped him. But if a word might save him. Josiah, where did it come from?
Yes, said he. Yes, that is the question. Where did it come from? And he turned sharp upon her, looking at her with all the power of his eyes. It is because I cannot tell you where it came from that I ought to be either in Bedlam as a madman or in the county jail as a thief. The words were so dreadful to her that she could not utter at the moment another syllable. How is a man to think himself fit for a man's work when he cannot answer his wife such a plain question as that? Then he paused again. They should take me to Bedlam at once, at once, at once. That would not disgrace the children as the jail will do. Mrs. Crawley could ask no further questions on that evening. End of chapter 19.